What's up with the purple silence?
Yeah,
I might get a headache.
this is entertaining.
Okay. All right. If they throw a stapler at each other, then it's going to take me back to the good old days. So.
Really? People threw staplers at each other?
Yeah, my borough council, yeah. Yeah, they do. Although he threw it at her, she threw it back.
What, here?
No, not in your county.
Oh.
Yeah. They also drink some weird water out there.
Yeah, I traveled to work out there, I know. The only good thing about York County is the all-you-can-eat joints.
That's right. Oh, it's
Okay, welcome everybody. Have a seat. Thank you for coming. I'd like to call to order the Lower Saucon Township Council meeting. Today is Wednesday, December 18th, 2024, and the time is 6:39. Can we have a roll call, please?
Ms. DeLeon. Mr. Benonis.
Here.
Mr. Carochi.
Here.
Ms. Cordero.
Here.
Ms. Ray.
Here.
Also present is Township Solicitor Steve Caducean, Administrative Assistant Stacy Werkheiser, Administrative Assistant Carol Schneider, and our Student Government Liaisons, Sam Van Norman and Zachary Benonis.
Okay, can we all stand and pledge allegiance?
Remain standing if you want to do the Trump dance out.
That's inappropriate for this meeting.
I think it's appropriate.
It's inappropriate.
Over under on Brazil's gavel is 65 and a half. 65 and a half.
Take the over.
Okay, I'd like to announce that the council met in executive session prior to tonight's meeting to discuss information on property 07-2024. That item is on the agenda as number 4-D, and it will be discussed if there's any action to be taken at that time. So next we have public comment procedure. Council passed resolution 64-2024 adopting an agenda policy and code of conduct for township council meetings. Copies are available at the entrance to the room. You have a right to be here, but you do not have a right to be disrespectful. Please act accordingly and no disruptive behavior. The public meeting, I'll just say members of the council shall not be disorderly, insolent, or disturbing action, speech, or otherwise substantially delay, interrupt, or disturb the proceedings of council. So, like I said, the policies were described. Outside the doorway, there's copies, and we'll have public comment relating to each agenda item. Shall occur after each agenda item for 3 minutes. So you will have 3 minutes to talk. And you will be warned that there's 30 seconds left when I raise the sign. Also, let's see, there is no questions, this is a comment period. So when you're up here making comments, any questions that you may have, you are to direct them to the manager in an email. So, that's the,
Vladimir doesn't answer questions.
okay, now, we're gonna go on with the junior council report. We have Zachary, would you like to go first? Okay. You wanna stand up and go to the podium, or?
We can talk right here, I think.
Okay. There's a mic there, I can't see, okay.
So FBLA for Saucon Valley just had their first regional meeting at sales, where a lot of different people placed their states by coming either first, second, or third in either their test, their project, or a different type of topic. Also, yesterday we had a wrestling match for Saucon Valley, where we won by quite a lot against, I forget the other team actually right now, but also tonight it seems that Jack Robertson is gonna hit his 1,000-point career mark for Saucon Valley, and if not tonight, probably the next game. He's only 11 points away.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, everyone.
Sam, did you want to go to? Sure.
On Wednesday, December 4th, the Scholastic Sprint team achieved an impressive national ranking of 29 out of 283, showing their excellent commitment to excellence. In addition, the Big Panther Little Panther program, which is high school students mentoring elementary students, is currently hosting a holiday workshop. This is helping create a festive and meaningful experience for everyone involved. Looking ahead, the Student Leadership Board is attending a multicultural event on January 18th to celebrate the diversity and promote inclusion within our school community. The school is also starting a teacher tribute program where students can give a shout out to a teacher who had a positive impact on their life. In conclusion, the Saucon Valley High School kids are very excited and joyful for the break coming up. Happy holidays and happy New Year's. Thank you.
Thank you, vice versa. Thank you for your reports. Also, next we have, under 2 presentations and hearing, we have A, Resolution 71-2024, recognizing the Burkle and Halleck families. Is anyone here representing them tonight? Are they here in the audience? They're not here? Oh, sorry. Okay, well, Resolution 71-2024 has been prepared, recognizing the effort and dedication of the Burkle and Halleck families. And I'd like to read it. Can you give me a copy of the resolution? Sorry, I didn't print it out. I can look on my phone. So nobody knows. It was attached to an email, but I didn't print it. I assumed it would be here. Oh.
As you can see, things are run smoothly here in Lower Saucon Township. We have a chairwoman who can't read a resolution. Let me give you a resolution.
Oh my God.
You know there's a resolution, so why are you prepared with it in front of you so you can read it?
You were always prepared. You were always prepared.
I have to be here to believe it. Okay, so Resolution 71-2024 is a resolution recognizing the Burkle Halleck families for their participation in the Adopt a Road program. Whereas the Lower Saucon Township Adopt a Road program was established in 2010, the Burkle and Halleck families requested to adopt the township portion of Apple Street in 2011. And whereas the Burkle and Halleck families who adopted one of the now 26 township road sections available was provided with a safety orientation training and provided with equipment to participate in 2 litter cleanups per year. Whereas in recognition of these efforts, the township erected a permanent sign with their names along Apple Street. And whereas the Burkle and Halleck families volunteered twice a year and have devoted many hours of volunteer timekeeping, apple butter, street clean and litter free. And whereas through the years, they collected over 41 bags of trash and other assorted items have been removed from the portion of township roads. And whereas Lower Saucon Township would like to recognize and commend the Burkle and Halleck families for their efforts in keeping to keep our township roads clean and attractive. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Council of Lower Saucon Township, Priscilla DeLeon, President, Laura Ray, Vice President, Jason Benonis, Victoria Uptop Cordero, and Thomas Carochi, council members, wishes to thank the Burkeville and Cali families for their hard work and dedication to Lower Saucon Township, adopted and enacted this 18th day of December 2024. And with that, I'll make a motion approving Resolution 71-2024. Would there be a second?
I'll second.
Okay, so we'll go to council discussion next. And Jason, you want to go first?
Sure, I would like to thank the Berkeley and Pallet families for what they provided to the township. It's tremendous, and I wish we had more families that did similar things. And I think this award is very well deserved, so thank you very much.
Okay, Tom?
You're going on calls, or are we gonna do this online? Okay. I'd like to also thank the Berkeley Pallet families for their service to the township. Appreciate citizens that are willing to give their time. So thank you for that.
I'd also like to thank them. It's a lot of work to do that, and I admire their dedication. Victoria?
I'll just reiterate, I appreciate this program, it's vital to our township. Everybody works as a community together. So thank you to those families that are keeping our roads clean, and I don't think we actually have any open roads right now, do we? Have we? No, we don't. So thank you to the community, and thank you to these families, and happy to support.
Laura?
Sure, and I as well want to thank both the families for doing this for so long. I know that it's a little bit of a chore to do, because I've been doing it for at least that many years as well. It's a good program, so I'm so glad that we do have all our roads adopted that we have available, and look forward to new families taking over these roads. So thank you.
Okay, now I'll open it up to the audience. Anybody would like to speak? You have 3 minutes. Okay. Kathy, may we have a roll call?
Ms. Carolina?
Yes.
Mr. Benonis?
Yes.
Ms. Uptown Cordero?
Yes.
Mr. Carochi?
Yes.
Ms. Red?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have resolution, Resolution 72-2024, and this is to recognize the Pagoda family for their participation in the Adopted Road Program. Whereas the Lower Saucon Township Adopted Road Program was established in 2010, the Pagoda family requested to adopt the Fort Township portion of College Drive in 2011, and whereas the Pagoda family who adopted one of the now 26 township road sections available was provided with a safety orientation training and provided with equipment to participate in 2 litter cleanups per year. And whereas in recognition of these efforts, the township erected a permanent sign with their name displayed along their road, being presented along with this resolution. Whereas the Pagoda family volunteered twice a year and has devoted many hours of volunteer time keeping College Drive clean and litter-free. Whereas through the years, the family collected over 41 bags of trash and other assorted items that have been removed from that portion of the township road. And whereas Lower Saucon Township would like to recognize and commend the Pagoda family for their efforts in helping to keep our township roads clean and attractive. Now therefore be it resolved that the Council of Lower Saucon Township, Priscilla De Leon, President, Laura Ray, Vice President, Jason Benonis, Victoria Uptop Cordero, and Thomas Carochi, council members, wish to thank the Pagoda family for their hard work and dedication to Lower Saucon Township, adopted and enacted this 18th day of December 2024. And with that, I'll make a motion to adopt Resolution 72-2024. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, Laura. And I guess we'll have council discussion. Jason?
Yeah, I would just echo the comments that I made earlier about the Berkeley and Pellick families. Often these Mr. Pagodas here, and thank you for what you do for the township. It makes a difference, and like I said earlier, if we had more folks like you doing these things, it would be much better. So thank you for all the time. I know you've been doing it for a very long time. I drive by your sign right there by Lehigh's driving range, and I think it's a nice recognition for you. So thank you. before you do.
Okay, Tom?
Yeah, I agree. Thank you very much for your time. Much appreciated.
Okay, so me and again, I'd like to thank them for their dedication, making our township more beautiful. Victoria?
Thank you for what you've done for our township. I appreciate it, and
Yeah,
wonderful program.
is there somebody here from that family? Oh, I'm so sorry.
Just point it.
Okay,
I would like to make a comment.
I will let you then, I will. Okay, Laura?
Yes, I want to thank the family as well. It's a great job that you've done, and all the residents appreciate seeing our roadsides cleaned. Thank you.
Okay, you can either come up to the podium or to the desk if you want to speak.
I'll just stand here.
Yeah, but the transcriptionist can't hear you. You need to be talking into a mic.
Mike, if I get the microphone.
You
could say that.
That'd be
Yeah,
great.
she'll bring it over to you.
Thank you.
Thank
Thanks a lot.
It's really been a privilege to have, and it's a funny use of the word privilege when it comes to collecting garbage and litter. But in fact, that's what it is. It's because you buy into your service to your community when the one thing you want to do is pick up garbage. That's a statement unto itself. I'm fortunate that I had great support from Carol Schneider and Roger Rasich from Public Works, who supported me for all these 14 years. Whenever I needed something, they were there for me. I'm really pleased to say that as I'm turning in my litter bags, etc., that the Lehigh University cross-country team is going to replace me. The signs are already up, and that's great news. So the project is in good hands, and with that, I will bid you farewell. Thank you.
I know, that just came to me right now. Yeah, whatever that is.
Thank you very much.
Yes, congratulations again. Okay. Who wants to speak next? Public comment?
Carol Schneider, Township employee. I just want to say that on behalf of the Township, it was my honor to work with you, Paul, and your family. You brought joy to the program, believe it or not. I know it was litter, but you're always a friendly face and wonderful person to talk to. So I know that you requested the signs, so we did have our Public Works take down the signs for you. So thank you.
Huh? We need the vote though, but they're all up there now. Oh, well, I guess to officially do this. Okay, so we have to open up to the floor. Does anyone have any comments they'd like to make? Remember the 3-minute rule and no questions. Would you like to step up to the podium? Okay, can we have a roll call, please, Kathy?
Mr. Bananas,
Yes.
Ms. Alford-Cordero,
Yes.
Mr. Carucci,
Yes.
Ms. Ray,
Yes.
Ms. Delion.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, now it's official.
Yeah, get a picture for the news.
Yeah.
Let's get the employees. Not you at this. So ruins everything.
Like this, come on, guys.
Sit here.
presentation. Jerome Alzoff, and Enterprises LLC. How are you doing?
Thank you very much.
Do you have to push it to the green?
Okay, there we go. Thank you very much, President and members of council. I certainly like to thank you for the opportunity to present tonight and talk about the future of fire service in Lower Saucon Township and the important decisions that you will have to make into the future in regards to the fire service. Across Pennsylvania, we know that there are great challenges, and I had the opportunity to work with all of you and work with members of Lower Saucon Fire Rescue as we move forward. So if you want to go to the next slide, please. So our process started in July, where we started to have meetings with the leadership of Lower Saucon Fire Rescue, the council liaison. I've also had the opportunity to meet with all of you, the individual members of council, and hear your feedback, your important feedback, and your concerns and strengths of the fire service in Lower Saucon Township. I had the opportunity to meet with the leadership of the fire company individually and hear and discuss with them. We had a series of 5 group meetings starting in August, culminating last month, to come up with a consensus on a process to move forward. I conducted a very basic data review of some operational things and financial things in regards to the fire department. We talked a lot about the greatest challenges, and we did a typical SWOT analysis for the fire department. We also conducted surveys of all of you, online surveys, and members of the fire department, because the most important part when we're dealing with these type of issues is for people to have a voice, and people to have how they feel about different things. And everyone knows that when we deal with fire departments, everybody has a different opinion on the way to go forward. But our goal, my goal, was to come up with so many things, small amount of things that we could work together, gain consensus, and present some recommendations to you. Okay, gain some consensus and present some recommendations to you to consider. This is a long-term project. This will not be completed with one meeting. This will not be completed within 1 year. As you move forward over 2025, 2026, 2027, there's significant things that will need to occur to tie the relationship between the fire department and council, the township together, so you can continue to provide an effective fire service for the community. So next slide, please. So when we talk about the challenges of the fire service, obviously you have responsibility in code to ensure fire services. The fire company, of course, is a 501c3 nonprofit corporation. This is a very typical setup in Pennsylvania. Unless a municipality is interested in taking over fire service, running fire service, and managing fire service on their own as a department of the township, many departments, many municipalities across Pennsylvania rely on nonprofit 501c3s to operate fire departments. In the past, 501c3s have been able to survive on their own and make things happen. That's becoming extremely hard. This council, previous councils have provided generous funds to the fire department so they can continue their operations. The fire department also has multiple other sources of revenue to keep that fire department going. So the situation that we have, the overall situation, is we have 2 organizations. You have your legal responsibilities as council. The fire department has their responsibilities as a 501c3 nonprofit corporation. And how do we mesh the 2 together effectively so decisions are made that they're in the best interest of the taxpayer dollar, that the best interest in emergency response, and that we have a good fire rescue system as we move forward. So the greatest challenge that we're facing is the cost of operations are going to continue to go up. The cost of capital will continue to go up. You currently have an all-volunteer fire system. and it has potential weaknesses. And I'm not criticizing the fire department or the members of the fire department. A volunteer system is very effective and it works very well, but it is a volunteer system. It's served Pennsylvania very well for many, many years. So the most important thing as we move forward and as the potential for systems change, your relationship, the relationship with council, the staff, the manager, and the fire department have to be integrated, and there has to be effective back and forth communication so when challenges occur that we can continue to provide effective and efficient fire service. So next slide, please. So the number one recommendation that I have is that you formally establish what is called the Fire Service Executive Committee. The Fire Service Executive Committee, what I would recommend that you as council take action to formally set up a committee. I'll talk about how the committee and what the mission of the committee would be. And that goal would be to have formal, ongoing, consistent communication channel between the Lower Saucon Council and the leadership and the membership of Lower Saucon Fire Rescue. The goal is to ensure that when joint decisions need to be made, we're having effective decisions. You cannot have the fire department operate completely on their own in today's environment, and council should not be operating completely on their own. This committee would tie together in a formal basis, okay, formally, council, the committee, and the 501c3 nonprofit corporation. Out of anything and the several recommendations that I have, this is the most important one, is to start this, work over 2025, early 2025 to establish this, and then start to work on some more of the other recommendations over 2025 into 2026. Next slide, please. Just a recommendation, again, the makeup of the committee. Again, this was all discussed with in our meetings with the fire department and with the council liaison. We talked about it. We talked about the strengths and weaknesses of the makeup of the committee and things like that. You know, the recommendations of the membership of the committee are listed on the slide above. The concept of having a citizen at large appointed and using your normal appointment process that you do for your other committees is, again, this group is going to be the advocate for the fire service. The committee is the advocate to ensure, again, that the township residents get effective and efficient fire service. So that's the concept of the membership of the committee. Next slide, please. So the committee operations, what we envision is that there are facilitated monthly meetings with an agenda and meeting minutes. So this is a formal committee, a formal open committee, where the committee would develop and monitor goals. Okay, there should be 2 to 3 goals for the fire department every year. Some goals of maybe recruitment goals, maybe operational goals, and different types of goals that the fire department and council could work together. That committee would monitor those goals. They would make decisions. The committee would make a decision and then come to the greater council for you to implement or recommend. They would recommend to you and implement and get a consensus moving forward. So that's the goal of that committee. Next slide, please. Other recommendations. So as part of that committee work, the number 2 thing over 2025 would be is to develop a formal agreement between Lower Saucon Township and Lower Saucon Fire Rescue. That formal agreement would clearly define what your and all of you had expectations when you met with me. You all gave me expectations, that you envision of a fire service. The leadership of the fire department has some certain expectations, and I did, as part of my document in my packet, I listed those, and those are all draft, by the way. Those are all draft, and you've seen some of those, and that will be part of the discussion. It's pretty much doing what you're doing now, putting it more into writing, establishing a formal budgeting process where the fire company will be developing their budget over the summertime, vetting that budget, working with the Fire Service Committee at the end of summer, and then be able to present to you in early fall of every year what that budget would be. there would be a transparent process between council, between the fire department on the actual, what that looks like. Because again, I want to warn you, again, the cost of operations will continue to go up, the cost of capital will continue to go up. It has to be done transparently, it has to be done strategically, and with back and forth between the both organizations. So those are the two major recommendations that I have. One more slide, I think, and then we could open up for discussion. So there's future goals, and these were other things that were discussed in our committee meetings between members of council and the leadership of the fire department. I specifically, as the consultant, recommended that we put those on, those goals there, maybe a 2026 goal, maybe a 2027 goal, maybe at the end of if the committee gets established and is working well in 2025, you may be able to address some of these goals, okay? The fire department is already doing 2 of those goals right now. They're already doing some incentive program, they are doing community engagement and citizens fire academies and things like that. So you'll see the list of the bullet points of these are the big bucket items that you will need as council to kind of work on with the fire department over the next 2 to 3 years. So with that, we could I'll turn it back to the president, and you could ask any questions. I don't know if the president or the chief.
Why don't we let them speak first, and then I'll open it up to council.
Hi, Ty Johnson, Fire Chief, Lower Saucon Fire Rescue. We're behind this plan. We think it's good. We've had fire service committees for years. Nothing's been really formalized, so we believe this is the right step moving forward. As Jerry said, things are getting more expensive. It's getting harder to recruit volunteers. The training requirements keep going up, so at some point we're going to be pretty much run right out of business. So
I really don't have anything more to say. The chief covered it all. We just appreciate council and letting us work with Jerry to put this program together and work on bringing the service, to the future.
Okay, so I guess we'll hear from. I'd like to make a motion to support this plan. And is there a second?
Yeah, I would just add, if I could, as a second to the motion, a motion to adopt the recommendations of Mr. Ozog and to direct staff and also the solicitor in moving forward as expeditiously as possible in drafting the necessary documents and creating the ordinance and whatever else is necessary to create the Fire Services Executive Committee. I think it's a wonderful idea. I have more to say, but that's my second.
And I'll amend my motion to make you the main motioner, and I'll be the second person because you said all that. So,
Okay.
Oh boy. Okay, so we have motion on the floor. So Jason, you have any questions?
I do. I have several questions. Mr. Ozog, nice to see you again. I think we met in August, was it probably?
Yes.
Yeah. So I just want to be clear, the report that was provided to council, that was your report, right?
Correct.
And that was prepared by you?
Correct.
All right. And you stand behind the opinions and the comments that are in that report, right?
I feel they're reasonable opinions that were received from the people that participated in the study, or the surveys, and my interviews with them.
All right. The copy of the report that we received, is that the only copy of this report that was generated? In other words, had you generated other reports that had been edited or modified or redlined over a period of time before we received the final report?
There were 2 other drafts. This is final number 3. There's been no significant changes from the first draft.
All right, those 2 other drafts that you had, were those 2 other drafts provided to anybody else before you reached this final draft?
It was provided to the Fire Services Executive Committee. I believe I had one that was sent to all of council, and then leadership of the fire department.
All right, and who's on the Fire Services Executive Committee?
I'm not sorry, the Executive Committee. It was our planning committee that we've done. It was your 2 fire service liaisons, okay? The 2 leaders from the fire department. There was some of the other leaders from the fire department, and The solicitor attended one meeting also for some advisements.
Okay. So those other reports, I don't believe that I've seen them. I'd be interested in seeing them because I would like to see what was contained in them initially. It sounds to me like there was some negotiation or back and forth here, where maybe your final opinions were massaged by those other people that had some input on this. Is that a fair statement?
Not particularly. I think my recommendations have all been very similar or the same as the other draft reports. I would say maybe there'd be a sentence that was added or something like that, but it would be on me. The sentence would be on me. I was not influenced by any external factors here.
All right. So you're saying this report was your report and solely your report?
With the opinion of, we talked about it, and what I mean by the opinion is, whenever I do a report, I put the recommendations out to the group, okay, the committee, and we discuss the strengths and weaknesses of all the recommendations. And I do not believe we had any, you have to change that and do something different. I think we pretty much had a good consensus on the top couple of recommendations.
All right, so with that said, I had asked you early on in this process, probably late August, early September, for the information that you received. You surveyed a lot of people. You surveyed council, you surveyed members of the Fire Services Department or group, and others in the public, I guess. And you were kind enough to share with me some data. It's not the raw data that you shared with me, it's your synopsis of the raw data.
Yes.
I'm interested in seeing the raw data as well as we talk about this, so I would make a request to you to submit to me all of the raw data that you received, not just your synopsis that you sent to me on September 20th. I want to bring up a couple of points that's in that raw data, and this is not reflected in your final report that we have here before us today, and that is some of the things that were identified as weaknesses here. We're creating false sense of public alarm and crisis, current leadership, availability when called, entitlement mentality, sense of entitlement to taxpayer dollars, lack of transparency, lack of honesty and integrity, morale between council and Lower Saucon Fire Rescue, things like that. And I find it striking that those deficiencies that were reflected in the data that you provide, or your summary of the data, are not borne out anywhere in this report. And I don't understand why. And I raise this question because we've now paid $20,000 of Lower Saucon Township taxpayer money for this report. And your conclusion that you reach is that we need to have a Fire Services Executive Committee. And I'm pretty sure you're aware of this. I know you also interviewed with Tom Carochi. Tom Carochi was the liaison to Fire Services prior to 2023. And in fact, there was a Fire Services Committee that existed. And Priscilla, Victoria, and Laura dissolved that committee. And now you're recommending that that committee be reassembled without the people that were involved in it before, which smells to me like this whole thing is being gamed. Right? It smells to me like this whole process is being gamed by the three of them and perhaps others, so they can create a committee with a preordained outcome, and that preordained outcome is to have a paid fire chief, despite what the data may tell you. But I asked you, if you remember when we got together in August, I had legitimate questions about the accuracy of the numbers, the reported call numbers, both within Lower Saucon Township and outside Lower Saucon Township, and whether they're padding those numbers to create the appearance of being busier than they truly are. And I don't see anything about that in your report, and that, you know that was a really important issue for me. And that troubles me that we paid $20,000 for you to make a recommendation to create a committee that already existed, and you didn't address the weaknesses that were provided in the data, and you didn't address the concerns that I had about the numbers being distorted, potentially. I'm not saying that they were, but and you say you're going to drill down on that, and I don't see it. And that's disappointing to me that we paid that much money, and you're here spending time talking to us, and I still don't have an answer to that question. The only answer I have is, let's create a committee that already existed before. I just think that just seems really, really unusual to me. So, it's interesting also to me that Chief Johnson's sitting here. And Chief Johnson now spoke up when he had the opportunity, said that he's behind this plan, yet when this committee, the prior committee, was being dissolved by Priscilla, Victoria, and Laura, he didn't speak a word about dissolving it, but now all of a sudden he's behind it. Why is that? What's in it for him? And I don't know if you ever got the question, maybe I'm just asking a rhetorical question, or maybe I'm asking for the public to think about. Well, what's in it for him? Why wasn't he behind it then, and now he's suddenly behind it? I don't know, but I'm sure we're gonna find out when this committee's formed and come out with the recommendations, we're gonna know what this is about. The other thing I have a question about, I brought this up to you too, was I've had some concerns about the commingling of funds between Lower Saucon Fire Rescue, which is the fire company, and Lower Saucon Fire Rescue Auxiliary, which is the social club and the other part of it. And did you do any audit or suggest any audit of their finances to investigate whether or not the books are accurate? Because I didn't see that in the report anywhere. And that's disappointing to me. We paid $20,000, I would like to have at least that. You know, I know there's some discussion about having some checks and balances put in place, but I wonder what caused that. I wonder if you found anything there. I don't know. The other thing is, I'm wondering, you know, were there any discussions about an internal candidate to fulfill the role of a paid fire chief? Can you answer that question? Were there any discussions about who that may be or who may be lobbying for it? Can you share that with us?
I could respond to, there are deep issues of mistrust between members of Lower Saucon Fire. They felt disrespected. There's a lot of issues that came out in the survey. Those issues will need to be addressed over a long period of time of trust building between council and between the executive committee and the members of Lower Saucon Fire Rescue. There were comments that every survey that I do, there are always comments of people that are upset with the way things occur. There's things that happen within fire departments, 501c3, nonprofit corporations. They're membership-driven organizations. And when you have membership-driven organizations, you're never going to have everybody on the same page following the leadership. Yes, there will be criticisms. There are criticisms. Yes, there were things that were very disappointing, very negative in those surveys. Those things do not need to be placed into a formal report. However, the members of the fire service executive, the people that were working with us, know those things exist. People are committed to doing the right things. The members that were on council, the members of the leadership of the fire company, this is going to take a long period of time to move forward with this. My original task when I was brought into this was to talk about the position of developing a paid fire chief. I quickly assessed in the situation that the organization at this period of time may not be ready for a paid fire chief. Maybe in the future, maybe we need to talk about that. As part of the executive committee, the administrative requirements of an organization continue to get more complex. That may occur. I recommend in any process, if a municipality or an organization wishes to hire a paid fire chief, that they have a formal process in place where there's a job description, there is training and education requirements, that there is an open recruitment process, an open hiring process, and things like that. My recommendation has always been to set the committee up first, set up an agreement that defines expectations between Lower Saucon Fire Rescue and Lower Saucon Township. What are those agreements? And then develop a budgeting process. As part of the audit process, we talked a lot about bringing in a formal, to do a formal audit, and we also spoke about the fire company outsourcing their bookkeeping functions. Did not hear any negative feedback or anything like that from the leadership of the fire department. That process would need to be implemented over time. That would address the potential concerns that you have about the auxiliary, those type of things. Again, this is taking time. The leadership of the fire company is all volunteer, and it's an extremely complex organization. As you can see from their budgets and stuff, they're $700,000-800,000 a year organization. If that was a normal community nonprofit, they'd have maybe 2 full-time people managing that type of thing. Plus, these guys have to go out on calls. Yes, there is tension, there's issues, there's problems, but if we do not address it through an open deliberative committee process, you're going to have to deal with it. In 5 years, it's going to be worse. If these things are not addressed 5 years, it's going to be worse. And regarding the call volume, absolutely, you told me to drill down into that. I did receive data from, it is very complex data. The data from the dispatch center is difficult to figure out. They have different systems, so all of that definitely needs to be assessed. Part of the performance measures in an agreement between the township and the fire department would include that type of data sets and those data points.
So you didn't answer my question about whether or not there was an internal candidate that was discussed. Did that ever come up?
There was an internal candidate discussed, and I've always recommended.
Who was it?
I always recommend that we do a process.
Who was it? I mean, it's not reflecting your report. I can ask you these questions. I mean, your report is 20-some pages long, 20 pages long. We paid $20,000 for it. I'd like to know. I mean, I'd like to know because it's very clear that what's telling to me is we paid $20,000 for a report that says we should have a committee. When we had a committee that was disbanded, they're going to create a new committee that's going to game it so that they can reach the conclusion for somebody to become the paid fire chief.
Well,
so that's my opinion. That's how this is going to go. And history may prove me correct. A lot of times it does in the things that I say when I'm sitting out here. It may not. Okay, so you said it's difficult to drill down on the data, all right? You said it's difficult to drill down on the data, on the fire call volume. But isn't all of this really driven by the fire call volume and the data, right? If we, and this is not to disparage Lower Saucon Fire Rescue and its personnel. I'm not doing this, that's not what my purpose is in doing this. I appreciate people that volunteer their time to do this. It's very important for the community that we have volunteers that are committed to this. They're good-hearted people, they're sincere, they're hardworking, they spend time training, they spend time collaborating, they spend time maintaining equipment and maintaining firehouses, and I appreciate all of that because they take that out of their busy days. But at the same time, I'm also responsible for the taxpayer dollars, okay? So if the conclusion is going to be that we need to have a paid fire chief, how do we justify that when we haven't even drilled down on the data to know what calls are legit, what calls are not legit, what calls are actually in Lower Saucon Township versus outside Lower Saucon Township? My job with Lower Saucon Township taxpayer dollars is to use those dollars for Lower Saucon Township residents and taxpayers. Not to have these tax dollars to go to some other community that knows that Lower Saucon Fire Rescue is going to jump across the border because they have a terrible municipal government and because they can't afford these things, okay? I'm not the rich neighbor. If you need help, all right, if your lawnmower breaks, you need to borrow my lawnmower, you can use my lawnmower, but you can't have my lawnmower, okay? That's the way I look at this. That's the analogy. So I find that disappointing that we don't have data in here. I find it disappointing that the weaknesses that are borne out in the summary that you provided to me are not in here. I find it disconcerting that there were multiple drafts of this report before this one was finalized, and those multiple drafts were shared with people. Presumably there was input in reaching the conclusions here. I guess my final question for you is this. Had you had any communications with anybody from Lower Saucon Fire Rescue before Lower Saucon Township retained your services?
No.
None?
Not that I know of.
Okay.
Can I tell you
Let me ask you one other thing before I yield the floor. Are you intending to continue to participate in this? Because you mentioned having discussions about a description for a paid fire chief, and it would have to have certain training and qualifications, right? I see nothing in your report as to what the recommended training and qualifications are for somebody in this position. So the way it seems to me is it's not reflected in the report. You're telling me this now, but essentially this new committee is going to be established. They've already made the motion, and Priscilla made the motion, then she passed it off to Victoria, but it's motion and seconded. So the motion's probably going to pass because the three of them vote in cahoots all the time. So it's going to pass. And what happens then? It goes to the committee. This committee has no guidance. If you saw the damn fools that they put on these committees in the township, the most inept people that you've ever seen, I can only imagine the type of folks that they may be putting onto this committee that have no clue and no sensibility and aren't going to ask the questions that I'm going to ask and that Tom may be asking, and that the residents of the public and the taxpayers want asked. So you're going to have people on there to rubber stamp this process without having any understanding of what the hell they're doing. So why isn't the job description in your report so that at least there's some guidance for this committee? You're recommending the committee. You must presume that there's probably going to be a motion made and a committee is going to be established. So why wouldn't you provide that for the $20,000?
That would be a future goal of the committee if they decide that was the way to go. That That was not that is not a major issue that needs to be dealt with in 2025 at all. 2025 needs to be used to develop the relationship, the committee, and an agreement. Then explore the possibilities to, if there is a need for that. And again, there's more complexity that comes along when it comes to that thing. It's not just the committee deciding that and a job description and stuff like that.
Have there been discussions about continuing your retention to assist with that committee as it goes forward, and if so, the cost of that? And I ask that because I'm encouraged by what you're saying needs to be done. But I think after your report is finalized here, you may be out of the picture. And I agree with you that there needs to be auditing of the finances in comparison to make sure that the finances are above board. There needs to be auditing of the call data to make sure that that's accurate. There needs to be a clear description, and there needs, first of all, there needs to be justification for a paid position, which I don't have any of that yet. So all these things need to be implemented, but I fear that they may not be implemented, and that your report here is just to gloss over something that's already been, the outcome has been predetermined.
Well, I could say, I want to respond on two things, if that's okay to do that. The concept of an effective response force and the automatic aid and mutual aid. So Lower Saucon Fire Rescue runs between 850 and 1,000 incidents that come through the CAD system, computer aided dispatch. About 800 times they're going out the door on calls, about 600 times I think it's in the township. The rest of those above the 800 is chief calls, where they call for a chief officer to check on something burning or a road closure or something like that. Again, that will need to be analyzed in the future for those type of things. Lower Saucon Fire Rescue will always need mutual aid or automatic aid from other municipalities because of you need 18 to 22 firefighters to put out a house fire. If you would have a building fire with a commercial building or something like that, you're going to need 22 to 30 firefighters. So the other municipalities are going back and forth. It's a common thing. It needs to be assessed, and I understand your concern because many elected officials in PA have that same concern of crossing borders and things like that.
Your comments make me ask a few more questions that don't relate to the point. I'm sorry, folks. I'm sorry. I'm asking questions to actually, justify where your money's going, what's happening here. Okay, just simmer down.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, Mr. Optop, stop talking. You're laughing. Stop.
$3 million, it's okay.
Yeah, it's a baseball. Our kids are actually.
So, you gonna stop real this?
This is gap number
Yeah, that's one, we're counting.
Yeah, she took the under.
Good job, Mr. Ottoff, you got a gavel.
So, I asked you earlier if there were any communication. I mean, you're chatting now with Chief Johnson. Do you have a friendly relationship with anybody on Lower Saucon Fire Rescue?
I do not have friendly relationships with them, but again, I've met with both of the leadership and I've talked with the leadership about it.
How many members?
What the hell is your problem?
Excuse me?
What are
Excuse
problem?
me?
There's a guy, this guy has a demeanor to be a fire chief. This guy has a demeanor.
I got the
He has a demeanor to be a fire chief.
I got the floor. You have an opportunity to speak, all right?
This is where they want to hire a fire chief, a guy with this demeanor.
So I would ask you, please give the microphone back. Please give the microphone back to Mr. Ozog. You have your opportunity. I mean, I know Priscilla can't keep an orderly meeting, but we're going to try to do that here for the public's sake. So, Mr. Ozog, how many members has Lower Saucon Fire Rescue lost in the past 2 years?
I would have to take a look at the data, but I can't answer that off the top of my head.
Okay. Can you tell me, is the department contracting, expanding, status quo?
There is a small amount of people that are doing a lot of calls.
That's not my question. My question is the department expanding, contracting, maintaining status quo?
I believe it's maintaining status quo,
Okay,
however.
thank you. I know you're going to say a lot of people do, there's few people that do a lot of the work.
You
is what
let
you're
him
telling me.
talk.
What I'm saying is,
He's talking.
as the,
Don't interrupt me. Don't be so rude. I know you don't like what I said. I'm asking probing questions to figure out where you're going with this, Priscilla,
Sorry,
okay?
sir. I can't help it. I can't help his behavior.
So the
Can't help your own behavior.
complexity of running a fire company has to do with the administrative and the operational side. A lot of the guys in the department are doing two jobs. They're doing two job descriptions. That's not because, that's a difficult thing to keep going. I'm classifying Lower Saucon Fire Rescue as a more complex organization because of the population you have in your township, the amount of calls, the budget size. You know, they're doing a lot of work on their own. The last time I was at the station, the guys they were fixing the fire truck themselves, the brush truck, which is a dedicated thing instead of spending money on a mechanic to fix it. I do think that the membership of Lower Saucon Fire Rescue is stressed. They've got a lot going on. In the future, there may be a different type of fire department that may be needed to hear. But, you know, again, there's a lot of dedication, a lot of getting up at 3 o'clock in the morning and running up on the interstate. However, as the complexity increases in these type of nonprofit corporations, nonprofit administration, you have to be prepared to be able to support that with, you know, with administrative support or however that is. Does that turn into an administrative officer? Does that turn into a chief? May or may not. It's your choice to figure that out. There's many different models that are used across Pennsylvania. But the most important thing, the focus of the council, the focus of the fire department, is to make sure it's a strong organization that's able to respond to calls on a regular basis.
You said there are different models in Pennsylvania. I didn't see those different models borne out in the report. Am I correct that they're not in the report? You didn't share what those different models may be?
Again, the limited scope of this report was to build the relationship between the council and the fire department, set up a process to address the concerns that all of you spoke to me about, specifically the financial concerns and things like that. Setting up the committee, setting up the budgeting process, setting up the audits, those type of things, having that formal thing. That is going to be all of 2025 work. 2026 could certainly be getting into some more of those things. Because again, if nothing is done, it's going to continue to struggle.
Well, I mean, I'm reading right here on page 3 of your report. It says the purpose of the Fire Service Strategic Planning Project was to collaborate between the Lower Saucon Fire Rescue and the Lower Saucon Council to ensure an adequate emergency response and improve relations. The inclusive process assisted in identifying issues and defining steps needed to strengthen a strong fire and rescue system that will effectively serve the community. Well, none of those steps you just talked about are in here. You're saying that you're going to provide steps, but those steps aren't here. I'm truly disappointed that we paid $20,000 for something that is a suggestion to just go back to what we were doing before. It's remarkable to me. I asked you about in the last 2 years, the membership. You said it's status quo. How does that compare to prior years? Was there attrition in the prior years? Did you look at that?
I do not.
Wouldn't that be important to see, like, you know, if there was attrition and then all things have leveled out for a couple of years, that maybe this is like this is where the level mark is for the water? Is that a yes? You're shaking your head, no doubt.
We looked at about 2 years worth of data, 2 years worth of data on the membership side. We looked at about 4 years or 5 years worth of data on the financial side.
All right. I mean, I think that's all I have. I'm sure there's going to be questions about the transmission when Chief Johnson talks. Maybe we can address that. So, all right.
Okay, did you want to talk now?
Well, I just want to address the, you know, the innuendos of me being a fire chief. I mean, Tom and Jason both sat down with me at dinners and asked me to do the job. They're going to sit here and deny it, but that's okay.
As a volunteer, we did ask you.
No, you didn't. You said about splitting public works 20 hours and fire service 20 hours. So don't sit here and lie. Tom.
I'm not lying. We're going to get to who's lying.
Look like
We're going to get to we're going to find out who's lying here, buddy. When I get to ask the question. Go ahead, start mouthing off.
You're
Start mouthing off, pothole.
threatening the volunteers here.
Stop mouthing off.
So,
Tom, you do not have the floor. What part of that don't you understand? It's English.
So, to address Jason's concern about the Fire Service Committee, this has been going on for 20 years. It didn't dissolve. It changed because new council came on board. And that happens every time council changes. There was a Fire Service Committee before Tom was on board with it, and there was one way before that. Before I was even a chief officer, there was a Fire Service Committee. This is just formalizing it. That's it. I'm not sure why we got to reinvent the wheel here and keep hounding us about it. So we're moving forward. We're trying to get a plan together to to provide future service, emergency services for Lower Saucon Township. And as far as the call numbers, I sent you the call numbers, Jason, directly from the county.
4 months later.
Well, that's how long things take. I'm sorry. I have a life. I have a family. I like to spend time with them. And running, well, we're going to be probably 950 calls this year that are not padded. So, you know, you can't fault us for that. And I also send email. I've asked the county to send the call volume email every month that gets sent to the township and has been getting sent to the township. They formulated it so it's a little easier to read. So it's been at your fingertips the whole time. So all you had to do is ask somebody for it. It's been here since Leslie was here. It's been getting emailed to the township. So coming down on us is not the proper thing to do. And you guys have had no communication with us since the transformation of the council, and I don't know why it stopped because
That's untrue. I communicated with you
No,
in
yeah, I got the
June,
floor.
July, and August requesting.
Okay, Jason,
That's untrue. It's another lie.
That's another lie.
Just like you lied about the size of the fire. Just like you lied about, just like you lied about measuring the size of the fire station.
We're done here.
Yeah.
All right.
Let me ask you one question before you go.
No.
Do you-
We're gonna ask him a question.
There we go. And then we'll just have the fire chief.
That he wouldn't answer, was if he agreed to not be considered for the paid position when he's going to be a member of the committee, but he didn't want to answer that question, he walked out.
Yeah. He knew.
Okay,
Now, we know
so,
what the answer is, of course he's going to participate.
sir, we're gonna continue with council questions. So, I'm assuming, Jason, you're finished, so
No, I'm not finished. Did Chief Johnson tell you that he would recuse himself from participating in this committee that's being recommended by you if he was going to be considered for that position? In other words, how could a person be on the committee and then get appointed or selected to fill the role, a paid role? It seems to be a conflict of interest. So,
I focused on de-emphasizing the concept of a fire chief early on in the process. Because the organization is not prepared, because we do not have a decision-making process, a committee, we do not have an agreement between the township and the fire department, fire service agreement. So there was no, we never got to a point of recusal on the committee or anything like that.
but I mean, you were expecting him to be a committee member, right?
In a process like this, the executive, the fire service official for the volunteer fire department is normally part of the committee. If the president is normally part of the committee. In appointments of fire chiefs in other municipalities in Pennsylvania, there have been a variety of different ways that occurs. Sometimes it's an internal process where they do it internally. Sometimes there's a process where they do it in public. It's a variety of different ways how they do it in Pennsylvania. Again, what I would recommend, if there is ever a point where they decide to do this in this committee or the council, that it is an open process, that it is a process that includes representation from volunteers, from the council members. Again, because the most important thing when you move to a position like that is it's the right person that has leadership capabilities, the executive experience to run a complex organization to be prepared for the future. Those are the most important knowledge, skills, and abilities for those types of positions.
Okay, thank you, sir. No other questions?
Tom?
Yeah. Hi, Jerry. You remember our first phone call?
Oh, yes, yes.
And what did the first thing you said to me? And I called you out on.
You said, are you working for the fire department?
No, you said you were working for the fire department, and I called you out on
Oh,
it.
yes, that's true.
Okay. And then instead of coming to present your report independently, you have them sit next to you. Just for future reference, if you want your report to be seen as independent and your own opinion, maybe not have them sitting right next to you. They can come up anytime.
Can I answer why? It's the appearance of collaboration and buy-in to a process.
But you're saying it's your report.
It is, however, we had a collaborative discussion on that. It's
So they
appearance,
massaged it the way they want.
that is,
Right, okay. Now listen, this that was our first call, and you admitted you're working for them, not for the township residents or township
I
council.
clarified myself on that.
But you started out by saying you were for them. Okay, and then we had a meeting. And what was my big thing at that meeting? One word.
Transparency.
Right. Where's that word in your report?
Well, transparency.
Where's the word in your report? Where is the word in your report?
The budgeting and the budget process, I would envision that the budgeting process, number one, would be a transparent process between the fire department, the executive committee, and council. That is the solution to transparency. And the independent audit and the bookkeeping services that the fire department has generally agreed to. I don't know if they have.
So I told you transparency, and you remember I said transparency. And you didn't find 24 pages, not one thing about transparency. Not the word transparency. And I told you it was the most important thing. And so you had your mindset, or I can tell when I was talking to you. This is how do we get Pothole Johnson the chief's job, and this is what I do for fire companies. And we paid $20,000, being the suckers that they are. We voted against it, but they voted for it, the suckers that they are. But they wanted to, so it just gives them justification. But let's go through. We're going to go through. Oh, I also asked you to talk to somebody who was no longer with the fire department, but was a longtime member, but just got old and didn't find it. And you never talked to him either. Yeah, you didn't. I talked to the person. So again, you just lip service. Oh yeah, I'll talk to him. Yeah. I gave you his phone number. And you never called him.
Yes, he did.
Okay, he says differently. All right, let's talk about this report here. So, first of all, let's start with page 3. Greatest concerns for the future. Funding for apparatus, funding for paid staff if necessary, funding for equipment, money, and then funding again. These are all the same thing, you realize. It's funding and money. I mean, you're not like a 9-year-old writing a Christmas list. Video games, more video games, more video games, more video games. They're all the same word. You pay $20,000 for this list? Again, funding for apparatus, funding for paid staff, funding for equipment, money, just the word money, and the word funding, just the word funding. It's just, and then, you have also in the same section, very uncooperative council meetings. Well, we have the right to ask questions. This is what some people, they don't want to be questioned. They want hundreds of thousands of dollars of taxpayer dollars, and they don't want to be questioned. And we just saw proof of that. They got up and left. Right? They got up and left instead of answering the questions. And you could argue they didn't like the questions, that's fine. But again, and uncooperative, they're the ones that left. They're the ones being uncooperative. They could have stayed. But they didn't. Now let's go to page 4. Always forward thinking, you say, are some of the strengths of things. And then you have in parentheses, safety. Well, they had a minor get injured. They dropped a ladder on his head. Maybe that's why they're having a tough time recruiting people. The merger was driven by council. We had to leverage and tell them they wouldn't get all their funding in the budget if they didn't merge. They didn't do that willingly. That was solely council. And I give Priscilla credit. She stood and voted for that as well. Because it's been the best thing by far for the fire service. The best thing's happened to fire services in 40 years is they finally merged into one company.
Thank you, Tom.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Now, we also talked at our meeting about an internal candidate for fire chief. And I asked your thoughts on that. And what were your thoughts? That was what? Not a...
There should be a process, a professional process to, if an internal candidate wanted to apply for a process, and probably in certain
That's not the
situations,
question I asked.
probably in certain situations, maybe the internal candidate is not the right person. However, I'm going to recommend a process.
No, you said in that meeting, it is not a good idea to have an internal, a person appointed, that the other firefighters who might, take that the wrong way, or expect to be paid, or I say, why is this guy getting paid and I'm not getting paid? And then that could lead to a whole paid fire staff, which if you look, you talk about, all these townships, did you see what Emmaus did the other night? They raised their taxes 26%. One of the only townships with a borough with a paid fire force. Yeah, and that's one of the reasons. And they put foam down into the water system that had chemicals in it. You saw that?
I'm familiar with the PFAS issues.
Yeah. So that cost them. But you specifically said, he's not being honest about this, you specifically said that you didn't think it was a good idea to have an internal candidate or an internal person be appointed fire chief. You said that at the meeting when we met, in this room, at that table. And now you're backing away from that. I guess you want more work from the township, and then maybe they'll give it to you, but that seems odd. What else we have? Oh, and one of the things I wanted to ask, you keep saying you got senior office leadership. I assume you're talking about Ty and Scott Creasha that just walked out in the huff.
So let me explain the things that you talked about on page 3. So those statements about those single word statements and the multiple statements, that came out in what's called the SWOT analysis, strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. That was a meeting that we held with the leadership of the fire company and the members of council. The reason why that goes in there that way is to show exactly the words that they spoke in the meeting.
But I spoke the word transparency and it's not there. And you admitted I spoke, and you knew it off the top of your head that was wrong word, and it's not there.
So sometimes when you accuse an organization of transparency, they get defensive, they get upset, they get worked up. The process that I described.
But you didn't get hold on. The words here are very uncooperative council meetings. Very uncooperative council meetings. That's not the meant to ruffle feathers?
Or the process that I recommended, those meetings, the Executive Fire Service Committee meetings, that's when a lot of these tensions and discussions will need to be transparent and come out into that. I envision the transparent discussions as part of that process. And again, the importance of that is to have that facilitated, to keep it open, to keep it honest. Because again, there has to be a relationship, a positive relationship between the local government and the 501c3 volunteer fire company. The best ones in Pennsylvania have an excellent relationship. The surveys that we did of the membership and of council, it was blatantly obvious that there are great disagreements and great concerns. It's a difficult relationship, and what is occurring tonight and what has occurred tonight continues to exasperate that. There's nothing I can do to make magic to make that all go away. That's all on you, working together with the leaders of the fire company. It's on them, okay? All I'm here to do is to describe a process, a simple process, but it's going to require the leadership of council, the leadership of the fire department, citizens that are involved that care about the community. That's what this is all about.
Right.
It's not about, listen, it's not about me making recommendations. Some people take my recommendations, some people don't. But the concept is, when you have two separate organizations, if the 501c3 fails, if the fire department fails, you guys, according to code, are going to have to take it all over. To have a full-time fire service in the township based on the population similar to this, to one in Montgomery County, probably about $4 million a year. Okay, that'll get you one engine with 4 guys 24/7, 2 chiefs and some volunteers. So that's the kind of number you're looking at, if you'd want a paid fire service.
See, there are townships and municipalities that have done away with their whole police department and rely on the state police. Okay? So stop lying about that. About these guys, if these guys walk and quit, then we're gonna have to do this ourselves. You're out of your mind. Because you can go, you can write a check to an Upper Saucon who has a good fire department and say cover ours, and they'll do it. And it happens like that. So stop saying that's like the only option. That's such a misnomer. And that's not really not being honest.
One at a time.
Not being honest.
So that's a choice that you guys have to make. You can certainly contract out fire services. You can do it with the city of Bethlehem. You can do it to, you can do whoever you wish to do that.
Exactly. Okay, but you didn't bring that up as an option. You said, oh, by code, you're gonna have to hire all these guys and do all this for a municipality this long. You didn't bring that option up. I brought that option. This is what I'm talking about, having honesty and integrity. Do you think that's an important in a potential fire chief? Honesty and integrity?
Absolutely.
Okay. Well, Mr. Johnson here drives a truck, a fire department truck. And a while ago, the transmission went on that truck. And it was under warranty. But instead of taking it to the dealer for the warranty, he said the township will pay for it, but they will take the township money. And that's what happened. That's not honest integrity. When we purchased a new vehicle, the tanker pumper that's been ordered, right? They didn't tell us, we don't really have a place to park this until after we ordered. That's not honesty integrity, okay? They never told the township when the minor volunteer firefighter got injured. They never told the township about that either. So, I mean, I think the whole transmission thing is a complete fraud, because if it's under warranty, take it back to the dealer. Don't take it out of township money that the township gave to the thing. But this is who they want. I mean, Priscilla had a relationship with his late mother, and probably promised him a job. He doesn't like his job at Public Works, but this is who the guy is. I love our volunteers, our firefighting volunteers. They're great. The rank and file are great. But I'm telling you, Johnson and Cretia, I don't think should be paid to do anything. I don't even think they should be in the elected chief position. I think those two are in it for themselves. Those two are in it for themselves. And he was right. We did meet with him, and I said, if it came to a point where we were building a new modern centralized fire station, and that project required oversight, by someone in the fire department, I said maybe we could talk to the township manager, whoever that was going to be at the time, and Roger, his boss of Public Works, and say maybe we could do where you do 20-30% overseeing the building of this main firehouse, and the rest of the time you're on the Public Works, just until the firehouse was built and completed. It wasn't a full-time paid thing, but I guess he got that in his mind somehow. We'll never know. He won't stay and answer questions. There's a couple other things in this report. I'm very disappointed in the word. We should have. So when you say threats, when you say overall decline in volunteerism in fire services, you're talking about like across the state, not in our township.
So that was, again, those threats were defined by the members of the committee that attended the meeting.
Mm-hmm. And you have a threat being torn down in township meetings. I mean, are we not allowed to question where over, if you look at this year with the payments we made for the ladder truck and our normal payment, I think we're close to $750,000, $800,000 taxpayer money this year. We're not allowed to ask those questions. They didn't show up for any of the meetings when those allocations were being made. They knew the three of them had it in the pocket for them, so they declined to come and answer questions. I don't understand why that's a threat. That is, they should want to come here and defend themselves and to tell us all the great things that they're doing. And if they don't, that says something in and of themselves about their character. I mean, at least you're here trying to defend this. You didn't walk out, at least not yet. I give you credit for that.
But what I want to say,
More of a man than they.
what I want to say is, the process that I described to put together is the attempt to try to bring this group together. There's a lot of.
But you wouldn't use my word, transparency, because you thought it was too either harsh or too threatening to them. Yet you'll use words like being torn down in township meetings. This is your report. These are your words. And uncooperative council meetings or something like that.
Those are the words that were brought up in the meeting by
The word brought up in my meeting with you was transparency. You didn't feel you had to put that in?
Move on.
I do feel that I've addressed the transparency issue with the recommendations. The foundation of moving forward has to be transparency. The decision that you have to make as council is how much do you want to interject into the operations of a 501c3. That's the issue. The 501c3 operates as an independent corporation. You guys have the control over the budget, over the money that you give them, the capital that you give them. And they pick their leaders. They vote for their leaders,
right.
Okay? You as a township could certainly set up some training requirements for a chief position and things like that. But when they're an independent corporation, they pick their leaders.
Right.
And
so again, you recommend possibly a paid fire chief. What, for a township this size and a department this size, what are the requirements you think what do you think the requirements should be for a fire chief?
For a fire chief,
A paid fire chief.
A paid fire chief, you need to have some academic requirements, either an associate or bachelor's degree. You need to have years of experience in managing volunteers, leading volunteers, working with elected officials, budgeting, strategic planning. You need to have the ability to effectively communicate with multiple parties, law enforcement, ambulance, citizens, be able to work under pressure. Mm-hmm. Those are the effective things that you set it down, set it in a position description. And then you have a process to figure out the best candidates for those things.
Okay. Besides the associate or bachelor's degree, what other certifications?
There's certifications, I'm sorry, I missed that. You have to be like firefighter 2, officer 3, hazmat operations, vehicle rescue technician. But again, what is most important when you could have the most technical resume in the world, but if you have a personality that's not able to deal with the citizens and elected officials, it's not going to work.
Well, he clearly didn't have the personality to deal with the elected officials.
I'm not speaking about him or anything like that. I'm speaking about the future and how a position I've seen in other municipalities be successful. That's the ability to effectively communicate, to have the technical background in fire rescue operations, and the ability to effectively communicate and work with multiple members of council, the different citizens, the different constituencies, and public safety providers.
See, what they're ready to hand this job to Todd because of all these political promises they made and stuff like that. And I asked him before, did he ever, if he wants to be a fire chief, all these years, why didn't he apply to Bethlehem or Allentown, who have paid fire forces and fire chiefs, instead of working in our public works department? Why is he not qualified to get the job there?
Okay, the guy's not here, so let's not talk about him anymore.
Okay, and I won't talk, but I have other questions. I will talk.
Go ahead, because we.
But that's something to think about. So these 868 calls are saying in 2023, 323 are good intent calls. What exactly does that mean?
So good intent calls are wires that were down, trees that may be down, a lady's basement may be filling with water, there may be a water leak somewhere, stuff like that.
So you didn't break them down in your report to location, right?
There is more data. Again, there is 2 different reporting systems. You've got the reporting system from the county that has a whole bunch of different things. You've got the reporting system that they use. It is not a perfect system.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's my understanding, that sometimes, like so the county will dispatch Lower Saucon Fire and Rescue. They might cancel that call within 30 seconds. So if there's nobody at the firehouse, 30 seconds, they're not even there yet, and it's canceled. And they get notification of that on their personal, whatever, cell phone or their radio. And that's counted as a call.
That's counted, and that's a common practice in other municipalities and other places in Pennsylvania. Whenever a fire department is dispatched, if it's canceled, it is counted as a call.
So how many were canceled within 30 seconds?
I don't know that number exactly.
Where can we get that number?
Well, that would need to be definitely between the county and they got to look at the raw data that he provided, that if it was canceled within those 2 or 3 minutes. Again, there's not a button that you could press and spit out perfect data. It is multiple spreadsheets, multiple stuff like that. So again.
So out of these 868 calls, we don't know how many were canceled within 30 seconds, a minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 5 minutes. And a truck was never dispatched, and a volunteer never even made it to the station possibly. We don't know that. Out of these 868 calls.
There would have to be more analysis of that.
Right. But they're counting it as part of these 868.
I would assume they would, as other fire departments do in other municipalities.
Right. So you understand what I mean by transparency. That's a perfect example of how we're not getting transparency. They want to throw out this number, 868 calls, give us money. Let's have a paid fire chief. Let's have a paid fire department. 868 calls, we need it. We don't know if 300 or 400 of them were canceled within 2-3 minutes, 5 seconds. We have no idea. But they don't want to tell us that. They don't want to provide those numbers.
So
but you're saying you put together a report that is apparently transparent in your view and honest. I don't see it. And for $20,000, to have these lists of one words, like I said, it's like a 9-year-old's Christmas list. It's just like the first thing comes to mind: money. More video games. It's unbelievable that we paid $20,000 for this. And you didn't. Thanks for meeting with me, but you didn't do anything I asked. I asked about transparency. It's not really in the report. You asked about. I asked you to speak with someone. You didn't speak to him. I asked you to. I asked you your honest opinion about having an internal person fill it. You came here. You gave a different answer. You said. You completely said, and you said you also. What did you do? Did you chastise them about the incident with the minor? You said that's unacceptable. That in other fire departments that would be unacceptable.
We're talking about the report here.
Yeah, but it's not in the report. I mean, that's the thing.
Maybe it should be.
That's what I'm saying.
He's the professional.
So we should just accept what he says and not question him, Priscilla. That's what you're saying? Just accept what he says.
He's the professional. He's in the bag.
Turn the words, Jason.
And you're not a resident of Lower Saucon Township. This won't be your tax dollars, right? That's correct, right?
Now, what you talked about somebody that I talked to that you recommended, and I encourage you to call that person, and I'm not going to reveal who that is, but that person's an elected official somewhere, and I guarantee you that I talked to that person. And you also recommended some makeup in the executive committee, is that correct?
Yeah, you did take that, and I said two.
You recommended some citizen people, correct, to be on that.
Yeah.
And it makes sense to me. Other committees in Pennsylvania recommends citizens that are on the committee too.
Mm-hmm. Now, but getting to that, why wasn't it just council member 1 and council member 2? Why? Who had to put the parentheses in that it's preordained that it's the fire services liaison?
I put that in myself because that may be what you want to do. You can change that whatever you want. That's a recommendation. I'm the one that put it on as fire service liaison because you guys already use that term. You're familiar with that term.
But you're talking about like getting buy-in, and people have to buy in and all this. Yeah. Do you think if you get more buy-in if council was deciding who was going to be on there and not you? I mean, you put in parentheses fire services.
So what I envisioned is that you guys would discuss this concept you would make a motion to have your solicitor put the details together to formally establish the committee, as you have other committees in the township, okay? And then that would, the appointment process would go through the manager and stuff like that. That is, again, that's a recommendation.
Have you provided sample ordinances to the township?
I have not, no. Because it's, what I envision is something very simple to establish the committee. Where the detailed work would need to happen is the agreement, the example fire service agreement between the township and the fire department. And there's a sample agreement that I put in there that is basically doing what you're doing now. It does add some accountability and transparency to the fire department's part of that report, where it says that they would audit, have an official audit done on their books every year and have an outside accountant, stuff like that.
So even when you talk about this in your report, you say the council shall appoint 2 members as formal liaisons with Lower Saucon Fire and Rescue. All right, that's fine. The fire services liaison will advocate for fire and emergency services in the township. Shouldn't they be not advocating, but shouldn't they be studying what our needs are? I mean, the advocating part, I have a problem with. I mean, we shouldn't, like you said, we got to look at these calls, the nature of these calls, study this stuff.
Study the
But that's not what you're writing. That's what you're writing here.
Ultimately, the hard work of digging into the details of the fire department would be done at that committee. To the council representatives on that committee would then feel comfortable with what the decisions are made in that, and they would advocate with the other members of council, hey, this is a good idea if we go through this. Hey, maybe we need a little more study with that, okay?
And then the council fire service liaisons and citizens will complete a fire services orientation soon after appointment. So that orientation, I assume you're saying is going to be conducted by Ty and Scott, the Lower Saucon Fire and Rescue. Who's that orientation going to be
The orientation,
conducted?
so the orientation, right now, that's all you got. You got the fire department, who you currently have as members of the department. Anytime there's a new elected official that's brought into, like elected to council, or anytime there's a citizen involved, they should be brought up to an orientation of what it's all about. Tours of the fire station, explaining what it's like to be a volunteer firefighter. Maybe attend the Citizens Fire Academy. Those type of things helps people learn about what it's like to be a volunteer firefighter.
Okay, but in other municipalities you've done that for, have they brought in kind of a third party to do the orientation, or is it just the advocates?
No,
the advocates
I have not seen that. Again, there's different levels of collaboration in other municipalities. Some are better than others.
All right, but you've never seen where they brought in a third party to kind of, even if the person is not on the committee, to kind of run the committee meetings or focus them, keep them focused.
So again, in envisioning how this committee works, there needs to be someone to run the agenda, run the minutes, making sure that things are moving forward. Some places may need someone else to help do that type of stuff, to keep things moving, to keep things, keep it all tied together. Some places, they don't do anything, and the committee falls apart after a couple of months. The most important thing is once it's a formal committee, it meets on a regular basis, there's someone that does the agenda. You know, I think we initially talked about maybe the manager staffing the committee, and that would be, as other committees for the township, there would be someone there to take the notes, to make sure the committee's staffed and stuff like that. But nothing, again, has been, you know, that would need to be discussed, and how you feel, because ultimately you are going to implement that concept.
All right, so you have a example draft on page 15, example draft fire services agreement. Now, everything under the Lower Saucon Township will, we do already, except the established fire services executive committee, but we had one a year ago, and now it's just, so it's reestablished. Literally, everything on that, A through I, we do already. We provide funding for recruitment and retention. We provide base funding for operations, about $250,000 a year. We provide funding for workers' comp insurance. We agree to budget and put money in the fire services account. That's where it goes. In their apparatus account, we have a tax and it goes for apparatus. Monitor the response statistics they provide, but I guess they provide some to the township. We forward, so you put whatever.
That's a start. That is year one.
But not,
that can be amended as time goes on to increase the requirements.
There's 9 things here. We do them all already.
This is
before your $20,000 report. We do them all already.
It's to memorialize it.
Already. And the one that we didn't do this year, we did last year. So of the 9, 8 we do already, and I've always done. The 9th one we did last year, we just didn't do it this year. And we paid $20,000 to be told what to do. It's unbelievable. Okay, in return, Lower Saucon Fire and Rescue, their things look about exactly the same, except for participate in the Fire Service Executive Committee, although they did participate in the committee that was dissolved a year ago. They did participate in that. So that's B. Provide Lower Saucon with annual report 990, they do that. They've always given us an apparatus replacement schedule, the other thing, we've had that. Contribute money received from selling apparatus to the fund, we've done that. We've done that before. Agree to purchase vehicles as needed, we do that. I mean, I don't, again, what's new in there? What's new from your, how long have you been doing this? Since when did you start?
2012.
No. When did you start for the township, under this contract?
When I started this July, August.
So, for this draft, you call it a draft fire services agreement. What new recommendations are in here that we haven't?
The one in there is about, on the Lower Saucon Fire Rescue one, it should be, we agreed to having an independent audit on an annual basis and the use of a bookkeeper. The concept of the agreement is to get what you're doing now in writing, so everyone knows what your expectations are. Right now, and in previous years, there's been no defined expectations of what we're supposed to do. The fire company needed money, they'd come and talk to Kathy. They'd come to talk to you, they needed money. There needs to be a process in place, a formalized process in place. And what that agreement is, it's a start. Maybe that's a 2-year agreement. If you want to add some more performance requirements in year 3 of that, maybe the committee discusses that. That's the concept behind that written agreement.
I need to correct you a little bit. That's a little bit inaccurate. It wasn't just them coming asking for money, we did it. We never would distribute the money until Kathy received all their financial documents and their statements and their tax returns from the previous years. We would never give them money until that. Then they would get their budgeted money, the money that was budgeted from the last year. But they never got it when they just came in and asked. And they would come in and ask for special things if they needed them. And when we had American Relief Fund money, we would give them special things because it didn't have to go through, didn't have to be part of the budget necessarily during the year. But I think you really didn't do a service there of describing how it's been done in the past. You're right. Has there been a draft like this? No. But again, all this stuff was done. Okay. Then the budgeting process. I think if there's anything worthwhile in this report, it's the audit that you recommend they get done yearly, and the township budgeting. Starting earlier in that process. And we even passed our budget yet tonight, December 18th. And they're springing costs. Even last meeting, they're springing this. Let's bill per call to insurance companies. They're saying it's not a tax, but every township resident's insurance will go up eventually if they know they can be billed by the volunteer fire company. What's your experience with that?
It's a common practice to do revenue recovery. However, what we mean by that is they only bill the insurance company. They don't do the balance billing for people that can't pay for that and stuff like that. For example, some people have a $5,000 fire department response for a house fire. okay? If they respond, they're in their insurance policy, in their policy.
Right.
And they respond, they do their whatever, they spend expendable equipment, they spend their time. That is submitted to the insurance company for reimbursement. Some places that are very active, they bring in additional revenue, 35, actually, one of the ones I've seen as high as 35,000 a year. A low one is about $800 a year. It's depending on how many calls you go on. You know, again, the reason they probably want to do this is because of, you know, the challenges they have and need for revenue, okay? You know, again, we're not, because they're a separate 501c3, we can't really dictate what their ultimate budget is. They decide on how to spend their money, they decide on how to do that. You know, it's a philosophy, it's your philosophy if you wish to implement the billing ordinance to help them gain more revenue, but it's pretty common practice in both cities and townships and boroughs in Pennsylvania to do that. Now, do I know for a fact about insurance rates and the residents? I don't know that.
Do you know anybody that would have any information on that? You could leave.
About, you know, there's a local company that does the billing, actually it's Allentown Fire Recovery Services.
What's it called?
Fire Recovery Service, PA Fire Recovery Service.
PA Fire Recovery, and they do the billing.
And you can talk to them and get your information on the strengths and weaknesses of that.
They're in Mass, right? I believe in Mass.
So, yeah, somewhere out there. But the concept again is, as tax dollars continue to get stretched, as municipalities are asked to fund more fire service is attempting to get more revenue because the traditional means of revenue, meaning fundraising and donations and things like that, have been flat or going down.
Right.
In generalities.
Right. So again, now with a fire chief, and you're right, this is a 501c3. Now, in other municipalities, they have a paid fire chief. Now, he's an employee of the municipality, is that correct? Right. Receives a pension, health benefits?
Yeah.
Just like a police officer, for example.
Correct.
Right. Okay. And now, then the fire company though still exists as a 501c3, is my understanding.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. But so this technically, when you hire this fire chief, you just said it's a 501c3. They can do whatever they want with the budgeted money. That doesn't change.
No, well, yes, it does in the fact that what you would do is you would do this, you would not just hire a fire chief, you would develop an ordinance, you would set up what's called a Department of Fire and Rescue Services within the township.
So they can all eventually be paid, and we can have 30 paid firefighters.
You set a department up, and that department has a department head, which is the fire chief. The components of that department include Lower Saucon Fire Rescue. There would be an agreement with the nonprofit, similar to the agreement that I provided, that the 501c3 reports to the fire chief. Any township money that's requested has to go through the fire chief. The fire chief would have operational control over emergency events in the township. If the vehicles and equipment would be owned by the township, the fire chief would be in charge of that. The challenge that you have right now is, like, the buildings are owned by Lower Saucon Fire Rescue. They own some of the trucks. You guys own one or two of the trucks. And there's ways to do that through agreements between the township, giving certain authority.
Jason, you're out of order.
So, giving certain.
You don't have the right to touch my property, so leave it alone.
Giving,
Or mine.
Leave my property alone. If you touch it, you are vandalizing my property.
Vandalizing your property.
Leave my property.
Take that out of here.
We're gonna have lots of signs, like just the signs that come to this meeting.
And we still give them $250,000. Who decides how that $250,000?
So what, if you decide to do something like that, that would be part of the budgeting process. The fire chief would work with the fire company to see what would be an appropriate amount of funding for that and stuff. Other places have also, the township has said, okay, we are going to purchase, as part of our apparatus complement, we're going to purchase 3 engines, a ladder truck. If the fire company wants to purchase additional equipment, that's on their own, they can fundraise for that.
Right.
The fire chief would be in charge of that. But again, it's putting together an official department, just like a police department, the police or fire chief. But so you would have operational control over certain things. The 501c3 would have administrative control over the volunteers, the recruiting of the volunteers, the discipline of the volunteers, as long as there's no employer-employee relationship, and then you avoid, that type of thing. with the volunteer.
Yeah, I mean, I think unfortunately that leads to all that. But my point is, if we give them $250,000 to a 501c3, like we do now, we give them $250,000. And we have a paid fire chief, he still doesn't dictate how that money is spent.
Well, there are certain ways to tie, there are certain ways to do that, yes.
Like, for example?
What would happen is, you would have to set up, again, there would be a budgeting process, okay? The fire company would have to justify, okay, here's the utilities for the buildings, it costs $30,000 a year. They would verify that. Okay, here's the cost of fuel, it's gonna be $10,000 a year. They would verify that. What's the strategic, how much equipment do we need for the department? The chief would develop that,
Well, what happens when there's a dispute between the fire chief, the paid fire chief, and the 501c3 about how to spend some of the money?
Well, that would be part of the executive committee to discuss, that would be part of an agreement. And again, it's a philosophy on how much control you want to have over the nonprofit.
Okay, Tom, you're kind of getting out of the topic here.
I think we're on topic. He's asking probing
So, would you
questions.
wrap it up, please, because other people would like to speak.
But I mean, listen,
Okay, everyone, including.
We have the right to ask questions. Remember, sir, we're the elected officials. We get to ask questions. Fight down. Go back to blocking. Do what you're doing. Give me the middle finger like you always do. That's what you always do.
Priscilla, are you
Come
gonna let
on.
her sit here and use those words?
Just give me the little finger like you always
Are you
do.
gonna let her use those words
Let's do
and
it.
you're calling him a prick? Get control your meeting.
Yeah.
Can
And the
I,
audience.
you're not allowed to speak unless you're at that podium.
Get control of your
And you're not, no, you're out of order.
Where's the microphone? She's sitting here calling members of council a prick, and that's okay? Get control of your
First Amendment.
Settle down, sir. Settle down.
You can allow me to go on.
She can say whatever she wants,
She can.
sitting there.
So can I. Give me the middle finger. Andrew Lynch, give me the middle finger.
Can we move
Right on
on?
the license out.
Mr. Ozon has.
Keep doing it.
has talked at nauseam.
You can't do it anymore. You're too sick and tired.
So
I'm so sad for
Please
you.
repeat himself.
You're a miserable person. You're a miserable person, the most miserable person I've ever seen. Merry Christmas to you, Bridge.
My last question is.
That's why you came out. Your heart will melt.
You're gonna go to the department you're talking about, under the fire chief. That can lead to a paid.
Hold on.
Paid
Mr. Rosen, just wait a second.
Yeah, don't talk.
Just hold on. I'm gonna ask the members of the audience, please be quiet.
Thank you for running the meeting, Steve. Thank you for running, because Priscilla can't.
Please be quiet and allow the witness or the presenter to answer the question.
So then, one more question.
No, you do not have another question.
I asked
You
the
do not
question.
have another question.
Stop asking questions.
So,
Please answer the question.
what I'm saying, okay, what I'm saying about that, the philosophy about moving to a paid fire department is the policy decision of the elected officials. The direction the fire chief gets is from the paid fire chief employed by the township. The direction they get is from the elected officials and the manager. If it's the philosophy of council that we have, continue to have a strong volunteer fire service, that is the implementation of that. Okay, there's other elected officials in Pennsylvania that want to move to a combination fire department. They direct their fire chief to move to a combination where there's both paid and volunteer. The chief takes direction from who, the policymakers.
Emmaus said the 26% tax increase, and they had to lay off a police
That's off
officer, and they did a paid fire. So don't expect
My
much
turn
of
now, if you don't mind. First of all, I'd like to apologize to everybody.
Don't apologize.
No, you're out of order.
I am.
Yeah.
You're not. Control.
And I'd like to apologize, and don't always believe what you hear up here. And
You're not.
Gary, I'm very sorry you had to sit here and experience this, but you have to be here to see it for yourself.
Yeah,
To
you
believe
can't
it.
watch it online.
So, it's more real when you're here in person. I want to say thank you for your report. This has been long coming. We've had other committees in the past, appointed by other councils, and I think this is the most I've seen from the fire company, thanks to your help. So I think this is the start in the right direction, and we'll see where it goes. But I also want to say, when you came up to the table, I was gonna invite the fire chief and the president to come up, because I'd like to see that team playing. And I appreciate that they did it, and I would have, asked them to come up anyway. So, I could go on and on, but I'm not, because let's move on to the next person. Victoria? But thank you, sir.
Thank you, Priscilla. I want to say first and foremost, thank you to Mr. Ozog for all of the time and effort that you have put in. We started this process, I am in my first year as an elected official, and getting myself acclimated with the Fire Services Committee and what they've done. The first thing that I saw was that the township for years and years and years has a fire services committee that meets. It's not a public meeting, it's between members of the fire rescue who they decide who shows up, the township decides who shows up on behalf of the township, and they talk, and there's just talk. And sometimes that results in the liaison making a presentation, sometimes it results in the fire service company coming forward and making a presentation. But the most important thing is that there was no detailed agreement between the township and the fire company about how we were going to operate together. The township needs the fire company to operate. We need a fire service. I don't think anybody in this township wants to see a volunteer organization that is at least 65 members strong, with people who are dedicated, operating 4 different stations while servicing however many. I don't care if it's 200, 400, 600, 1,000 calls. I don't care. It is our community and the people that we are proud to have. Our volunteer fire companies used to be 4. Our fire company independently merged 3 of those 4 companies together. The last council administration pushed for the final merge between Steel City and what was Lower Saucon Fire Rescue. Now we have one volunteer organization operating our entire township, trying to handle all of the administrative red tape things that go on with fire reporting and fire calls and responding and maintaining trucks. Don't forget all of the developer projects that come through that we want fire services to provide their emergency input on. Where should the fire hydrants go? Where should the emergency exit go? Can our fire trucks go in and out of those buildings or in those parking lots? Those are all questions that we have volunteers providing that information to us for free, and then they operate an $800,000 budget, but yet we don't have a formal agreement that sets forth what the township's agreeing to do and what we expect of the fire service in return. So the most important thing I got was, I heard we needed a paid fire chief. That was the #1 concern that we had, because our volunteers are stretched thin. They're stretched thin because they have full-time jobs. They go every Monday night to training. Not only do they go every Monday night to training, but then they also have to complete a very extensive Firefighter 1 training in order to be certified to go inside a burning building to save your house. So they go out and they volunteer their time to get that certification. They do their training. They have their meetings to go over their operations and their planning. And this is all done on volunteer time. So when I hear from them that they need help from the township, I believe it's my obligation as an elected official to support them, to allow them to come here as a volunteer and express what their needs are, but also respect them, provide them dignity and a thank you, and not give them nicknames and insults and interrogate them as if they're on trial for murder. I don't need that. They don't need that. We don't need that as a community. So when we had the request come forward, the other thing I said to myself is, I'm not a firefighter, and I don't know the first thing about how to develop a paid fire chief position, and I want to make sure that I hire the right expert to help us. So that's why, as a fire services liaison, I asked that we consider Mr. Ozog to help us prepare for this next step in our fire services in Lower Saucon Township. So Mr. Ozog has worked with us. We have met diligently. And the preparation for a formal agreement, I think, is the best step. What this does is do something our township has never done. I heard council members claim, oh, we have this already. We've done this and we've done that. We don't have a formal fire services executive committee. And no, we didn't have one last year because from what I recall, if you go into the township meetings, there was not one public meeting where a fire services executive committee met with members of the public that were appointed by the manager and members of liaison services there, and the fire services committee meeting there together. There was no meeting. I don't have any agenda. I don't have any meeting minutes. There was just one day, popped out of the blue, a bunch of people were appointed to a committee, met in secret, and came up with a proposal for a unified singular fire building that we would build brand new and spend at least $22 million doing. That's not an agreement between the fire company and the township about how we're going to move forward together. So I'm in support of what's been presented here. My motion was as it was, that we not only adopt his recommendations, which lay out the types of things that the Fire Services Executive Committee needs to address first and foremost. And then secondly, deal with the whatever issues they may be. If it's a paid fire chief position, if it's building a new southeastern fire station, if it's buying another truck, if it's selling trucks. All of those things can now be done in an open, public, transparent way, and we can help the volunteer fire company address their administrative needs by way of an audit, by way of an accounting service that helps them with their monthly bills, and provides the documentations that we need. So before we get ahead of ourselves and start making accusations to volunteers, I think first and foremost we need to set up a place where we can both come to the table and work collaboratively. So thank you to Lower Saucon Fire Rescue for coming tonight. Thank you for responding to all of the fire calls that you've come to. I can say in this week alone, I've been on the road and seen fire trucks whiz by. I had to pull over just the other day on Sidersville Road because I saw one of our trucks. How many accidents have you seen on 78? Did you look at any of the photos? Every one of the photos I looked at on Route 78 between Center Valley and 33 included a Lower Saucon Fire Rescue fire truck. So that's our service area. So I'm in support of this. I want to thank everyone for their time. I want to thank the residents for being here to support them. And I'm in favor of this, and we need to move forward.
Sure. So first I want to say, when I first came on this board in January, I wanted to be on the liaison to the fire company because what I witnessed before as a resident was respectful treatment or disrespectful treatment to the fire members when they were here. Often they had to beg for anything and they were disparaged. And they're volunteers. It's disgusting. It is. So I've spent a lot of time this year meeting with them, and I did go to the Citizens Fire Academy as much as I could and attended and seen the training they go through. It's tough. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of hours, and they really are dedicated to do this in their spare time. I mean, they all work full time. People can't just do this as a side gig. So when we started out at the beginning of the year, we kind of had in our mind, we were thinking we may well need a paid fire chief. However, we didn't know what we didn't know. And we've learned a lot over the year. And Jerry's helped us learn a lot. He kind of pointed us in different directions and made it clear that we really need to look at the bigger picture. What we've learned is in the past, through several managers, different things have been started over the years, but never followed through on. I mean, one manager wanted to do this, but then it kind of faded and went away. And another manager wanted to do something different, and it faded and went away. And we have nothing in writing, no agreement. So that is what is good about doing this, to formalize it. This is not a 1 day, 1 week, 1 month plan. This is several years. It's going to take a long time to put all these pieces together and evaluate everything and put it in order and do it right. I do know it is a big threat to have lack of volunteers. It's not just a Lower Saucon thing. all over the state of Pennsylvania and everywhere else. And we've taken it for granted for a long time, and too long. So we need to be acting proactively to make sure we have our firefighters there when we need them and have them properly equipped and have the proper buildings. So before, the last committee was only put together to look at fire station. Well, that's buildings. Buildings don't mean anything if you don't have the people to come there to use your fire trucks. It's just a building. You need the volunteers, you need all the pieces, so that's what we want to work on. That's it.
Thank you. To the floor for public comment, you have 3 minutes. So who wants to go first?
My name is Kathy Pitchell McGovern, 4260 Lower Saucon Road, Hellertown. If you've ever watched everything you've ever owned burn to the ground, you want the fire department to be there. Unfortunately, that happened to me twice, and we lost unbelievable amount of family possessions. Thank you, Jason, for your appreciation. When you call 911, you want the fire company to be there. You don't want to be waiting. It's devastating. That's number 1. Number 2, in 2018, when Kristen Stauffer was bullied off this council, I applied to be a council member, and there was a firefighter that was one of the council members, I don't know the man's name, but in 2018, he asked me if I became a council member, what would I do to be able to get volunteers to come to the fire company, because they need volunteers, desperately. That was how many years ago? Number 3, if you're gonna sit there and spend almost 2 hours now talking about this, and you wanna talk about taxpayer money, we're paying the solicitor now almost 2 hours to sit here. We're paying these 2 cops overtime. We're paying 1, 2, 3 township employees. I don't know if they get paid overtime or comp time.
Police
The
officers,
amount of
right.
money we just spent over an hour and a half of asking the same question over and over is a disgrace.
Donna Louder. Jerry is your name? Okay. Can you add to that list people skills? I think that's where it's real weak. It's real weak because it seems like I served on the fire service committee when I was on council. And there's a lot of personality and ego involved in the fire company. And I think people skill is something that's lacking, and I think it would be useful and helpful for everyone involved in this new committee that's going to be forming. Thank you.
Okay, next, who wants to go next?
Cheyenne Ryman, and I'll just piggyback on something that one of the members of the audience said. I'm actually glad that the officers are here for overtime because they're not getting an end of the year bonus as they had in the past. So I'm glad you guys are here, and I hope you can capitalize on that and recoup some of the money that you're not getting.
Keep the topic, please. That was out of order.
Late to the game again, Priscilla.
Marie Slavic, Lower Saucon Township. I agree with Cheyenne, and I don't think that was off topic, because the last person who spoke before her was that off topic, talking about the police officers getting overtime. So one of the things I will say is I'm kind of in agreement that there might be something in writing of processes. I think everybody needs that. Private companies have it, public should have as well. The departments are definitely in need of agreements that everybody signs, and now they know the process. That's great. I will say it's probably best if we paid for a report that we see a little bit more detail. I was just watching a show on goals last night, setting goals, and goals are very more specific, and there's a time frame on them. So I'd like to see that as well. Victoria, you said that We don't have enough people in the fire department. It sounds like that's what you're saying to me anyway. We have a lot of calls and we don't have enough people to answer those calls. We have a lot of accidents on 78. I would agree with you. We do probably need more people. I would say then we need more volunteers. What does a paid police chief have to do with we have so many fire calls? We need more people, not one person getting paid, but we need more volunteers. It seems like all the things you said, we need more volunteers. So that's all I want to say, thanks.
Okay, next.
Barrett Geyer. The first thing I want to say is I have the utmost respect for our volunteers. I grew up, my dad was a volunteer firefighter, so most of my childhood is full of memories of him running off when the Plectron went off. I think the thing that troubles me the most is this hostility toward questioning where our money is going, all of our money is going toward. And it wasn't that long ago that one of our mutual aid departments embezzled over $300,000. And so if more questions were asked, I think that may have been prevented. And so this idea that we shouldn't ask questions of where our money is going when there is all this hostility, when people are walking out of the meetings who are responsible for that money, that concerns me. And I think that we have to know where our money's going toward. And I think we also need to have accountability of it so that we don't get into a situation like Howard Town did.
You go next.
Dave Luan, Alice Drive. I agree, everybody is stretched thin here. It doesn't matter whether it's the fire department or whether it's whatever. As a matter of fact, I'm looking at somebody right now who is so far overworked that it's crazy, and yet she gets no relief. She doesn't have enough days to use up her vacation days, but the council has not given them additional support in the terms of a manager. So let's look at that for starters. Absolutely, volunteers have done a fantastic job. 78's a mess. They're right out there. And how can I tell? Because I hear them go by. So I don't think anybody's saying anything, at least I'm not, about the quality of the volunteers. I think the data really should be available. If there's any questions about data in any way, shape, or form, it should be made available. Let people slice it and dice it. And if there's a problem with it, then talk about it. But if you don't have true visibility, then you can't see it. If you can't get your data yourself and look at it, then you really can't add to the process. You're just bloviating and making generalizations. The data, as a rule, of course, people can lie with the data too, we all know that. But let's bring the hard data out and see how many calls are made, how many are followed up, and all of the other things that are really important. You're going to need that if you're going to go forward with and I know it's headed toward full-time, you really need that to understand what resources you're going to need down the road. How can you say we went to 800 if 200 turned around and it was a nothing? So I'm really in favor of data, and I'd like to see it. As a matter of fact, it should be mandatory, and it should be part of the process. Priscilla, is there a problem with that clock?
No, but I can't
Well, that is just clearly just disrespectful. I know, isn't that funny? See, that's how it gets started, Priscilla.
See, peripherally.
I know.
As the night goes down, she slouches further and further, that's why she can't see. Pretty soon she'll be below the top.
I didn't give it to him.
Tom, you get verbally with your eyes. And you do it all the time.
Okay, next person. I really need to get a clock that I can see.
Your eyes shut.
I did, I have perfect vision.
Why can't you see the clock? It's right there. It says
Because I have to turn
300.
my head.
Oh my God, oh, the labor. You can pay $3,000 by the township and you can't turn your head to the left to look at a clock?
Not
Give
according
me
to
a
him.
break.
Go ahead.
Just turn your head.
West side on Saucon Avenue.
Turn that mic
Actually,
down a little bit, please.
okay. The thing I find problematic here, you have two male council members that act like 2-year-olds.
Don't be sexist, sir. Don't be sexist.
And, no, please, we're just.
Don't stop trembling. I'm not gonna hurt you. Don't stop trembling.
You can put your stuff up there and you can tear other stuff down, and that's okay.
Why'd you put mine up after theirs was up, sir?
Yeah,
So like
well,
this.
this regards you. You act like a 2-year-old.
Oh.
And you're an embarrassment of the whole state.
Andrea Witchen.
No, I didn't hear. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Andrea Witchen.
Lay down a little bit.
Can you hear it now?
Yeah, better.
Okay. Mr. Ozog, I sincerely apologize for the treatment you've received tonight. As you can probably tell, the two men on council are only lawyers. They're clearly not consultants. I've been a consultant for 35 years. I have dealt with both functional and dysfunctional organizations. What we have here is a profoundly dysfunctional pair of organizations. The first way that you can understand that is that Bononis thinks that it's time for you to name a person who wants to be a paid fire chief. That's completely out of order. There has been no decision to hire a paid fire chief, nor has been there any job description or any salary discussed, nor has there been any advertising mechanism. So that's completely inappropriate. You were criticized for listing various types of funding. Clearly, these people do not understand that the reason you would separate out various kinds of funding is because they may possibly be available from different sources. And so by defining the different types of funding, you have indicated where there might be different opportunities to fund the work of the police department. Fire department, I'm sorry. The reason that this group is so remarkably dysfunctional is that we have watched them, I have sat here for 4 years and watched them demean and disparage the people in the fire department. Victoria's exactly right. They have made them come begging to the township. They have set up antagonistic relationships, and they have done nothing to ameliorate that. As a consultant, what I can see that you have laid out here is a process to get to the single most important thing that is missing, and that is trust. There is no trust between the fire department and the township council. And the township council in the last 3 of the 4 years has promulgated that behavior and has done nothing to mitigate it. So I appreciate the work you did. It is exactly what I would have expected from a consultant who was hired to do exactly what your remit was. It was not your job to solve all of these petty problems that have been brought up by these people who do not understand what a consultant does. Thank you.
Is there a next person? I think one more.
Everybody else got a big mouth, I want one too. You put my name on the list, like you're supposed to do. Jerome Ozok. So, when you do this process, and you go through this, I see the last thing on the list is community engagement. So, the things that you discuss and the things that are decided will be put out to the public, so the public has a say in it, or the public at least gets to comment on it, whether it's taken, into account or not.
The intent of the Fire Service Executive Committee is to be an open meeting like other meetings in the township, and I'm sure if the public is welcome to come to that and listen to that.
Good
more.
What happened to that? No question.
I would think that the fire services company could have used the $50,000 that was given to library for no apparent reason.
It was 97,000 that they gave to the Helichtown Library, not 50.
Talking about
But here or there, you missed all of that. Anyway, it sounds like something reasonable. It sounds like something that needs to be worked on, and something has to be done to get more volunteers, I guess. I'm too damn old.
Okay, thank you. Okay, anybody else? Okay, I believe we have, roll call would be next.
Ms. Altough Cordero?
Yes.
Mr. Carucci?
No.
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Ms. Deleon?
Yes.
Mr. Manonis?
No.
Motion passes 3-2.
Okay.
Mr. Ozog.
And again, I apologize and thank the fire rescue people for being here.
We can talk to them, thank you.
Your teammates.
Okay, next we have a discussion and possible action regarding removal of Kathy Gorman as acting township manager. This was requested by Mr. Carochi and Mr. Benonis.
So I'll explain.
Thank you.
Yeah, I did ask this to be placed on the agenda. Since I believe March of 2024, Kathy's been acting as township manager, along with her full-time day job of township finance director and assistant township manager. Those were her full-time jobs before she became acting township. It's now December, going into January. She's still doing all three jobs. Because these three incompetent Democrats in the majority can't fill the role of township manager. They can't hire him. Tried to hire somebody, thought he lived in East Stroudsburg, he lived in New Jersey, had a job there, didn't even know where he lived. Then thought he accepted the job, so he didn't. Anyway, most municipalities will, divide these three jobs, or at least two of them. The finance director from the township manager. We're not able to do this, to hire somebody. I'm not sure why. We're not on the hiring committee. I am not, Jason is not. But we have three people who apparently are in charge of hiring that have really no professional experience hiring anybody. Phil's been on fatigue for 40 years, and disability for fatigue for 40 years. If anybody should be fatigued, it should be Kathy, Carol, Stacy. They should be the ones fatigued after the year that they've had. At previous meetings, at least two previous meetings, I made a motion to appoint Ms. Gorman permanent full-time manager. The three Democrats rejected that vote. They voted against that motion both times. And then failed to.
I know it's like garlic to a vampire, isn't it? It really is.
They failed to appoint a full-time township manager. Thank you. Put it. So, I made these motions because I thought Kathy was the most qualified person, and she deserves it. Because she's burning the candles at both ends, though. I think that, we are not receiving timely information, not being informed of township business, such as zoning and planning issues, and I have some examples. We're not being told about them in a timely manner. And that's, we have a responsibility to know about these things to the public that elected us. The majority is still use Kathy to help them hold a political event, to give a large check to the conservation group, and to go out and buy that check and to fill it out for them. So, this is an inappropriate use of the acting township manager. It's too much for one person to do all three jobs. And I know the residents aren't being served well under these circumstances too. I've heard from a few residents that they're not getting timely answers to their questions when they call the township. One individual had a problem with mud and sludge caused by a project on his street. It took weeks to get that taken care of, and I don't blame Kathy for that. I blame the majority that hasn't hired a full-time manager. So Kathy needs to either remain the finance director or the assistant township manager, or be appointed the permanent township manager. I'm happy with either, but to ask three people her to do three jobs, the job of three people, is unfair. If she's appointed township manager, we can advertise and hire a finance director and assistant township manager, or we can hire a township manager and she can go back to focusing on director of finance and being an assistant township manager if that's what the new manager would want. But again, we have no, the Democratic majority hasn't said anything. And again, it's been since March, it's December, now we're going into January. And it looks like this is going to be the case for next year. And I don't think it's tenable. Jason and I are not being informed of township business. Jason had to send a right-to-know request. Now, we haven't done a right-to-know request. Jason hasn't done one, I believe, since March or April.
That's correct.
But this is what it's come to, because we're not being told of anything. We weren't told anything about this library agreement. We weren't told anything about the fire services until we really got his proposal. There was a couple other things. Oh, the zoning. We weren't told anything about the zoning variances next door, or that plans had been submitted for the old Philadelphia Pike. We weren't timely informed about that. So the right-to-know requests are going to have to come. We need to file one on the library because we weren't informed of anything of that. We need to file one on fire services. So this is going to take up time for staff. Kathy is also the right-to-know officer, I believe. Isn't that true, Kathy?
That's correct.
Yeah, so she's the right-to-know officer as well. But we have an obligation to get this information for the residents, and it's being withheld. I think probably at the direction of the Democrats, the majority in this council. But the right-to-knows will bear that out if they're all there. We weren't told about, for example, listening to the school board meeting last night, we weren't told that here the school board wants to put up a digital sign or two, and this we weren't told that they'd come to the township and asked if they could get a waiver from the ordinance that says only one per property, because technically the school district is one property, and they already have one digital sign. They want one for the other side of the campus to let people know about events and so on and so forth. And of course, this zoning firm they hired told them to go pound sand. The ordinance only allows for one digital sign per thing, and that they're going to have to pay $3,500 to get a zoning hearing and hire an attorney. Now, we weren't told about this. I found out about this by listening to the school board meeting. And when we had a zoning officer, which we also don't have a zoning officer, so not only is Kathy the finance director, the assistant township manager, and the acting township manager, and the right-to-know officer, we also don't have a zoning officer because, again, the incompetent Democratic majority can't figure out how to hire them. So they hire a firm. And this, we don't find out about this stuff. If I would have found out about this stuff, I would have put it on the agenda for tonight. Can we waive the fees for the school district as a sign of good faith and let them go before zoning with just their solicitor? And I'm sure zoning would allow them to have more than one digital sign on the property. The property, I think, is over 100 acres. And I think that the ordinance is well placed. You don't want too many digital signs on one small piece of property. But again, we're not told of these things. So and I doubt even the Democrats, they don't pay attention enough to even know that either. But there's there's that. I mean, and I would still like to put it on the agenda for tonight. Can we waive their fees at zoning, so they can just go to zoning and get their relief.
Let's
We
stay on
weren't, the
topic.
other thing is, we're never updated, you know, the other thing is, there was that Kathy is trying her best, but there's things that happen that I don't feel like she can put a full effort behind, because she's being pulled so many ways. And then, the majority of Democrats had a chance to pay her and Carol and Stacy out for their time, because they have so much comp time, because they're putting so much work on, because they can't hire a township manager, can't hire a zoning officer, we have an incompetent solicitor. They're picking up the slack for all this, and they could have paid them out last meeting. They could have paid them out, because there's no way they can use all their comp time for the rest of the year and anything get done. But they wouldn't. They wouldn't even do that for them. They told them, just take your comp time. And if they don't lose, they lose their comp time if they don't take it. So it's an unfair situation. I would just say, you know, I don't think Kathy should be serving all three roles. I think it's unfair to her. It's unfair to township residents who aren't getting service, and it's unfair to township council that can't have questions answered in a timely manner. And you know, I would ask the majority to do something about that, or to at least let us know if you have any even plan of doing it, or you're just going to work these three ladies until they fall over. I mean, it's really disgraceful. So, I do have Carol, I didn't know you were going to be here tonight, but I did bring a nice thank you for Stacy for Merry Christmas, and a thank you to Kathy, Merry Christmas. It's from Jason and I. And
It's not the agenda.
that's right. No. You have to be in the holiday spirit.
Yeah.
It's just in the holiday spirit.
You know what?
I got something. Yeah. I got something. I used to put lost people on milk cartons. And I got a milk carton.
We're not talking about any agenda items. Sit down, be quiet.
Order.
We got a lost
Okay,
carton.
that's it.
Order, this topic is over.
Jason,
Move on to the next.
I guess move on to the next person.
Jason, you put this on the agenda, would you like to say something?
Oh, now's my opportunity?
Yes, everyone looking at you.
Well, you look at me all the time, Priscilla. I don't know what you're doing. You give me some weird looks all the time. I don't know if you have gas or what's going on, but, so, I mean, to Tom's point, Kathy being overworked, I did submit a right to know request, and I did the right to know request because there's no transparency from Priscilla, Victoria, and Laura. And the only way we can get information is through those right to know requests. And how is that right to know request responded to? It sought information returning, you know, Priscilla, you saw it, hopefully you saw it. It was seeking information regarding library services, library agreement. Because all of a sudden this agreement pops up, and it's here in front of us, and the total cost to the township taxpayers is $1,175,964, almost $1.2 million. We have no information on this, all of a sudden there's an agreement. So what do? I do a right to know request, and my right to know request is responded to, rather than responding within the 5 days provided by Pennsylvania law, which would have been yesterday, I get a response that says, we need 30 days to look into this and see what we can hide from them. So, clearly there's no transparency on that issue. Perhaps if Kathy wasn't being overworked, perhaps she would be able to attend to that and give me the information so that we can look into how this agreement came to be, so the public can have transparency. You ladies ran on respect, cooperation, and transparency. Here they are in purple. I see all the folks out here in purple. I'm sure it's not for admin. I'm sure there's not a lot of Christian people, right? That you're wearing the purple as your sign of solidarity, because that's what you folks do. You're color coding, you're virtue signaling, that's what you got to do. So do it. Whatever you got to do, wear whatever color you want. That's fine. Has nothing to do with Kathy. But that's just an example of Kathy being overworked. She can't get to the right to know request to give me the information that we want so that we can communicate to the public how almost $1.2 million is going to be signed off on tonight. That's what we're talking about here. Sir, I'm not resigning, so you can put the sign down. Trust me, I'm not resigning. I would never resign, especially when a person like you holds up a sign and says, resign. I just want to
Okay, get to the topics.
I am, I'm
No,
responding to
no, the audience has their First Amendment right and can do whatever they want.
I'm just saying, I'm responding to it, I'm responding.
Do not take.
I just want to
I'm
point of
responding.
order, we can just
May I
stay on topic
finish
on their requested agenda item,
May I finish speaking,
which
please?
was removal.
You need to stay
So,
on topic and then.
I am on topic.
No.
I am on topic. I'm
not
on my
just-
right to know is what I'm on topic. I am on topic.
That's not on the agenda.
It's with regard to Kathy. It has
I'm
to
not
do with
doing it
Kathy.
out of
order.
Here you go.
I
So
think if they can't stay on topic, we just move on to the
I
next
am on topic, and
person.
don't cut me off again. You're not running this meeting, so pipe down.
You know what,
So,
Jensen?
she's not running the meeting, so just have her pipe down. Purple people in here.
Point of order to please stay on topic.
Whatever. So, you have no order, you're disorderly. So, that's just an example of a problem that she can't get to, and this is not reflective of her. Kathy is killing herself and has been doing it for 9 months, and she's being used and abused and misused by the three of you. You clowns won't even appoint her as a permanent person. You're more than happy to have her kill herself doing this. But look, these things are failing. I'm getting comments from the public that they're reaching out, trying to get information, and that she's not getting back to them. And that's not her fault. It's because she's overworked, because she's committed to the job, and you ladies don't reflect it. And I think she should not be the interim manager so that she can focus on her duties to represent the township residents appropriately. I really do. Since we're talking about giving gifts,
That's not the agenda item.
I got a compass here for Laura, because she's already lost. I got Law for Dummies for Victoria, which she can share with Steve when she's done reading in a couple months. And I got a spotlight for Priscilla here, for Priscilla's pine. So that she can illuminate her pine tree that's in the backyard. And here's your gifts.
I just need to
I
get
didn't know
back to
we're doing gifts now. We're doing gifts now. And here's your gifts.
So
Here we go.
Okay, point of order, can we move to the next agenda item? This is nothing.
To affirm the Kathy as the acting township manager, is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, so Chris
I
and
don't even
Victoria.
know that we need there wasn't a motion before, I don't know
No,
what
there
they're
was no
doing,
motion before.
other than wasting time and taxpayer
Right.
dollars with a
Right.
horse and pony show,
So, in light of the lateness, do you want to just move on and have, open up to the audience?
Move on.
Without a comment?
There's no
or
motion.
comment?
If there's
I'll make a motion that we keep Kathy
You're not paying
as
attention. I already made the motion, but you were too busy
Then I second
doing
your motion.
everything else but the agenda
I'll second
item.
your motion, Priscilla.
Just to be clear, Priscilla made a motion, it was seconded by Victoria, that's the motion that's.
All right, then we have to have
Everybody
public
heard
comment.
it,
What
right?
was the motion? I didn't hear it, I'm sorry.
Oh, you can't hear back there? Sorry
No,
about that.
everybody up there's talking at the same time, I couldn't hear.
Especially you.
I know, they cut me off every time. Keep doing it.
Yeah.
I made a motion to affirm Kathy as the acting manager, and it was seconded by Victoria.
Firm?
Offer her position. You don't know what that means? Where's that book?
Alright, so can we go to,
I know what it means. I
we
hear it
heard
right.
from Jason and Tom, I think, about why they placed this on the agenda. Are you gonna go make your comment?
What's that?
You gonna make your comment on the motion?
Well, I'd like to say that, to clarify something, that last January, that guy, Jason, submitted over 1,000 right to knows, and
It's
Kathy
actually almost
was.
4,000.
Well, and Mark was still here then, so we had a full staff, and Mark gave a 30-day notice to all of them. So Kathy is not doing anything different. It's unfortunate that she got hit again with right to knows when he knows the situation. And when we get to the library, I'll go into more detail about how the library contract revolved. And so I had mentioned to Kathy before that I would support hiring an extra person to help in the office, and she hasn't come back to me and asked me, and I want her to go home and think about that. And I meant it when I first said it, and that was months ago. Do you remember? I know. And so I appreciate everything Kathy does. And she has really, I can't say ever been late with anything that I've requested. She's always been very cooperative and very right there. And I've heard from numerous people that she's always been helpful. And if she can't do something, she'll find somebody that can. So I appreciate that. And so that was my motion. So Victoria, do you want to go next?
Yeah, so I think what's evident here is a course of conduct to create such a hostile work environment for not only our employees, but also for volunteers and members of the public, that the township doesn't operate. What's clear here, by the horse and pony show you just saw, is that we have two members of council that have no real interest in making sure that our township runs efficiently, is run with respect, and gets things done. They don't want to see anything get done. And that's a dereliction of their duty as council people. It's clear from the get-go. I can say that I saw the fear in our managers' faces when I came on council about what was going to happen to them. When they got phone calls, harassed. Everything you see here in public, it doesn't just happen in public. Let's read it. Let's read the agenda item. The agenda item wasn't appoint Kathy as permanent manager, which they've done before.
We made that motion before and you voted it down.
Don't forget that one. That's not the motion that they put on here. The motion is to remove her as manager. I can say that I witnessed Miss Gorman in the office with tears in her eyes. With tears in her eyes, as she sits here now, and
It's getting a little frustrating.
and with that being said, you ask yourselves, does it make sense that me or Priscilla or Laura are the ones using insulting language, making phone calls and saying nasty things, that are placing employees who are our staff members on the bully pulpit in a public meeting to disparage their work product? Who's doing that? Because I didn't put it on the agenda, so ask yourselves that. I definitely agree to reaffirm Ms. Gorman as our acting manager, and I will certainly support any assistance that she needs to make sure the job gets done. And I really apologize to her and everybody else that had to witness this.
But you won't give her the job. You won't give her the job. You won't give her the job. You're using her. You won't give her the job.
Shut up.
You won't give her the job.
Out of order.
Yeah, that's right. You won't give her the job. They won't give her the job.
Yeah, Tom,
Just
you're a
using
broken record and what you say is not true.
Easy loss.
And Troy's away.
It's yours, it's your gift, my mom, it's your compass, find yourself where.
Yeah, I found when I saw this on the agenda, or when Kathy told me that this was on the agenda, I thought it was ridiculous, and I said, there's no way we are going to be removing you. And I know she has been upset this week, and you know, putting people under pressure like this is what you do. This is why we lost our last manager. This is why we can't get a manager. This kind of atmosphere, the way you treat people, you are horrible.
Thank you, Laura. Anyone want to come up to the public?
What happened to the code of conduct with personal insults? She said you're horrible. I guess she violated the code of conduct. She violated the code of conduct.
Yeah, she
Mark Ozemek. So, as you can see by the display of scenery here tonight, why people leave the township and go work for better places, you witness it for itself. To Kathy, this is strictly to Kathy. If you just came out to the public, or maybe I should say this differently, we've talked on the phone. There's one conversation that I'll bring up first that I'm still pissed off about. Benonis knows what that's about. As far as the other conversations, I like talking to you. We talk. Why don't you just come out and tell the public the truth? Because in reality, you cannot give somebody a job that does not apply for.
Okay, let's
If
not
this,
look at it on the spot.
if this township quit beating around the bush and just told what was going on, things would be simpler. and we wouldn't have to deal with this nonsense.
Thank you, Mark.
Andrea Woodson.
Can I just stop you for 1 second? Since we're getting late into the evening, whoever else wants to speak, could you stand in line? So that way we're not waiting for you to go to your seat and come back. So would you mind doing that? I'm just asking, you don't have to. Go ahead, Andrea.
I'll keep this short. Having been involved in the development and design of a number of human resources departments in companies, it would be inappropriate for me to ask Mrs. Gorman, but I will ask you, Priscilla. Has Mrs. Gorman applied for the job? In this current time period?
We're not doing questions and answering, so I can't say that, and it's a personnel issue, which would be, what's the word I'm looking for, confidential?
Yes, except that we're being attacked with lies that you as council members have not offered her the job, which I do not believe to be true, or that you have not offered to give her the job. And so how do we resolve that difficulty? Because we keep hearing the same lies over and over again. So how do we resolve this? You can't give a job to someone who A, doesn't apply for it, or B, doesn't want it. So we need to find a way around this so that we know what the truth is. So I'm going to have to agree with Mark. I really hope, Kathy, for your own mental health, that eventually you just tell us why you really don't want this. I have no doubt why you don't, but we're going to keep hearing this BS until we can get it settled.
Take care of yourself, Kathy. I give her a 3-year contract. Priscilla.
So what? She didn't apply.
Priscilla.
Russ?
Russ Sutton, Saucon Avenue. Kathy is the glue that keeps this thing together. I don't know why anybody in their right mind would apply for solicitor or for manager or any other parts of this township with these two clowns on council. They disrespect everybody here, everybody in the township, in the county, and the state. And they do it all the time. It's not just once in a while, it's every time. He rearranges the pictures in a room. He insults people. You're not supposed to accept gifts, number one, for Christmas, and that's a big no-no there. And you don't rearrange signs or take pictures down and put them up. You should be charged for defamation of character for everybody in the township, because you should be charged for defamation of character, a lack of ethics, and not doing your job, period. You're a disgrace to this council, you're a disgrace to this township, and the only legacy you're gonna have is a ball park that costs $3.5 million, and your eternal flame at the dump.
That's right. That'll be eternal. 20 more years on that flame, baby.
Don't forget perjury. Don't forget perjury.
20 more years and 80 million on that.
Don't forget perjury. In front of Jennifer Sletfold.
What about the clown out there, Priscilla? You need to keep under
There's a
control.
person at the podium that would like to speak. Be respectful.
Thank you. I just want to say to Kathy and all staff in this township that have been holding it together, thank you. Because these past, I'm going to say, almost 8 years have been extremely trying to be able to come to a meeting and just sit and get information and learn and stay on top of things. So thank you for holding it together. And I know that there have been trying times in the office, just because I had some confidential conversations with some staff members that, had called me or reached out to me to just talk. The micromanagement in the office has to stop, not by you, but by council members. So this isn't just him and him. This is
things that have come to me privately and have been discussed with me in complete confidentiality. And I think the word respect is missing from this township. And I think that needs to be hung in every office, the word respect. The staff is not your personal employee. They're just not.
Okay, next.
I think she's talking about Priscilla.
So what?
Cheyenne Ryman, I'm kind of confused and I feel like it's getting misconstrued with what was being put on the agenda. I feel like it was put on the agenda to remove her as acting township manager because the woman is overworked.
Yes.
She's not meant to be acting township manager, assistant manager, and finance. Nobody said to fire her. They said, excuse me, can you ask this gentleman to be quiet while I'm speaking, please? This is my time, I'm at the podium appropriately. This one in the front row in the purple.
Okay, everybody, please be
I
quiet.
think it's Andrew Witch.
I'm not sure what it is, I don't want to assume. But the whole point is, all you're doing is you're dumping on her, you're dumping on Stacy, you're dumping on Carol. What's going to happen in that situation is people are going to say enough is enough and they're going to leave. It's bad enough they're already leaving because they're getting better money in other positions, other municipalities. Don't continue to do it. So you're going to underfund her and then throw more responsibilities? And if that's the case, if it can be done by one person, all three of those roles, why is it set up that we have a manager and an assistant? Basically what you're saying is we don't need an assistant manager then, is that correct? If that's the case, if she can do all three roles, then remove one of them. Have her do the manager and finance. And the assistant manager position doesn't need to be there because all it is a burden to the taxpayers if it doesn't have to happen. And you've been operating for almost a year in that capacity. It doesn't make sense. And if you can't see what this poor woman's going through, but of course she's not going to say anything to you because she's afraid you're going to fire her the same way that you guys did drive the zoning officer out of here. And there's proof. They spelled out emergency request through the email. What was the email? I think it was from one of you. How do we remove the zoning officer?
Yeah.
And he was concerned, I thought so. He was concerned before the election happened. So you think it was all just two of them? I don't think so. And at this point, there's a council majority, so what does it matter? It's the same thing with this one saying, come to the meeting, everyone come to the meeting. It doesn't matter. You're gonna do what you wanna do anyway. You have the council majority. All that's doing is encouraging residents, or people that are non-residents, non-taxpayers to come with signs. All you're doing is stirring the pot. So you wanna say you're Saucon Valley together, all you're doing is creating Saucon Valley divide. You're continuing to create the divide. Stop it. And realize what you have sitting in front of you. She's going to leave. Stacy's probably going to leave. Carol's probably going to leave. And then what are you going to do? You're going to be running on a full rookie crew. And these are the exact words I said in my email to all of you when I asked you to give more money to all of them. We're sitting here, all that money that's been budgeted for those positions that whole time, where's it spent? You're already sitting on how much of township taxpayer money. Where is that money going right now? Give it to them. Give it to the girls that are performing their roles above and beyond. Fund them so they don't leave. Retain them.
Okay, next.
All we have to do is give her a 3-year contract.
You give the cops their bonus.
That's right.
Carol Schneider, Township staff. I'm sorry if this isn't appropriate, but this is coming from the heart. Kathy is truly the glue. I do agree with a lot that you said, Cheyenne. We need her. I don't know what else to say. She is the glue and we need her.
And if you make her permanent full-time manager. Make her permanent full-time
Whether we can make her the permanent manager, she deserves it.
Yes.
Give her an agreement, 5 years, I don't know, something needs to be done. We're slowly like falling apart here.
Your employees are begging you. She's standing there begging you so
Okay.
she doesn't do something right. Do the right thing here. I know I'm out of order.
Yes,
And give me
you are.
1 minute to get it back in order.
Out of order. You already
You
spoke.
people need to get it together.
Just want a point of order for this person and respect to the person at the podium.
Exactly.
And you're not doing it.
Exactly.
So sit down now.
Okay.
We're falling apart. Kathy is the glue. I don't know what else more to say, please.
But the motion is not to get rid of Kathy.
I'm just making a
I
comment.
know, okay.
Okay, thank you.
But she's gonna leave without anybody getting rid of her if something isn't done.
I'm here on my own accord. I am not getting paid for tonight, so I wanted to be present for a couple things.
Okay.
So, thank you.
Hire a manager.
I make a new motion, we hire Kathy Gorman, full-time township manager with a 5-year contract. Second.
There's already a motion.
Well, then let's do my motion after that. Let's do my motion after that.
We will. Put it on the agenda.
Okay, sir?
This is on the agenda. Kathy Gorman's on the
That's
agenda.
not the agenda. Or the.
Oh, yeah, that's
Okay.
another excuse. They
There's a
won't give her,
resident that is.
they won't give her a 5-year contract and the job keeps not on the agenda. Any excuse they can use not to pay her.
Please be respectful.
Any excuse they can use not to pay her and give her the job. Any excuse.
What's said is true here about Kathy. She's a superstar. You get rid of her and it completely falls apart. But somehow, I really truly don't believe that you three women on this council care. If you did, you'd do something about it. And the notion that somebody's trying to fire Kathy or demote her or something, you all need that book on law or understanding. That's not the purpose. It's clearly not the purpose. It's to try to unburden her. I already said it once, these people have all this overtime and they can't use it. They're not gonna get paid for it. You won't pay them any money. Gee, and you're talking about why people leave? Oh my gosh. I think maybe the council people that won't give her those kinds of bonuses, maybe they ought to take cuts in their pay. And as far as being disrespectful, I walk in this room and what do I see? On the council, on Laura Ray, fully fund, on you, Priscilla, fully fund, on you, Miss, who I'm going to rewrite the rules, integrity and honesty and all that. The person that screams everybody down, you have the same sign up there. So what do you expect other people that maybe don't have your views to think? You talk about a hostile environment, here it is, right here. And you started it on this. And then you give all these funny looking faces when somebody else puts a sign here or there. No, I don't agree with that. There are a lot of things I don't agree with. See that little red box over on that curtain there? What's that? Does anybody ever say anything about that? I know it's just hanging there. Nobody notices anything. Officer, you just stand to the side. Oh, I'm sorry. It was a box on it, okay? In the past. Marco had it. Mike. So, the bottom line is, please be vigilant. No, that's a Steve, look, it's a flower. I made an error. I do, okay. I'm so happy here. But anyhow, bottom line is, it's not that she's getting fired or demoted. She should be promoted, or there should be somebody immediately to fill in underneath her, perhaps. And there we go. Thank you for watching that. There's some more respect. I mean, it just blossoms all over.
You said it perfectly. Promoted or unburdened? Promoted.
Here we have this person in the front. She's just talking at will. Yes, I have 9 seconds, and she's still talking. And I try to move away from her, and she still talks.
Okay, next person. Is there anyone else? Okay.
Stacy Mazensky. So I'm listening to this and it's not new. And it's been going on now for how long?
9 months.
Where is your HR manager? Why haven't you reorged this? Why haven't you taken a position where you figure out whose jobs are what and do it? I don't understand. You've had this for 9 months. If you are a professional organization or even just any organization, you need to take a look at how your responsibilities are divided. If you can't allow your people to have an ability to accept their comp time or take their comp time, and trust me, I have worked in places where I had to burn my time. It's not fun, and you do leave. But here's the thing, if you had a well-run organization at all, that would never even happen. So Where's your HR? Why isn't this being addressed as an organizational issue?
Kathy's HR too. Kathy's our HR director too. She is.
Okay.
That's a truth.
Do you see how, are you listening to yourself? For 9 months,
Yeah.
this has been going on.
They won't let us hire anybody.
Order.
We tried many times to hire her.
Yeah.
Jason, you
I made 2 motions to hire her full time.
It doesn't matter, then get underneath help.
Yes, yes.
You see, it doesn't, this is why you need HR, because you need to fix the tree is broken.
Yes.
No, it's not.
You're a bunch of attorneys who are acting like HR folks, and trust me, HR and attorneys don't blend. So please, fix the tree. Get more underlying people to help Kathy. Whether you title her whatever you want to title her. There are things that have to be done in this organization. Make sure they get done by the lower people. Or hire volunteers. Or have these junior people that you have here, give them an assignment or two. Make it work. You're not making it work.
Okay, who wants to go next?
Anne Marie Slavic, Lower Saucon Township. I was just going to talk because this woman talked and she made a lot of sense, and I just want to say, piggyback on that, is what I said a few weeks ago when I said you should get Kathy more help, and make her in charge, like she is. She's doing it now, so what's the difference? But the difference is what this woman just said, and what the way that you wanted to handle it is you paid money to a recruiter to find a person out of the area twice or 3 times. So you paid money to that recruiter for that, I think, I'm assuming, I think that's what we said in the past. So you wasted money with that to get somebody out of the area. We could just assume why. We all have to just assume things since you guys don't tell us anything and nothing is transparent. So we assume that there's shady stuff going on behind the scenes, as usual. And that is that you want to hire somebody out of the area who doesn't know anything about the area so that you 3 can manipulate them.
Absolutely.
That's absolutely what's happening. So now everybody's up here saying you should have hired Kathy. What's wrong? What happened the past 9 months? What happened the past 9 months is they hired recruiters. They tried to find somebody out of the area. 3 times or twice people said no. They don't want to take the job. Maybe not because they read the news. It doesn't matter. But the point is that these signs that you guys brought in tonight, the HAL signs, okay? That's an organization, as far as I can tell. And that's, again, that's activism. So the 3 of you on council are activists. You're not interested in the government, you're not interested in running Lower Saucon Township, you're interested in certain specific things, and that's what you did. And that created animosity. And the people that you brought in with their signs created animosity. And the bully sign on the door, if anybody who's watching this out there in the world, there's a no bullies here, no bullies tonight, or whatever, on the door that someone put there, somebody from the audience put that there. That's actually a bully tactic. That's a bully tactic, that's a bully tactic. And what you guys did tonight, bringing the signs in, that's a bully tactic as well. So the anti-bullying people are the bullies. And so that's the funny part. But that's the way everything's going in the country. And it's funny because the activists don't run the government well, they don't hire people well, they don't work in the private sector, they don't understand finance, they don't understand budgets. And so that's all I wanted to say. In reference to swinging it back to Kathy is, you should have, which all the audience came up here and said, even your supporters said, you should have hired the people underneath her, but again, you were too busy trying to hire up from a recruiter. So now you gotta regroup and just hire somebody underneath her. So just in case anybody here didn't know what was going on the past few weeks at the meetings, that's why. Thank you.
Okay, next, who wants to go? No one else wants to go?
May I speak again?
No.
Okay.
Can I say something? Yes. Wait.
Something quick.
Did you already go?
No,
Oh, okay.
no. Claudia Marcellus, Quarry Lane, and it's not, I'm gonna ask a question, but I don't expect it to be answered. I just wanted to know what Kathy wanted, and that seems to be the most important thing here. So,
Okay, thank you.
She wants job security and they won't give it.
Kathy wants to say
The
something.
contract-
She already
the
got it.
contract.
Foremost, I apologize to any council member who feels that I haven't been responsive enough to either the residents or themselves. And I will try to find some method of operation to keep you updated on whatever is needed in the township so that everybody is fully aware of what's going on. That being said, it has been difficult. Doing the minutes has been difficult, clearly, since we haven't approved them in a long time. That's one of my functions that I would have been in an assistant manager role, in helping the manager when minutes are done to review them, along with other things. But I can't stress enough that I could not do half the things that I do without those two ladies right there. How wonderful our police department is. And our public works department, they are top notch.
Okay, all right, so I guess we're ready for a roll call on the motion.
My motion?
No. I mean, no, not a no to the vote. No, there was a motion already on the floor. I'm
Was
sorry
that
you're
the
not
motion to
paying
continue
attention.
to abuse and misuse Kathy? Was that?
No, the motion on the floor is to affirm Kathy as the acting
I
manager.
misunderstood you. I
Sorry
thought it
about
was to abuse and
following
misuse.
you. Okay, Kathy, roll call, please.
Mr. Carucci?
I feel like she's being used and abused. If she, I guess if she wants to stay as assistant, that's fine. I'll vote yes, but the fact is, if they would just offer some job security, I think she would take it. I think she's worried about them changing their minds because, I think Ms. Slavic said it, that, Ms. Slavic said it, that they want somebody out of the area that they can manipulate. And the one thing about Kathy is, she cannot be manipulated. She will tell it like it is, and she'll give you a straight answer. They don't like that. Sometimes they don't like the answers that she gives them. And that's why they won't hire her, and it's unfortunate. But I hope she remains. I just feel like she's being used and abused and underappreciated by these three, the Democratic majority, who seem incapable of hiring anyone. We're lucky to have that these three ladies have stuck around. So I said yes, that she should stay.
Ms. Redd?
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon?
Yes, and just remember, not everything you hear up here is true.
When Priscilla's mouth is moving, when her lips are moving, she's lying, that's true.
Mr. Benonis?
I'm going to vote no, and it's not reflective of Kathy. I think that Kathy should be relieved to just do the duties that she was selected to do. If they're not going to appoint her as the township manager, they should stop abusing and misusing her. I give her tremendous credit. My vote is not reflective of you, Kathy. My vote is to provide you with some peace and some comfort. You should not be sitting in your office crying because you're being overworked because of these three jackasses. You should not be doing that. They should step up and they should do the honorable thing, or they should at least advertise for a full-time manager to alleviate those burdens on you, and instead they take advantage of you. So I'm going to vote no, and it's not reflective of you in any way. Not at all. It's because of how terrible these people are. You're working with evil, terrible people.
Ms. Cordero?
Looks in the mirror.
Shut up.
Talk about the evil
Before
one.
I go, I heard from multiple members of the audience that applauded Ms. Gorman for all of her hard work. And that this motion wasn't to remove Kathy, it was actually to try and, affirm her as our township manager and all of these other things. I again point out to the request from Mr. Benonis and Mr. Carucci on a public meeting to a staff member on their personnel matter. They're the ones that pressured and put a situation of somebody crying in their office because they worded discussion and possible action regarding removal. Removal, they're not dummies. I mean, I won't say they're dummies. Removal of Kathy Gorman as acting township manager. So we can play word semantics all we want this evening, but the real people who are placing people under duress is not me. Who put the motion on? Who worded the motion? I vote yes to this, and I'm sorry to Ms. Gorman that she had to go through this the past week.
I make a motion that we hire Kathy Gorman under a 5-year contract to be permanent, full-time, Township manager.
With removal for only for cause.
With removal for cause, second.
No,
Motion, we got a second.
motion for the line item.
See, they won't even entertain the motion. They won't even entertain the motion.
They love her so
They love her so much, they won't entertain the
As they
motion.
trample and abuse her.
You're out of order, we're finished with that agenda item.
They won't even entertain the motion. What for us? Kathy, keep working, Kathy.
We're out of order.
Keep working,
I don't know.
No bonus either.
No bonus. No bonus. Take that comp time.
Nobody deserves a
Take
bonus.
the comp time.
Okay, next is B, discussion and possible action on the Hellertown
Bonus out the
Library.
fucking window.
And with that, I will make a motion to approve the agreement with Hal as written. And I will go on, is there a second to that motion?
I'll second that.
Okay, and just to give a background, that we wanted to end the litigation with the Hellertown Library. And do I have to pass this? I have to solicitor. Are you going to talk on that?
Feel like
Just
we
give a
do.
background and then I'll add to that then? Okay.
So doesn't know what she's talking.
Right, Tom.
So as Township Council and the public are aware, there was existing litigation between the township and the library. It was extended for it was ongoing for an extended period of time. There was a release that was presented before Township Council some time ago that was signed ending all the litigation. All that has been filed as part of the board docs document that's provided to the public, confirming that all the litigation has been concluded. The Hellertown Area Library Board of Directors on November 26th accepted and will be willing to agree into the library services agreement, which has been presented. That was forwarded to members of Township Council on December 11th. It was also provided in the board docs and also provided to the public. The library services agreement provides that, among other things, that the library will provide services to township members and individuals. It remains in effect for a period of time set forth. It will provide for library services in accordance with the provisions set forth in it. The township will provide financial support for the library, and that's outlined. And it is, in essence, putting the township and the library back on a course where they're working together moving forward. And what's before Township Council is this agreement that has been approved already on behalf of the Board of Directors of the Hellertown Area Library, and it's for your consideration tonight.
Okay, thank you for that. And I just want to say that, I don't know, sometime back when Victoria and I were appointed to be on the committee, and we started meeting with the appropriate officials and trying to come up with an agreeable agreement. And we met several times, and the document is here. And so I'm very pleased to be part of this because this is something that you always have a library in your community. I just can't imagine living in a place that doesn't have a library.
Yeah.
So, there's things that can't happen until June or July, but at least we're a step closer to that. And starting January 1st, you'll be able to, do more things. So, I also would like to say that for those of you that might not be aware, that to date, $233,012.06 was spent on library legal expenses.
Well spent.
Throughout this whole thing.
Well spent.
So think about that. Think about that how many years I could have paid for
For a
library
substandard
services.
library.
So this money, I'm upset with. I voted to not support any of the stuff with the library legal expenses. And so this is not on my watch. So.
Actually, it was, you were on council.
Anyway, I'm very pleased to be able to vote on this. So I'd like to turn it over to Jason for comments.
Thank you very much. Well, this is an interesting topic. It's pretty amazing to see the creatures that have come out tonight for this topic. These folks don't come here for anything else other than this library topic. And we got, the campaign promise from Priscilla, Victoria, and Laura were voters deserve respect, cooperation, and transparency. Here's the transparency that they promised you, and here's the transparency that I've talked about for the last year and a half with regard to the library, at least a year and a half. And I'd also point out that Priscilla was dead set against Lower Saucon Township joining Hellertown Library when it was leaving the city of Bethlehem. Dead set against it. Victoria's father was as well, a very vocal opponent of it. It's all reflected in the meetings, family members. So don't kid yourselves here. This is all purely politics. They're just playing politics. And here's what, she's talking about the legal fees. The legal fees are related to right-to-know requests that citizens submitted to get information from the library to investigate what was going on there. And what happened? The library refused to respond to it. And then what happened? It was appealed to the Office of Open Records, the Pennsylvania Office of Open Records, who issued multiple scholarly opinions, 12, 14 pages, explaining how the library was a governmental entity and needed to turn over this information. Transparency, right? Financial information, usage information, and other data that they refused to turn over. And what do they do in response to that? It goes to the Northampton County Court of Common Pleas. They would rather litigate it than turn over the paperwork and the data that it was sought here by individuals from the public to investigate what is being done with taxpayer dollars, right? So what happens in the Northampton County Court of Common Pleas? There's efforts to conduct discovery, and what do? They stonewall it. They don't participate. They don't produce witnesses. And what happens? President Judge Daly issues a sanction order, okay? There's an order compelling. A sanction order means that we told you what to do and you're still flaunting the court's rules, the court's order, and the court's directives, so you're going to be sanctioned as a result of it. That's what happened. They got sanctioned for it. They ran a PR campaign to get these three clowns elected, and were successful because they duped people in the public as to what's going on here, and they don't want you to know what's going on. But we know from other sources, they're selling books out the back door at a discount, not collecting taxes on it in violation of their nonprofit status, right? They're a bookseller, right? They refused. So Lower Saucon Township gave them over the last 10 years $944,513.59. Almost $1 million they gave. Lower Saucon did. And that does not include the $97,000 gift that these three stooges gave this year. Okay? $97,000 for what? Nothing. We got nothing out of it. So over $1 million, and how is Lower Saucon treated in this process? Lower Saucon is removed. They file an application with the state, the Office of Commonwealth Libraries, to remove Lower Saucon Township from the service area. Thanks for your $1.1 million. Here's the middle finger. See you later. Not even telling us about it. That's what they do, right?
Tell them why.
We tried to settle with them. We offered $250,000 to resolve these things, and they said, no, we want to wait till the election, see how the election pans out.
No.
So don't tell me what,
No.
shut up, shut up.
No.
Shut up.
Why are you continuing to
Don't
talk?
talk.
You're so misrepresenting the whole thing.
I got the floor. Let our audience stand there and correct whatever I have to say, okay?
Yeah.
You'll have the opportunity, ma'am.
Yeah.
Trust me, you'll have the opportunity, okay? All right?
Order.
So,
About 11 o'clock.
so they want to play politics with it, all right, and that's what happens. So I would encourage those that still have pending right-to-know requests out there to continue to pursue them. What are they hiding, folks? Where there's smoke, there's fire. Why won't they turn that information over? Why is it so secretive? Why did they choose the path of litigation? Explain that to me. Maybe when you stand up there, ma'am, you can explain why they chose that path of litigation instead of cooperating with us. So what happened? Back when they came to us, they came with a contract. It was lopsided and said, here, sign it, take it or leave it, end of deal. And we're going to be paying 2/3 of the bill and not having 2/3 of the representation. And you know that's the truth. You absolutely know that's the truth. So, and prove me wrong. Stand up there and prove me wrong. Please do.
Yeah.
So, what's going on? Right now we're paying about $4,000 a year for library services. Lower Saucon Township residents, those that are interested in going to the library, the minuscule part of the Lower Saucon Township population has an interest in going to the library. Just look out the library, and it's costing us $4,000. $4,000. But you know what we're going to get? Here's what you're going to get. Here's a big fat check from Lower Saucon Township, payable to Hellertown. Here you go, Priscilla. Get in here with you. You like to get your picture taken with big checks? Come on, Victoria, get in. $1.175964. Almost $1.2 million of Lower Saucon Township taxpayer money is going for this lark. Almost 1.2. Merry Christmas, Lower Saucon Township taxpayers. All right? 10 years. That's what you get. 1.175, almost $1.2 million. Right? So consider that. That's not all.
Better than the deal you gave
That's
the
not
other
all.
one.
Ball field.
Ball field's not on the agenda, folks. We're talking about this. We're talking about library.
I'll talk about
We're talking about library, okay? Just like talking about practice. So, let's consider this number.
Porta potty. I saw the porta potty. At least when I gotta go to the bathroom before I get home, I get stopped there.
Here's the gift that Lower Saucon Township is giving to Hellertown.
Hellertown Library?
Quiet. I'm not talking.
Don't tell me to be quiet.
I'm not out of order. Don't interrupt me.
Well, that better
Don't
be-
interrupt me.
I will interrupt you.
Well, I'm gonna keep talking. You
That
can gavel.
better
You
be
can
about the
adjourn the
library
meeting.
and not the borough of Allerton.
I'm talking about subsidization stuff is what I'm talking about, so don't interrupt me again.
Oh.
Because you don't want the public to know where you're grifting them and where you're sending our money to another county. You're a grift. Be quiet. Be quiet.
Quiet,
You're
everybody.
incompetent.
You're here to see what the real
Crossing guards, last
truth
10
is.
years, $39,000. The pool, $91,000. Compost center, $88,000. Manpower at the compost center, $134,000. Hellertown Library, $944 plus the $97. Saucon Valley Partnership, $25,804.80 for a grand total of $1.421 million. So your tax dollars, have gone to Hellertown in the past 10 years
Saucon Valley.
in the amount of $1.4 million, almost $1.5 million. Think about that. Why are you paying taxes to send it to another community? Does that make any sense to you? Does that make sense to pay your taxes so that these clowns can line their friends' pockets in a different community? It doesn't make any sense to me. I would question that. And here's another thing that you want to consider. How are they going to pay for this? How are they going to pay for this project?
Sell your house.
Here's how they're going to pay for it. They increased your taxes. They're going to tell you they didn't increase your taxes, but they did increase your taxes. Last year, beginning of the year, they decided to reopen the budget and they increased your taxes. And how much did they increase your taxes? Well, they're sitting on $11 million of your money. $11 million of your money they're sitting on in a bank. And they increase your taxes an additional $346,000. Almost $350,000 to increase your taxes. Why? So they can fund all this bullshit. That's the reason why they increase your taxes. To pay for other people's bullshit that you shouldn't have to pay for. Tighten up that brace, I'm not stopping talking. Tighten the brace. Tighten the brace. I am on topic. I'm talking about how you're going to fund this agreement is what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. That's how you're funding. You cannot say that I'm off topic.
Stay on.
Have at it. Try to stop me, Priscilla, and I will sue you in federal court. I will sue you until the day is I got a right to speak, and you're talking about First Amendment rights for the public. I got a First Amendment right. I got a First Amendment right, so don't try to muzzle me because you don't like what I'm saying. Don't be sad. Take it. Take it. Take it. You don't like the truth, Priscilla. I'm sorry that you don't like the truth.
Who you're messing with.
You don't? Yeah, I'm messing with
Nobody knows better than you would.
messing with the purple people.
He's been on this building for 40 years,
You look like a rapist. That's what I'm messing with.
I think, you know, if he's not gonna stay on top of it, move on. That's what
I am on topic. I am on topic, and you're not going to stop me from talking. I'm going to keep talking. I am on topic, and if you don't like it, I'm going to keep talking. I don't really care. So, in addition, here's what we're going to talk about as well. When you consider library services, there's a study that was done. Tim Coates from the American Enterprise Institute published a study entitled "If Libraries Are About Funding, Finding the Truth, Let's Be Honest About Their Decline." In that study, it found that 31% decrease in library usage since 2000. Further, the study showed that 32% of Americans say they never visit a library, while conversely, only 7% say they visit it weekly.
People are on the ball field weekly.
Now they want to talk about cutting the landfill revenue, currently $2.5 million. Soon to be $4.5 million. They want to take that money away from you, and they're going to fund all of this nonsense. Where does the money come from? From you. The tax increases that I just showed you on that check. that's what's gonna happen. You're gonna keep getting taxed to death because of their incompetence, because they wanna play politics instead of being responsible with your money. We contribute, under this new agreement, we're gonna be contributing two times more per year compared to Hellertown Borough. Yet the usage shows that Hellertown Borough residents are using it 54% of the time. So why are we footing a disproportionate amount of the bill? Because we're a wealthy community and they want to give your money away. That's why. That's exactly what's happening here. The agreement also does not provide us with proportionate representation on the library board. So if we're footing 2/3 of the bill, why do we have 2/3 of the representation? What do we get? We get one board member, one whopping board member. For our $1.175 million check over the next 10 years, we're going to get one board member. Does that make any sense to you? Who in their right mind would make this deal with their own money? Can I see a show of hands from anybody in the audience who would make this deal with their own money? No, not a oh, that gentleman back there, okay. Okay, there's one guy, I don't know why you would do that, but you know, I've seen you here before and you've been political and I understand that you need to be.
Yeah.
But I think the only thing that you can do is bad deals with other people's money. All that they can do are bad deals with other people's money. So, look, I'm gonna give them one last gift. And their gift is gonna be a Rudolph the Red Nose for Victoria, Priscilla, and Laura. And the nice thing about the red nose, it's not just for Christmas time. You can use the red nose year-round. Stacy, would you pull up what I sent you, please? You can use a red nose all year-round. People at ERC are going to love you for recycling these red noses. There you go. Bring in your clown wigs, wear your red nose. These people are clowns. Absolute clowns for giving them taxpayer money like this.
You shouldn't put that picture up there.
There you go. Wear them. Bring them to every meeting. I yield the floor, thank you.
That's funny.
This is professional.
That was great.
Yeah.
That was
Okay,
good.
so Tom, you're next.
Okay, in 2023, we had 238 families that went and got Hellertown library cards. It cost $9,520. We had 90 individuals that did it. So 328 for a total of $11,320. And that was the usage, right? The big thing with Hellertown is they would never give us Lower Saucon usage numbers. They would say, oh, there's 1,600 card members or 5,000 card members. They wouldn't tell us how many people actually use it. And now we know. And so, you know, this $1 million over 10 years, $100,000, it's way overpaying. Now let me give you the numbers for 2024, they're even worse. So you had 328 total reimbursements for 2023, 238 family and 90 individuals. The service at Hellertown Library is such a great library apparently, that only 55 of the families came back and got reimbursed in 2024. Only 55 out of the 238. Must be a great library, everybody loves it. Only 55, and then 17 out of 90 individuals. Only 17 came back for reimbursements in 2024. So library services in 2024 only cost us $2,540. Well, they gave them some extra money for this year, but that's all. So if you take that divided by the $117,000 in the first year of this, that's roughly $1,625 per library card for people, for residents of Lower Saucon Township that actually use the Hellertown Library. For those of you who live in Lower Saucon Township and never been to the Hellertown Library, I understand. It's one, there's about 8 parking spaces and it's a shoebox. It's you know, it hasn't modernized in years. It's still one of these floor-to-ceiling book places where everybody else is digitalized and electronic and has stuff. But this is they're very proud of it in Hellertown. So, but here's the deal. It's like I almost don't mind because it's like we got so much accomplished. Like we built that $3.5 million baseball field. It is beautiful. Kids are dying to play there, and I'm so proud of it. 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 We got this landfill expanded for the next 20 years. It could bring in $80 million to the township. The majority. This is what the majority. This is like a hallmark of the 37 or 40 years Priscilla's been on township. She settles, and she doesn't get anything done, and she settles for the absolute worst. The Hellertown Library is nothing like the Upper Saucon Library or the Mass Library or Lower Macungie Library at the Community Center those libraries are big and beautiful, and we had so much money from this landfill that we could have built a beautiful library 10, 15, 20 years ago in the township that would be the envy, like our baseball field is, like our landfill revenue is the envy of other townships and municipalities in the Lehigh Valley. Which she can get, and what it just proves is they still can't get it done. They're just going back to the old, rundown library that nobody uses, and they can't get it done. They can't get it done. If this landfill expansion goes through, which has already been passed, and we'll see, I think it will. I think, you wait, again, $80 million over the next 20 years. You could build a library, you could build a library 5 times the size of Hellertown that's modern for $10 million, but they don't have the foresight to do it. What do they want to do with that money? They want to pay firefighters. They pay volunteers. They want to pay volunteers. But then they're settling for a not even a third-rate library. It's like a fourth or fifth-rate library, and nobody uses it. And as these numbers show, we had 55 family memberships this year come in for membership cards at Hellertown, and we had 17 individuals that came in. That is, we have a population close to 11,000. And the total number of people that access the Hellertown Library in our township is 55. Let's say it's a family of 4, that's 200. And let's say the 17 individuals. About 217 individuals out of 11,000 people are accessing this shoebox of a library with 8 parking spaces. Also, I would caution any residents that do want to go, make sure, certainly not more than, what's the fire code in there? I heard it was like 50 or 60.
50, I think.
70 something. I asked the fire company one time, what's the fire limit in there? So make sure you don't exceed the fire code. Because not only are we 11,000, but Hellertown's around 5 or 6. So that's about 18,000 people for this library that can only fit about 60, 70 people under the fire code.
I think that number's safe.
So we're paying a lot for a very, very substandard library and library services. Most of the people will go to Bethlehem or go to Upper Saucon, and I understand why. It's and so again, and the other thing was that like the ball field we control. It's in Lower Saucon Township. Hellertown, well, it's a shared service with Hellertown. Because Hellertown and Lower Saucon Little League is the same, and the baseball is the same. The Hellertown residents and those kids play just like the Lower Saucon kids play on the baseball field. But we built a state-of-the-art, world-class, awesome baseball field that will be used for the next 50 or 60 years. What do? Settle for a 3rd, 4th, 5th-rate library. That's a shoebox.
Tom, not only that, but they resisted any merger with Southern Lehigh. That could create a greater regional library system, right? I mean, like, they had the opportunity to do something greater.
Enjoy your pathetic library services for $100 million over the next 10 years. We're going to enjoy our baseball field, I'll tell you that. And we love that landfill expansion, baby. And I love how we got everybody so I got one more. Yeah, what's the next library?
Let's finish up.
Even tonight, some library supporters left. And the great thing about the library was everybody got so focused on that. We got that baseball field through, we got that landfill expansion through, and everybody's looking the other way. Look at it. You just told a bright shiny object up to these people. Library, and you get it all through. The bright shiny object is the library. It's a library, bright shiny object. 20-year landfill expansion. $3.5 million baseball field. Yeah. Suck out us.
Okay, yeah, I don't want to belabor all of the positive things that Hellertown Area Library brings us and has brought us since we've had a collaborative agreement between Lower Saucon and Hellertown. But I will say that I'm very proud that we have followed through on one of the most important things that our community wanted to see, which was bringing our Hellertown Area Library back to the funding standards that it needs to service our residents and to service the community at large. I was disgraced to see that we spent all of this money for legal fees. I think it was over $200,000 that we spent just to remove our residents from access library services. As we all kind of know, but I think it's important since I got to hear a lot of misstatements by two other people on this council, that when they were elected in 2021, the first thing that they decided to do was to stop funding the library. They can sit here all day and talk about how many people actually went to the township and asked for a $40 or $50 reimbursement for a library card, but that doesn't pay for library services. Library services are paid by when you make sure the heat is on, that you make sure the lights are on, that you make sure that there's staff there, that there's a librarian that provides services to our people who are wanting to get library cards and library materials, but also children's programs, adult programs. It provides a meeting space for however, all these different community groups that encompass both Lower Saucon and Hellertown. I am very proud to see that we have a presentation that you all have as part of your agenda packet that shows you all the different services that we provide. So when I look at that, you know, I see that over a period of 10 years, we will be providing $117,000 a year to make sure that we have a librarian, to make sure that our children have a place to go, that our kids after school have a place to go. And I thought I actually want to thank Mr. Benonis for this wonderful idea, because this was a check that the township recently bought in order for the township to show the different community organizations how much money we're providing them, and how much money this new council majority is willing to give to our nonprofit organizations that do so much in our township. So instead of doing it for a pet project, I did the math. It was, so if you took the cost of the ball field, which I do have the most recent numbers, by the way, for anybody who really cares, which I know we all do because we like to throw out numbers on the other side saying that we're wasting all of your taxpayer dollars. $3,689,079.23. That is the cost of your ball field.
Yes.
That we have a limited number of people that can use that are above a certain age because it's hardball only and only services baseball players. So that's what we have on one end. And on the other hand, if we had used that money to service all the members of our community, young, middle-aged, old, anybody, we would have had 31.53 years of library services at Hellertown Area Library. That's how many years. We get more years than the library, than the landfill expansion. That's how much we get. And so if you want to talk about saving taxpayer dollars, that's the #1 reason why we were elected, was to stop the wasteful spending on pet projects and to give it back to our community, for you. This is for you. So, here we have a check made out to Hellertown Area Library for $1,175,964. So that dollar amount represents the 10-year contract that we are entering into. So I think when you look at, you know, $3.6 million on a ball field versus 1.1, well maybe $1.2 million for 10 years of library services, I think we're giving back to you what you asked for. So I want to thank everybody that's here. I want to remind everybody that with the new agreement, you're going to be getting expanded services. So in 2025, there are going to be stories in the park that are going to be at Polk Valley and Town Hall Park. So that's a wonderful addition. The library will now have the ability to have a new website. They'll be able to do an enhanced materials collection. They'll be able to modernize their computer network, emergency lighting, and water fountain. They'll be able to bring expanded evening hours so people can go to the library more often. They can have more things.
You're not supposed to do water fountains after
I want to point out
COVID.
that just in 2025 alone,
You're not
there were
supposed to do water.
268 youth programs offered that service 6,946 attendees. So, and the community organizations that benefit from that building, the building that we call third rate, I guess our residents are third rate, and all of those other people that happen to go there and utilize it, local Girl Scout and Brownie troops, Saucon Valley Women's Club, Second Saturday Spinners, Quality Study, or Quilters Study, they host an AARP tax preparation. I know there's a lot of elderly people in the community that benefit from that.
For sure.
Craft nights for adults and book clubs for adults. So tonight is a night for celebration, and I want to thank the community for their patience while we have to we're moving forward, and I am proud to present this check, which represents 10 years, to Hellertown Area Library. So that's my presentation.
That's my phone, I'm reading slow.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay, I remember something. I remember where the majority of council, before we were the majority, spent $50,000 and gave it to the Upper Saucon Library. There was no strings attached to that. What is it? I was
Southern Lehigh
Public Library, sorry, I never remember. And that was a gift, no strings, just a gift. Okay, Laura?
Yes, I want to say a lot of things to correct, Carochi's incorrect numbers as he always gave over the years on library. So the reason why a lot more cards weren't bought this year is because the library did allow people to just continue using the card that they got because they know that it was just the limited service, so they didn't require you to go back and renew your library card. They did provide all these nice statistics for how many people are using their cards and how they're using them. So we do have 859 adults with cards, 874 juveniles with cards, so that's 1,733. And through this year, through end of November, they checked out a total of 23,961 items between the adults and the juveniles. This one over here with his, we offered them $250,000. Well, you forget, you offered Southern Lehigh Public Library $250,000. So here's the letter dated April 6th from 2023 from Link Treadwell to the solicitor that they had for the library down there, but LST proposes a contribution, donate an initial $250,000 one-time payment to the partnership arrangement to Southern Lehigh Public Library. That's what we were offering to them as like kind of a bribe. We thought, oh, they'll jump on that. Who's going to pass up $250,000? And then they also would follow up with $75,000 for a 10-year contract. So that was what they were offering, $100,000 per year to Southern Lehigh. Southern Lehigh really couldn't afford to bring us in because of the rules and whatever that go on with manning a library, the space you need based on your service area you cover. So the way that deal worked out to them is Upper Saucon Township, their per capita funding is $15.05 per person. And Coopersburg Borough is paying $12.66 per person. With our offer that we put in, it would have been $8.59 per capita per person.
Excuse me, I'm using that.
So this, shows how we tried to undercut them, and one of the reasons why they didn't take us in. Also, in 2023, when they offered them this $250,000 for, library services somewhere else, we only had 170 registered patrons at Southern Lehigh Public Library. These are all things I got when we went to their meetings. We went to many of their public library meetings and heard all the statistics of how bad our offer was to them. We went in there with the bullies and tried to plow them over and thought we'd win them with that money. We also have confirmation, I don't know if this was in the public part or not, but Hellertown has made arrangements with Southern Lehigh. that they will be willing to provide services to our residents until we can get into the state recognition, which would happen next July. So Southern Lehigh is willing to let our patrons go there if they want to, so that's a great benefit. And they're waiting to hear back from Bethlehem Public Library if we'll be able to do the same there. So that's what we can do for now because we missed the deadline for this year to get into the state library service. So there's a lot of good reasons, a lot of good things behind this deal. And to sit here and badmouth a library after you just badmouth volunteers that risk their lives to save others, you know, you just outdo yourselves with the nastiness. That's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you, Laura.
Well, it's pronounced library, not library. It's library. Just letting you know.
Now the audience, would you like to come and comment? And please start a line going so we can do this a little quicker.
Really quick, Diane Hollowell. I have to go to school tomorrow, so I just want to say, just, you know, people do change their minds. Yes, Priscilla, you probably voted against it, but just realize that felon sticker right there, he used to be a Democrat. Remember, Vance called Trump an American Hitler. People change their minds. As far as the parking spaces at the library, you do realize there's streets all over there that people can park at. Now, if we go to the ball field, there's not enough parking spaces. I can't imagine people parking on Easton Road. And then they have to go to the bathroom, there's no place to go. And I think that's it. Thank you. Oh, Jason, I have a sign for you and for Thomas, if you can give them forward too.
Okay, thank you, Diane. Okay, next.
All right, I'm Kurt Balch from Reddington Road, and I'd just like to start by saying hallelujah and amen. And I'm sorry, that's what I was taught to say, that whenever my prayers are answered, as they were last November when the township showed up en masse to vote out a council majority that not only granted the landfill their every wish for less than nothing in return, but also misused their power to take away our library. And wouldn't you know it, we're graced briefly by two of our Hallmark holiday villains. Of course, they didn't know, though I promised Tom I'd help give him the giggles. I guess he just didn't want it tonight. They may assume that it was the landfill that spurred our neighbors to the polls, but I know that it was the loss of library access that made me realize that these men that I voted for weren't the conservatives they claimed to be. As a Republican, I believe in keeping onerous taxes and spending as low as humanly possible. But if there's one public good that's worth conserving above all others, to me it's our public library system. For just $10 per resident, our library provides a warm, safe community space with access to limitless knowledge for our elderly, our children, our impoverished, for anyone with a lifetime love of learning. Raised in working class homes of limited means, my wife and I would never have been able to achieve the academic, professional, and financial success we have without resources our childhood libraries provided us. It is a resource for which we are forever grateful for, and for one which we have shared with our daughter nearly every week since she was 2 years old. The programming and resources that Miss Andrea, Allie, James, and the rest of the talent team have provided the past 2 years with half their expected funding has been nothing short of remarkable. So I would like to thank you for our new majority for bringing library services back to our residents and bring our community back together in the one place we can all share. As for our remaining Hallmark holiday villains, if you feel the need to take something from impoverished children, there's always Toys for Tots. But I should warn you, the United States Marine Corps may not handle that slight quite as democratically as our voters handled this. So thank you everyone, and Merry Christmas, and Donald Trump is right.
You're always the man.
Wow. Donna Louder. I'm on the other end of the spectrum. I live in Lower Saucon. I was on council for 4 years, and on April 1st, 2019, Township was debt-free. And I'm just curious how we're going to pay for this. And Kathy, as the financial director, I'm sure that you're the one who's going to see the impact of it. And I was wondering if you can tell me how that plays out. Other than the expansion of the landfill, fixing it, how is this going to play out? Because if they're talking about a paid fire company, and now they're talking about a library. How is this going to play out for the Lower Saucon Township taxpayers? And why would Lower Saucon fully fund the Hellertown Library? These are questions that I don't understand. So I don't know, Kathy, I will send you an email tomorrow, and if you could answer me that way, and I'll share it with others, I'd appreciate that. The thing that's concerning to me is it's almost less than 1% of the township that uses the library, because libraries are turning into dinosaurs, and it's unfortunate.
No.
Okay,
Order, come on. I know she's not on your side, Priscilla, keep
But
order.
us
Not on your
dinosaurs
side.
know
you
that.
can't speak to the audience.
Well, they're speaking to
Excuse me,
her.
I'm sorry.
They're speaking to her, why
My
can't
bad.
she?
Now, Mr. Gazuzzi and I had a conversation prior to council meeting, and we discussed this agreement. And by your reaction, I got my answer. And now, this is where I'm going to ask you to come into play. Please, as a representative of the people of Lower Saucon Township, look at this agreement and tighten it up. I don't know if, because this was not mentioned, that, I mean, there's a 3% increase every year after 2025. And then there's this thing about, hold on. That's the agreement question. Oh, here. The library may, at any time during the term of this agreement, request in writing, delivered to the township, additional funding covering operational costs and/or capital improvements. The township shall not be legally obligated to agree to such request. What the Sam Hill is that? We're either gonna give them money or we aren't. How is that a binding contract? This is just like, who put this together? I mean, I know you said you put it together with other people, but was there oh, well.
The legal department, I'm not answering questions.
Yeah, I mean, I just want you as a legal representative of our township to please tighten it up. Don't leave any loose ends that we're giving out money. Because even if this council is, thank you, even if this is running, some new council comes in and takes it away, we still have to pay them the money, the 10-year money.
Okay, time's up.
Thank you.
Hello. Hi. My name is Gabrielle McCabe. I'm from Lower Saucon Township. I grew up attending Hellertown Library Services and working at the library, volunteering. And now that I've graduated college, I work part-time at the library. And on that note, I want to specify that I'm not speaking at all on behalf of the library. I just love the library and also happen to work there. I just want to make that clear. And I don't know, I can't speak at all to any of the economics of what's going on, but I am just wanting to reaffirm that libraries really are very important to the community. I know that there's lots of talk about the building and the website and who even uses physical books anymore, but from sitting behind the circulation desk, I can tell you that lots and lots of people do. And it's really a space for not just reading and socializing. We have a lot of online resources and things like that. You can borrow, we have a telescope, we have lots of cool fun things other than like just books. And I know Mr. Bernonis, you had said that something about the community and how the Hellertown community isn't our community, but I personally have found that if you are welcomed into a space, you can become a part of that community, and I think that the large amount of Lower Saucon residents who do use the services are a part of that community, and if they want to be there, and I think that they do, then they should have the ability to do that. That was terrifying.
My name is Joellen Thompson. I live on Viola Lane. In my opinion, a good township is one that balances the needs of residents, which includes several areas. Two that I very much support are parks and recreation and library services. I am very pleased to see that the agenda included discussion of a new agreement with the Hellertown Area Library. At the November 6, 2024 meeting, one council member incorrectly stated that currently there were approximately 200 township users of the Hellertown Library, and with our population of approximately 12,000 residents, that would equal 1.6% of the township. With a proposed library budget of $130,000, that would be $650 per library user. And he said this would be, quote, a misappropriation of township funds. But the correct facts are as follows. There are currently 1,728 residents that have purchased library cards, not the 200 previously stated. With a township population of 11,032 per Kathy Gorman, this would equal 15.6% of the township, not 1.6 as previously stated. With the proposed library budget for 2025 being $117,596, this would be approximately $68 per library user, not the $650 as previously stated, or to put it another way, $10.66 per resident. Now let's compare this with the Easton Road ball field, which is a new addition to our recreation section. Taking the same analysis with the ball field's approximate cost of $3.5 million and the estimated usage provided by a member of the Hellertown Lower Saucon Little League Board of Directors, it's 8 teams with 12 players on a team, or 96 users. With a township population of 11,000 plus, this would be 0.87% of the township, which would be $36,000 per player, or $317 per resident.
Oh, really?
Let me
We do that.
recap. Library users, 15.6% of the township. Ball field users, 0.8% of the township. Library cost per user, $68. Ball field cost per user, $36,000. Library cost per resident, $10.66. Ball field cost per resident, $317. I fail to see how any member of council could say that supporting an agreement with the Hellertown Library could be considered a misappropriation of funds. I strongly support signing this agreement.
Ms. Thompson, can I ask for clarification on something?
No, don't give it to me.
Excuse me, so were you to tell her not to respond to me? If you want to respond to me, you don't have to, but I'd like to ask you a question. Since Lower Saucon Township will be paying 2/3 of the bill, will Lower Saucon's name appear on the library?
It's called the Helltown Area Library.
You don't have to answer my question, maybe you don't know, you have some data there, I thought maybe that would be a question we would ask you. You know, since we're paying 2/3 of the bill, why doesn't our
Are
name...
you requesting that they rename the library?
I'm not requesting anything, I'm asking a question, do you have any information on that?
No, I'm not familiar with you requesting that it be renamed.
I haven't, but I'm asking you, you seem to be, you know, you've done some investigation here, and you've talked to some people.
Don't play it.
You've put your information together, I'm wondering if that has ever been brought up.
Not to my knowledge.
So we'll pay 2/3 of the bill, not even have our name on the building. Okay, all right, thank you.
Ask for it.
Claudia Markellis, Quarry Lane. I apologize for my numbers. It's terrible. Okay, so I've used libraries my whole life. I've taken my daughter, my grandson, and when my granddaughter's older, I'll be taking her to the programs that are opened up for children. I absolutely love that. And I would like to, live where I live. It's so easy to get to. And it is a nice building. I love going there. It's not too big and overwhelming. The first meeting that I came to, I think I was living in this area for like 1.5 years. And the first meeting I came to, I said that I had noticed a division in the area. And I didn't understand why. I didn't know a lot of things. And then I found out about the library. And I found out about the landfill. And I understood then what was happening. So I'm looking forward in the future to more things being settled so that the division can be a lot smaller. Okay, thanks.
Hi, Russ Sutton from Saucon Avenue. I'm fully in favor of the library. I used to take my nephews to that library. I really like the library. I like it's quaint, it's perfect size, and it supports Lower Saucon School District, not just Hellertown. Another thing, I noticed our other friend walked out when he was saying he pulled the wool over our eyes by using the library as a cover. That really pisses me off, excuse my language, but the dump means nothing. The dump is destroying our land, our water, our air. We're in court for this. It's not anywhere done. Oh, you like this. This is fun, Jason, isn't it?
We're talking about library.
Yeah, I hope you
Landfill arrangement syndrome, sir. You keep talking about the landfill.
I hope you
We're
can
talking about libraries, right? Not landfill's arrangement syndrome.
I'm talking about what he mentioned, that he pulled the wool over our eyes with the library. This gentleman. And that was the exact statement. See, exactly, he makes fun of everything. He's an idiot. But anyway, either way.
Yeah, that's incredible. That's incredible.
The landfill is not done. It's in court. And if I have anything to do, even my dying breath, I'm gonna stop that damn landfill. But the library, I'm so glad you're doing that for us, because I think every resident in the area has a right to the library.
Okay, next.
Hi, Jennifer Schuster, Star Village, University Avenue. I'm one of the creatures. All I want to say, I want to start with just something my daughter wrote because I wanted her to say why she wanted me to be here tonight for the library. I missed bedtime for this, and I do just want to say, yes, we all came out for the library, but isn't it a good thing to get people to these council meetings? I've never been here. I think I'm glad I came tonight. I've watched them online, so I have tried to, but as a parent, it is hard to get to these meetings. So I appreciate everybody sitting and listening and
Blast, we get better ratings than Netflix.
Somebody's
listening to each other, I think, is really important. Anyway, what my daughter said was, I like the library because you get books and you can learn from books. And she wrote, I love books and the library. And yes, that may be very cliche and simple and not matter to some of you, but it is important to us as a middle class, lower middle class, homeschool family who can't afford to stream services, so we get DVDs there. I rent it old school like I did when I was a kid. I get DVDs. It's not just funding a library, this has been a third place for our family, truthfully, but it's also access to other libraries. If you give Lower Saucon people access to Hellertown, because you don't have a Lower Saucon library, spend $3 million and build a new Lower Saucon library that nobody will go to if you don't want to fund Hellertown area library. But we can access the Bethlehem Library, we can access Emmaus, we can access all of those other libraries as well. It is, just reading little notes I took, it's helping get kids off screens too, and going and talking to people. Like, I've been taking my daughter there since she was 2 to these story times, and they're getting old for it now, but they still love. We went to the library today, and we checked out 10 books today, 10. And it's not only the books, but the programming. These people know our names when we go there. It's a welcoming environment.
Yeah, I love it.
They also they have something new where you can actually get passes to museums. Like Michaela's wonderful too. I mean, she was helping my kids with different books to read after the ones that we already did. And we can't go to the Southern Lehigh Library or Bethlehem because we don't have an access card. So I know I'm almost done, but I didn't know we had to reapply this year, or I would have, but I thought I still had access to the library, and I know. And I also, lastly, I just want to say, I heard somebody say it'd be funding BS, but I think $10 per resident is pennies compared to the time we're wasting at these meetings. Thank you.
Books.
Lynn Hill, by the way, are essential to a free society.
The one who wanted to cut the police.
Tom?
So are police services, so is public safety.
The one who cut the police force.
Lynn, why don't you read the letter?
You want to talk about police
Oh,
services?
you overhit, you overhit.
Okay.
You overhit, that was 66 gavel, you overhit.
Since you brought up police services, I will say, the new budget costs about $355 per capita for police services versus $10 and change for library, so I think it's probably a pretty good deal. Again, I think everybody needs to have books in their life. There's a lot of other things the library offers. My granddaughter learned to play chess at the library, so you know the possibilities are endless. And I just want to thank everyone for getting this agreement done and giving us back the library services for the community. And this is about community, something some people don't understand, but the whole shared services between Hellertown and Lower Saucon, you know, it's about community, and that's more important than anything else. Well, there's other things that are important too, but it's vital to a free society to have a good community. Thank you.
Deborah Esposito, I live on Drifting Drive. I just want to thank you guys so much. The Hellertown Area Library is a gem. But I do want to correct some stuff. Tom, all those, and Laura did mention it. The numbers that you gave about library cards, once you bought a library card, you didn't have to buy a library card every year.
So I got them from Kathy.
Well, oh, right, you got the numbers, but you're not understanding that. If I bought a library card in the year 2020, I didn't have to keep going back. So your numbers,
You didn't buy them.
your numbers are skewed. But anyway, and as far as the Lower Saucon Township, the library being named because we give so much money, the history of the Hellertown Area Library, it's called the Hellertown Area Library because they wanted to include the whole area. So, and then I just want to say that, I want to quote Albert Einstein. And he said, the only thing that you absolutely have to know is the location of the library. It's so important. Thank you so much.
All right, I'm going to reference this sheet here, which came out from the Hellertown Library. And if you go and add up the Lower Saucon, what do they call them? They call them the patrons, okay? The number that you come up with is 1733, and I think several people have said that already. And then if you take a budget of $117,586 and divide it by 733, you come out with 68 bucks each, okay? And I'm sorry, Lynn Hill, I know you're the auditor or whatever you are, but you failed this again. Now, I'm going to say this because about 4 years ago, on a cold night in the late fall, nobody else but the Hellertown Library Group came in and sat at this very table here, okay? I remember it well because my first meeting, and the bottom line is they demanded, they didn't ask, they demanded that the council immediately sign the agreement for, I think it was $150,000. And the bottom line is, Link Treadwell said, somebody asked Link Treadwell, have you seen the agreement? And the answer was no. They didn't even show it to the attorney who had been around for like, I don't know, 28 years and knew everything inside and out, and all of the Democrats and Republicans, both sides. He said, I'll look into it. Well, it went downhill from there. It went on, and yes, there's lawsuits, and yes, the President, Judge Dowley, we already heard about that, and you ought to know this, Virginia. The bottom line is his ruling was how you turn over those numbers. And you know good and well why. And they never did. They went, no. And it wasn't until you guys stepped into office and it was a wham bam. Yep, Steve, end all the suits immediately. Okay. Here's what bothers me. If Steve made up this thing, he probably ought to be disbarred. So we're talking about 10-year agreement. If you want to back out in the second year, you will, for the additional next 8 years, pay $178,000 plus 3% each of those years until it's all paid off. How about that? So he's going to tie this township for 10 years to an agreement no matter what happens. And by the way, no idea, we're going to pay for our, how many ever, 170 odd residents, we're going to pay $111,700. And what's Hellertown going to pay? I don't see anything from them. So you have fashioned something here that is abysmal. It's a tragic piece of garbage. And I'm ashamed to see it. And I've seen a lot of them too, but not like this. This gives everything, and this woman over here said, and if additional funding is needed, then we're going to pay for it. You, the taxpayers, going to pay for it. If they run through the $117,000, they're going to write us a letter and say we need more money. How's that grab you? I'll bet you didn't see that, did you, Priscilla? And how about you, Victoria? You're a whiz. Did you see it?
You are out of time.
You're out of order for not reading. You didn't read this, did you, Priscilla? Did you read this and you read that and you didn't care?
You're out of time. I'm not answering
No, you're out of words. I don't mind a library, I think they're great, but the bottom line is, by God, you better read what you're signing.
Order, please sit down. You do this every meeting.
Priscilla read the first 4 pages and she got fatigued.
I don't think so.
She got fatigued and stopped.
I don't think so.
She got fatigued and stopped after the first 4 pages.
Hello, Cheyenne Ryman again. One thing that everybody keeps bringing up is that this ball field costs $3 million, but you're comparing apples to oranges. The library was not built for $117,000 in 1 year. When the library was built, that was probably in the cost of $1 million, or $1,000,000 dollars. Doesn't make sense. Victoria, you can shake your head all you want, but the library, I guarantee it was over at least $1 million when it was built.
No, it wasn't. With volunteers. It was built.
It was all built, yeah, so it was built for $117,000. Let's compare.
And it
You
doesn't
want me to
cost.
control your meeting, Priscilla, or should I do it?
You know what, Cheyenne? I do have control.
Clearly not. Clearly not. Clearly you don't.
Please continue.
You don't worry about my time. That's my time. You don't worry about it. I can watch the clock just as well as you can. Probably better because I can see out of my peripheral vision. But the issue here is I don't understand why we're funding the library. I don't have a problem with the library. I've gone, I've taken my children. We don't go frequently, we go sometimes. Tell this gentleman to be quiet, please. That's enough out of him. This one in the front row in the purple with the short hair. So we go sometimes, it's fine. But my problem is there's 15% of the residents that go. Why are the rest of us paying for it? And you can say, well, kids can go and this and that, and kids should, but at the same time, there's also residents that are paying school taxes that don't have children in the district, that don't have children at all, that have children that are out of school. We're still continuing to pay for private education. So you have an opportunity to go to the library there. It doesn't make sense. And you want to complain about the ball field as much as you want. That expense is not going to cost $117,000 a year to maintain.
That's right.
And if it does, you're crazy.
That's right.
But you can't tell me, I don't care if it was built by volunteers or what, you can't tell me that the expenses aren't going to commiserate to a larger amount than $117,000 a year to build that library building that's sitting there. It doesn't make sense. So that argument goes out the window. And then when you want to talk about other things, well, let's look at the pool. I spent every day at Hellertown Pool as a kid. So does that mean that I should have been funded because it's what I enjoyed? No. And when you take the cost that they spent on the compost center and the pool, and you broke them down even by months, and being conservative, and let's say you get 5 months out of the landfill, or the compost center, excuse me, and 3 out of the pool, it still doesn't come out to anywhere near what you're funding the library for. So it doesn't make sense. And the problem is another thing that Anne Marie spoke about before. It's asking questions. So you ask questions to them. Where's the money going? Where's this? Where's that? They get ordered by a judge to turn over the records, and they clearly deny it. So why? But we can't ask that because right away we're bad, we're bigots, we're everything else, whatever you want to call us. It doesn't make sense. You can't do that. And the other thing too, for this woman to sit here and compare police work to a librarian is an absolute slap in the face. That Lynn Hill, you want to say that it's not worthwhile to spend, if you should spend $10 a year as a resident of the library, put your card away. I'll tell you where to put your card. But $350 a year for police services, there is not a single librarian that puts themselves in danger the way that this gentleman does, and this gentleman does, and the rest of them do.
You're checking out library books. You're not pulling over cars, you don't know who's in there. You're not responding to calls in the middle of the night. You're not seeing dead people. So it's completely the most asinine thing I've ever seen. And for her to say that, she should be embarrassed and ashamed of herself.
Okay, your time's up.
Lynn Hill is the most,
Thank you.
Lynn Hill is the most ignorant person in this town.
That comment was very ignorant.
My fault.
And you want to give all this money to the library or everything else? Give the police their bonuses.
Sit down.
Give the police their bonuses. Give them the money that they deserve.
McGovern's close.
You're not recognized
Keep it close
right
second,
now.
Kathy, Mitchell McGovern's close second.
Anne Marie Slavic, Lower Saucon Township. I do want to remind everybody in the room and watching online that area does not mean Lower Saucon Township. It is not the same word. So I do love the library. Not particularly that library, I like all libraries. I actually like all libraries. I'm a bookworm. I like to read, I like to do research. I always did when I was a little kid. My mom would take me to the summer reading program. And I love the library, and I love books. I do buy them online, I don't have to go to the library to get them. But I noticed a lot of people in this room are maybe right brain thinkers. You know, a lot of people are talking about the library like you wanted to destroy the library, burn it down, get rid of it, no library at all for us. We're not allowed to go to the library, we're not allowed in the door. There's a lot of emotional arguments being made on this. And what I hear is that no one wanted to get rid of the library, and we were going to go to a different library. And actually, Lower Saucon Township is divided into two. I'm not sure all the people that live closer to Hellertown know that, but there are people on our side that we're actually closer to the Southern Lehigh Library. It's way closer for me to go to Southern Lehigh.
It's a better library.
The point is, I did visit the Hellertown Library.
There's somebody talking, respect that person.
I did visit the Hellertown Library. My biggest concern right now is that we're in a 10-year contract. And it seems like, once again, our solicitor, who is supposed to be making sure that Lower Saucon Township doesn't get into anything that we can't get out of, we're getting into something we can't get out of. I don't understand that. It confuses me as a person who's a lawyer needs to go and figure that one out. So the settlement is one-sided mostly, that Lower Saucon Township again pays for something in Hellertown, which I said last time I was up here, last time the meeting, and we're paying for Hellertown yet again. And it's not that we're trying to get rid of the library and we hate the library, it's great, the library's wonderful, but we don't need to fund it for 10 years. We don't need to fund it 2/3 of it when we don't have our name on it. We don't need to fund it with the programs that we don't even know what programs they have there. And I would like to see the new director come into our meeting and get questioned about what are the expenses of the library. I said that when I was at the library. Why can't the new director come in, sit down like every normal person and asking for money and tell us what the expenses of the library are and why she needs the money? And again, because the solicitor created this agreement, she doesn't have to come in. So for 10 years, she gets money from us, from the taxpayers of Lower Saucon Township, to fund a Hellertown building and effort, and she doesn't have to come in and answer to it. And that's what I have a problem with. People need to answer. If they want money from the government, they need to answer for it. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else want to go next?
Mary Dawson. I'd just like to say, as somebody who probably reads 3 books a week, and I have been getting books from the Colorado Library from my daughter, who can get them online from me, and my friend in Bethlehem has been getting me books, and it has just killed me to not have a library card for 2 years. It's the longest time in my life that I haven't had a library card. So I am hoping that you approve this agreement. I'd like to thank Victoria, Priscilla, and Laura for coming up with this agreement. I totally understand why it's 10 years, because libraries have to know what their funding is going to be. You can't just fund it for 1 year and then pull out the funding and then they're stuck. So if you approve this, that will be the best Christmas present I could have. So thank you.
Ma'am, can I ask you a question? Or actually,
No.
maybe Ms. Hecker can answer the question when she stands up.
No, I'm Mrs. Hecker.
I'm sorry?
How do you know I'm Mrs. Hecker?
I know you are. You've been here before.
Oh, and you remember
So the
me?
question I have is, has Has Hellertown Area Library included Lower Saucon Township in its service area in the application that it submitted to the Office of Commonwealth Libraries in 2024 for 2025 funding?
Just to be clear, ma'am, you don't have to answer.
Yes,
I don't really know. I don't know. I can't answer the question because I don't really know that.
Maybe you would. I think it'll be very, very telling, because it will say that this whole deal was a done deal if that application that was submitted months ago included Lower Saucon Township.
I honestly don't know.
We'll find out about that for right to know.
There's a new director there, and she and I have not had very many conversations, so I don't know anything about the workings.
It's too bad she's not here to tell us about her vision for our $1.2 million plus that we're going to be providing.
So there's a lot of conversation about the name of the library, and I thought maybe I'd shed a little light on that for everybody. The reason it was named the Hellertown Area Library was because when it was built basically for the people, the residents of Hellertown who did not have library service. At that time, Lower Saucon was in a contract with Bethlehem, a very long-term contract, because they had that when I was a teenager living in Lower Saucon. When we built the library, I was living in Hellertown. So, I kind of switched back and forth. There were a lot of Lower Saucon residents who wanted that library there because they lived close enough and they figured, hey, closer, I could have services right near my home. So we thought, let's not just name it Hellertown, because we certainly do want it open to anybody who wants to use our services. And it began as a private library. So we called it the Hellertown Area Library. Now, we also have a school district that originally began as the Hellertown School District and the Lower Saucon School District. Eventually it merged and got a new name. So I wouldn't put that out of the possibilities if everybody's worried about a name, if that's the thing you think is so important. I think it's so important to have library services for everybody in this community. We deserve that in Lower Saucon. And the one point I want to make is, if you think the Hellertown Library, the facility or whatever, the parking spaces, that's such an important thing, take it out of your mind. We need a home library. That's the one that has to be. Bethlehem doesn't want us. You saw that Bethlehem ran. They didn't want anything to do with it. When Lower Saucon said, oh, we'll come back and, no, you contracted with us once and you left. We're not playing that game. That's what they said. Southern Lehigh said, oh my God, we can't take on the Lower Saucon residents. That would cost more than if we just tended to our own residents. It's not in the realm of possibility. Get away from us. We don't want anything to do with you. So here we are on our own little island. Our option is we become part of that Hellertown Library, we get access, and then all the residents go to any library their heart desires. So if you don't like the building in Hellertown, go up to Bethlehem. Once you got access, you have access to everything they have. Allentown, Southern Lehigh, wherever you want to go. Access is the key. Access is the real gem of having a home library. But our home library has to be Hellertown. Why 10 years? Because that's what the state demands. They want a 10-year agreement. That's what they demand. They don't want these games where townships and communities decide, well, now we're going to be with this library, now we're going to quit and go with that library. They don't want to put up with that nonsense. Do you blame them? Sorry.
You still have time, 12 minutes.
I'm good.
It's called the Hellertown Lower Saucon Little League. It's called the Hellertown Lower Saucon Little League. It's not called the Hellertown Area Little League or the Lower Saucon Area Little League. It's called the Hellertown Lower Saucon Little League. Hey, look at Andy. Andy woke up. Andy woke up. Just throw something at a police officer. Why would you do that?
Marcos, Reddington Road. I'm happy there's a library agreement. I briefed through some of the items up there on the township page. I didn't print it out, apparently I should have. But I disagree with some of the things that are in there for payments, or 3% a year, or coming back and asking for more money. Because if they're going to come back and ask Lower Saucon for more money, they should be also asking Hellertown for more money. Don't make this a one-sided thing. And this ain't the first time I said this. I said appropriately fund the library. not fully fund the library. Hellertown has their own responsibility to funding their part of the library. I'm happy there's an agreement that the library is there. Every person deserves a library, kids mostly. But beyond that, I'm trying to curb my tongue before things come out. So, I don't know when this deal has to go through. I don't know the people involved who made the deal. But I do think, as taxpayers, as everybody is a taxpayer, should have some reservations of some of the things I've seen. And I only looked at it for a minute, glancing through it. They want a 10-year agreement. Well, the state wants a 10-year agreement. If that's the way it works, I guess that's the way it works. But, you know, somebody else in the prior council came up with this same ordeal. And if anybody backed out of it, you had to pay the whole schmeal of it. He's sitting up there in council. Don't forget that. I would caution, I'm glad there's a library, but I would caution on the way some of the funding is worded.
Okay. Is anybody else? Sorry.
Andrea Witchen. So I have a couple of comments to make. For example, there was a map published, I know because I published it, that indicated the distance from the Hellertown Area Library to the boundaries of Lower Saucon Township, and also the distances from the Southern Lehigh Library to the boundaries of the boundaries of Lower Saucon Township, and it showed very clearly that the majority of people who live in Lower Saucon Township are far closer to Hellertown. But you know, if you haven't been coming to council meetings until just the last year or so, you probably missed that. But you can go look it up on Saucon Shenanigans, it's there. You don't want us to pay for 10 years. This is a not uncommon period for public community interest organizations to ask for an agreement. It would be interesting to find out what our agreement is with the city of Bethlehem on getting water from them. Do you think it might be more than 10 years? I kind of guess. But again, if you don't know much about how public works work, you probably don't know too much about that. I am 100% in favor of this agreement. I believe it is fair. I believe the funding is appropriate for the way that public community goods are covered. How about we ask if we're only going to cover the cost of that ball field for 5 years? Suppose after 5 years we don't want to take care of it anymore. Can we just walk away? No, because it's a public good, although I use that term loosely. In any event, a 10-year agreement for something as important as a program like a library is imperative. This is the longest I have also ever lived without a local public library. I have a membership through the Free Library of Philadelphia, but you can only get electronic information that way. But I have never not had a public library to walk into. Before I end, I always find it interesting to hear people say that they don't go to the library, they don't use the library, they don't see why we should waste our money on the library, because it reminds me of a quote by Mark Twain, and it's one of my favorites. He said, it's better to keep, and I suspect that anybody who doesn't go to the library or read books has never heard this,
so I'll give it to you. It's better to keep your mouth shut and appear stupid than open it and remove all doubt. Thank you.
Ms. Switch, I just have a question for clarification for you. I received a message, and I'm not sure if it's in your writing style. It's sent to me by a person, Constance Macus Cress. And I just have to ask if it was communicated by you, and I would caution the ladies in the audience that you may want to put your fingers in your ears and if there's any children who are listening, but the title of it is called Fuck Off. You two assholes are the most bitch-ass whiny snowflakes who crave attention like your cult leader. You two can legit fuck all the way off, you all laughing stocks across the valley, soon to be laughed out of council, you cunts.
Whoa.
You set the poorest examples for the children and all the residents. I look forward to the day you are on your deathbeds because your pre-existing conditions will be slowly killing you. I will visit and spit on you both and laugh. There will be celebrations in Saucon Valley, twats. Fuck off forever, silly, useless, unwiped assholes. Fuck off again and again, Connie Cress. Were you the author of that?
What? I didn't even understand what you were saying.
Yeah, okay. I mean, you heard what I said. This is the love letters that I get, and I'm wondering, did you send that to me under a pseudonym, Constance Macus
I write so much
Cress?
better than that.
Okay.
That was a good one. That was better than me.
Yeah, because you spew vitriol a lot at the podium and in your blog.
That was a legitimate literary contest.
I'm just checking, because I received this. I mean, it's sent to my township email address.
It's gotta be someone that this all knows.
Yeah, it's gotta be
Maybe one of Susie's
Probably
clients.
somebody you know too.
Yeah.
Let's get some more.
There it is, right there.
Order.
Oh, that's just reflective of their supporters, tell us why.
Probably.
Just like the lawsuit from the dump, you probably wrote it yourself.
Kathy has an email she'd like to read on the record. Everyone.
Carissa Kraft asked for this to be read into the minutes. Hello, members of council.
What's her name?
This is Carissa Kraft, not that one. Hello, members of the Lower Saucon Township. I am unable to attend the meeting in person, so I'm asking that my comment be read during the agenda item B, the Hellertown Library discussion. I'm requesting a long-term agreement with the Hellertown Library so that the Lower Saucon Township residents can have full library access. The Hellertown Library is an asset to the community, and because Hellertown Borough and Lower Saucon residents share the same school, my children love going to the library with their friends for the amazing programs they provide. As a family of 5 that lives in Lower Saucon, we especially appreciate the puzzle rentals and offerings the library provides. Miss Andrea and the rest of the library staff are truly one of a kind and so helpful, so very helpful. The selection of Spanish children's books is also so impressive that helps children like my son in Saucon Valley Spanish immersion program keep up with their studies during the summer months where they are not in school speaking Spanish. As a Lower Saucon resident, I do not wish to commute to any other library than the Hellertown Area Library. I don't see any reason to fund a different library because the Hellertown Library has everything we need and more. Thank you for reading. Carissa Kraft.
Okay, so with that then,
There was one other thing that at least I see that came in at 5:26 to the manager from Kathy Fenstermarker. I don't know if you saw that one.
Dear Lower Saucon, I've been a strong supporter of the Hellertown Area Library. It's been very distressing for the last few years, not knowing what was going on with our relationship. I fully support Lower Saucon Township aligning themselves with the Hellertown Area Library as soon as possible. I have written in the past regarding my feelings on this and our past history with the library. My children have gone through Saucon Valley School. It was extremely beneficial being able to utilize services. I have been a past Storytime volunteer and counter help volunteer, although not of recent years. There seems to be no clear reason why we would go to any other library rather than the Hellertown Area Library. Sincerely, Kathy Fenstermacher.
Okay,
So with that ends our public comment, and I guess we need a roll call, Kathy.
Ms. Ray,
Yes.
Ms. Deleon,
Yes.
Mr. Benonis,
Absolutely not.
Ms. Cordero,
Absolutely, yes.
Mr. Carucci.
We should be able to do better now.
Motion passes 3-2.
Okay, thank you, everybody, on this issue. 2-minute recess. Can I have a motion, please? I'll make that motion. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, all in favor?
No.
Aye. Okay, roll call then, because they're not.
Ms. Deleon.
Yes.
Mr. Benonis,
No.
Ms. Cordero,
Yes.
Mr. Carucci,
No.
Ms. Ray.
Yes.
Motion passes 3-2.
Okay, and the time is 11:06. And I can't believe what I'm seeing in the audience.
Hey, signs are out, right?
Put signs.
Sign if you're stressing.
Put signs up. You have your political signs. You have your political
Get it out of
signs.
the way. Signs are signs.
Don't touch it, Paul. Don't touch it, boss.
Is that what member of council supposed to public shut up? You. That's great, Laura. Oh, yeah, that's great. Tell a member of the public to shut up. You're a council. You got yourself better. You should be ashamed of it. Oh, do you? Hey, we got a president taxpayer.
President taxpayer, you put your sign up.
It's really hard. Like sitting here. Just sitting is a challenge. Yeah.
Stick around. I get you.
Yeah. I know. I'm like, this well, the best part, yes, the best part, I forgot. She figured, I didn't know. I was like, I can't call Bradley, it's like, he got his birthday, so I was like, how did I have to find Bradley? So, yeah.
Yeah, thanks for bringing it.
Awesome. Sure, I've got a car. We use it always. We have 2 books on it. We put it one
I probably should have said, I'm probably funding the library, yeah.
It's gonna be long 4 years. Lost already. We're gonna make sure it's gonna be long 4 years.
No, you're the one who wanders around here like you don't know where the hell you are. Yeah. Yeah.
But you don't have a milk cart, I don't have a milk cart, you got a milk cart, you can't take that milk cart, you threw it away, I got it out of here.
How cool is that?
See you. Take care, Mark.
Yeah.
See you.
hard sitting for so long here.
Where'd everybody go?
A lot of people tapped out.
They got their Christmas present early. Cookies are good.
I don't want anything to do.
So places are C3.
Yeah.
So so, but I noticed that Pennsylvania, that's in, $790,000. And 50,000 from,
What was that? It's better for my family right now, because my wife works full-time every day. I just enjoy my litigation. I work too much when I have a kid. I'll make it work.
I don't check anybody's hand anymore. I swore it off after dealing with the courthouse. Too many people. Never know who's been where. Never know where I've been. I just don't. This ain't gonna fucking work. I thought you picked money up for me. Say, I thought you picked money up for me.
Well, that's good. Oh, yeah.
No, just screwed.
Yeah, I crawled to Mr. Anderson.
I could really notice the difference. I've shrunk 2 inches over 10, 15 years. Now it's really hard to like go to the south and I will just have it. And it's like, oh, what happened? How are you? Oh, so I want to ask you about the skill. So I don't know if I wrote something for this.
Because it aggravates
that.
You know, like, yeah. And then so he took this other reference and did everything and I was doing this thing and I looked at myself in the mirror. Because I was showing my shoulder was like, okay.
Yeah, they had that problem the other night, Stacy.
Yeah.
At the meeting, they had it just open the whole time. Yes.
See, I think it was, I was thinking it was from today because I know they were discussion things. I thought maybe it wasn't. Right? There's something, yes. I mean, I see that.
Laura's phone sounds louder.
Did they? This thing on their arm. I think there's a thing on the back. Well, there's always buttons on the back. And sometimes I think they don't.
Laura, your mic sounded much louder than that.
Cool.
Yeah, see, it's off. Somebody turned it off. Okay, wait, which one's working? So it's this one.
Let's know.
Here, the touch thing is off. Now it works. Somebody moved it up.
So which one doesn't work?
They don't say both of them.
The one at the
There's
top.
buttons on the back, controls, like you can have touch on, auto on, like you can put the button. So it should be okay, I think.
Get up. Yeah, just
Well, I don't know where Jason is today.
So I come over here and
5:16 p.m. And next on our agenda is D, discussion and possible action regarding the appraisal of property 07-2024. Council will review and discuss the appraisal. Steve?
Did we miss?
Yes, Steve. We're on Steve.
Sorry.
Hard to follow. It's the third letter of the alphabet.
Okay, C, discussion and possible action regarding zoning officer applications. I don't know, I just feel that this is not even appropriate for the agenda.
Well, it's on there.
Anyway, this was requested by Mr. Carochi and Mr. Bononis.
I'll wait for Tom.
I don't know why this is back on the agenda when we've already.
Oh, he's there, I
talked
didn't
about
know you were there. I thought you were, I didn't see your sweater blended in. Yeah, I mean, it came to my attention that there were individuals or a group or an organization that was interested in providing zoning services to the township. And we had this conversation at, not the last meeting, but the meeting prior to that. And that was never brought to our attention. And I find it troubling. I mean, I specifically brought up a point. I said, you know, if we've advertised for this, Kathy, you said that we've advertised for it, nobody expressed any interest in it. And I suggested at that point, you know, many months have gone by, why not re-advertise and see what's out there? And then we find out that somebody actually approached the township about it, and that was not brought up.
And that, maybe that was my presumption of your question, because I'm assuming that when you were advertising for a zoning officer, you meant to hire an individual, full-time employee.
Well, I mean, I think
The gentleman that came was from a company, and I had a very nice conversation with him, and I did say that we did appoint another firm. I have his business card, which he dropped off, and I said, if things don't work out, I'll be more than, you know, I'll keep you in if we do an RFP process. I'll keep you in the loop if things don't work out with the firm that we have. But my understanding, at least from the direction from other meetings, was that until a full-time office manager was hired, that the zoning position was going to be reviewed at that point. And then council and the new manager can discuss which direction they would want to go. Either advertise for an employee or put out an RFP.
Yeah, I mean, I just find it troubling that we're not actively trying to pursue various zoning options. We basically led ourselves to this contractor and foreclose opportunities for everybody else. And there might be better options that are out there. And as I understand it, Kathy, when we hired the contractor, they were the only game in town. And it seems like there are other interested parties, at least one, maybe more. So why is that not being explored? I think it's a valid question. I mean, I know Priscilla, Victoria, and Laura aren't going to answer that question because they're happy with who they selected. They're happy to have the control of that. But, you know, it goes back to the point, you know, like Tom brought up earlier, we do not have zoning services here in the township that are reflective of our community. We had the gentleman stand up and say that his goal here is to be highly restrictive in terms of the zoning. And we find out during yesterday's school board meeting that they want to put up 2 digital signs, and they're being harassed. I would call it harassment by the individual that's providing zoning services for the township. We're talking about a property that's 100 acres. It's got over 1 million square feet of buildings, and they want to put up 2 digital signs that are slightly larger than what is permitted. And what are they getting? They're getting grief from the zoning. And this is on top of the grief that I talked about at the last meeting, wherein they weren't providing temporary COs for people. They were not giving a CO because the pool wasn't filled with water, but the pool can't be filled with water because there's nobody living in the home. It seems to me to be asked backwards. And if we had a zoning officer who understood the community and understood, you know, how to deal with these issues and to move them along. I mean, you're harassing the school district. we're paying this entity, this group for zoning services with tax dollars. We're paying taxes to the school district who are submitting an application to Lower Saucon Township and being harassed. And then the school district has to turn around and consult with their people, their engineers, their designers, their lawyers, whomever, which is additional cost. That's paid for by tax dollars. We're in this endless cycle of wasting tax dollars on nonsense. And that, I mean, that is the prime example of, I think, why we need to explore other options here, because who we have, who was selected by Priscilla, handpicked by Priscilla, Victoria, and Laura, or approved by them, and to which every other option has been foreclosed. We're now churning tax dollars between the township and the school district, and that's not conducive to a good community. You know, you want to talk about Saucon Valley Partnership and getting along with other entities. How do we start with the school district?
And your point exactly, that's what I was just gonna say. First of all, the firm that we have currently, I never heard of before. I'm not really into zoning firms, so I had no idea, you know, the name appeared in the agenda, you know, the credentials seem
Let's
fine.
advertise. I mean, let's advertise and see what we can get. I don't understand
Kathy
why.
has so much on her plate right now. We were
Because
just-
you wouldn't hire a manager.
Can I finish?
Well, I didn't yield the floor, but you can have the
Well,
floor.
are we,
I mean,
That's all I do.
on the agenda, and Tom.
That's all I do.
question to me, I'm
I
answering
can ask
it.
a question to you. I'm
Okay,
asking rhetorical questions. You can answer when you have your opportunity to speak, but the item was put on the agenda by Tom and me, and I'll yield the floor to Tom.
This is, again, what I was saying earlier, that normally this would be RFP, we'd ask for bids. There's obviously other companies out there that can do this type of work. We should be selecting the best for the taxpayer. And yeah, now you're using the excuse Kathy didn't have time. She didn't have time because you either won't give her the job as a township manager and then hire a finance director, or you won't hire a township manager and let her go back to being finance director. And then we would have time to do things properly. Again, you guys are mismanaging this, and there's no reason why we shouldn't RFP these, especially, we have a new year coming up in January. It should just be done. We should put it out for bid, see who applies, and select the best firm in January. There's still time. We don't have to do it right away in January. We can do it at the end of January. We can have this other firm continue until a new one is selected, or if they're reselected, then they get the contract for the year, and it's a done issue. But I agree that we should have a zoning officer that knows the community and can talk. And also is going to raise things to the level. Like, I'm not even sure if Kathy was aware of it, but you know, like something like with the school district. I mean, that should be that information should be disseminated to the township manager, and then I think the township council that, you know, there's this issue here. I mean, I'd like to waive their fees regarding zoning on that, and I guess we can put it on the agenda for next time. You know, it really should have been on the agenda for this time, if we would all been aware of that. And one of the reasons we're not is because people are busy, because we're understaffed, because you guys refuse to hire. That's it. We should put it out. I make a motion, we put it out, the zoning services out for bid for 2024.
Second.
It's a motion.
And there's a motion on the floor.
2025.
Same second.
What's 2025?
2025,
Oh.
as in 13 days from now.
Okay, so there's a motion on the floor, and council discussions, you've already talked, so I'll go next. Saucon Valley School District, I think that I'd be in favor of waiving their fee, because, you know, be, you know, reciprocal. You know, the partnership would have come in handy here because they would have reported to us at the meeting, and we could have come back and told.
If we had a zoning officer, they would have reported to us. If we had a zoning officer, they would have reported to us.
What's that? Just go on. So, anyway, there's stuff, that's the stuff we would discuss at the partnership meeting. So I think that should be looked into, and if we need to put it back on the agenda, whatever, all right. And then I'm satisfied with the zoning people we have, so that's all I'm
Of course,
gonna say.
as they harass the school
Right,
district.
because they'll give St. Luke's their variances, you know, and not go hard on them, but right, anybody else?
that maybe the school should have been a donor to the campaign.
Right, because
Okay,
the
so now
landfill.
we have Victoria, would you like to go next?
Yeah, thanks.
Victoria's family.
I'll just reiterate, we already went through an RFP process where there was a request for bids out. And the only bid, yeah, there was.
No, there wasn't. Kathy, correct her.
There
Correct her,
was.
Kathy, there was not.
I contacted by phone several.
Yeah, but it wasn't a public, by phone.
By phone.
It wasn't an RFP.
So,
All right, make that clear to Victoria, because she doesn't know what that entails.
So the allegations that these are handpicked people, Priscilla, Victoria, Laura, have an agenda in hand, they're forcing people's hands.
You do.
This was not a direction, the current zoning company that we have is not a direction that Priscilla, Laura, or I, that I know of, ever asked that specific company to come forward. They were the only one that, as far as I understand, our manager was able to develop a relationship with, to work on what we needed to provide, to ask for services. My understanding was, as like when I spoke to you months ago about the zoning officer position, I wanted assurances that this firm could satisfy the needs of our township and provide somebody that was here on a timely basis to answer residents' concerns and to be able to ebb and flow. And from what I understand, they have that flexibility. They've done that. They've been here multiple times. They've been dragged here multiple times. And then talk about waste of money, waste of time, is this escapade right here. I think it's ridiculous. And we're not gonna go through a whole nother process for what? So we can waste more time and money on their dime. No thanks.
Okay, Laura?
Yeah, I'm sure we don't really have all the facts here on whatever the thing is with the school district, and I highly doubt that they were harassed or treated rudely.
Their words.
Misrepresent how everything is. So we can get more information about that and figure out what we need to do with that. If, I don't know if they need a variance or what they need, but we can talk about that separately. But we do have this company working, and we don't need to be switching things every other month. Talk about having no consistency. They're here, they're getting used to the lay of the land and the people, and I haven't heard people complaining about how it's been operating, so I don't think this is the right time to go out to bid again, since we just went through that.
Well, the compost center is a perfect example.
We're opening this up to public comment. Is there anyone in
Compost
the
center is a
audience that would
perfect
like to
example
speak on this?
of how they.
Seeing none, Kathy, can we have a roll call?
Mr. Benonis,
Yes.
Ms. Aptoff Cordero,
No.
Mr. Carucci,
Yes.
Ms. Ray,
No.
Ms. DeLeon. Motion fails 2-3.
Okay, moving on. Discussion and possible action regarding appraisal of property 07/2024. Steve, do you have any comments on this?
Yes, there was some direction from Township Council to obtain an appraisal for the property in question. The Township Manager obtained the appraisal, forwarded to Township Council members. It was discussed in executive session, no official action was taken, and it is before the council for further potential action or discussion.
Okay,
I remind Township Council that these types of real estate matters should be held, the numbers should be held confidential and so on. I think everybody understands that, but I remind them.
Well, Steve, you bring up a good point, because apparently our EAC is not cognizant of the confidentiality requirements. So at the last EAC meeting, rather than maintain the confidentiality of the property that they were going to be scoring, they disclosed the identity of the property. So this is what happens when you put a bunch of incompetents on a committee that don't know what they're doing. It's very clear. I mean, anybody that's on that committee that has been on there for any period of time. But again, Sandy's no longer on there, Tom's no longer on there, Hansberg's no longer on there. But anybody with like a thimble of a brain would know that you don't disclose what the property is. And they apparently did during the EAC meeting, which is ridiculous. So their conduct is gonna potentially cost taxpayer money. You know, I just don't get it. I mean, they're more worried about banning plastic bags and you know, virtue signaling with their nonsense than actually doing the task at hand. And it reinforces why we actually created the open space committee to deal with those issues so you could staff it with competent people. And that did not happen here. So I don't know how you message to those people, the solicitor or the township manager or the majority councilor. I mean, I'll make a motion that we provide clear direction to EAC about exactly what Steve said, maintaining the confidentiality of properties for the very reason that it has an impact on the township's efforts to negotiate on properties.
Well, I'll second that. And I want to make a motion as to this property.
Only one motion on the floor at a time.
Well, we got my motion, so let's talk about it. I mean, Steve identified it as an important issue and they violated it. So what's your defense to not sending a letter to your buddies on the EAC to tell them like to get their shit together?
So what's the motion again?
To have the solicitor draft a letter to each and every member of the EAC, both voting members and non-members, to have an understanding of the requirements when going through the open space process, so they know exactly what they're permitted and not permitted to do, including specifically not disclosing the identity of properties that are purposefully identified anonymously so that there's no impact to the township's discussions and potential negotiations on those properties.
Okay, wasn't the property on the last agenda, and it kind of said where the property was? And didn't somebody on this council go around to the residents to tell them to be at the meeting? And when the agenda item talked about the property number 072024, that property would be on the agenda?
There was a whole escapade about why the property wasn't identified, and we're secret, we're hiding things.
Yeah,
And oh my goodness, what's gonna happen, because nobody knows what's going on. And there was another council member that was giving smoke signals to the audience. I would call them smoke signals, with hats
There's no smoke in here.
and sports paraphernalia that identified property name by reference to similar naming, and members of the public have openly acknowledged that members of council, they came to and they said members of council told them that a particular property with the same identified number was going to be on the agenda, and oh my God, when are we going to hear about it? When are we going to hear about it? So here we go. We're going to talk out of one side of our mouth last meeting, and now we're on a different side of our mouth claiming, oh no, we're violating something. Oh no, we're going to get sued. Oh no. So it's ridiculous.
Who said anything about getting sued?
You did tonight. You say it every night.
So,
oh my
I
God.
didn't say we're gonna get sued. I'm
Should be
saying the EAC should learn what they're doing.
First of all, the meeting that this all happened at with the residents preceded the EAC meeting. So the EAC members that were here already knew the property name. So they weren't disclosing anything.
Make excuses for your friends on the EAC.
I think that, and especially in this situation, the matter has become an issue for a public concern. And it's not a situation where a private resident has come before EAC asking for a conservation easement or something, like the typical way in which we handle most properties. I think the township just gave it an identifying number based upon council's direction a while ago. So this is another waste of time and money right here.
Okay. So, Laura, do you have anything to say on this?
I was going to say the same thing if nobody else did. It's like you made it clear what the property was with all your funny jokes about the Phillies and the old Phillies, haha, real funny. And then you sat here and told everybody how we're hiding things because we're only referring to it by a number, and ooh, we're hiding. And we explained that is the way we've always done it. So, like she said, tell one lie one day, tell another lie another day. That's all we do. This is a waste of our time.
I'm telling you, EAC disclosed the identity of a property, they're not supposed to do it. And the solicitor just said you're not supposed to do it, that's all I'm saying.
Yeah, we're talking about the dollar numbers now.
Cover
at
up for your
this
buddies on
point.
EAC, whatever.
It's a big
You know, whatever.
flip-flop.
Band bags, whatever you gotta do.
I find.
So I can't support a letter right now saying what it does because we created the problem at the council meeting. before
We didn't,
the
I didn't create the problem, they tried every which way to have a supporter out there trying to get me to disclose something so they could make this argument last time. They didn't win, so they had to disclose it themselves with their smoke signals.
I find EAC's disclosure of the property unconscionable.
And I guess, either you're disclosing it and you're violating the rules, or you are not disclosing it and you're hiding something.
I'm
So
not
they
EAC.
can't tell you what's right anytime.
I'm on EAC.
Can't do it.
If council discussion is over, we'll open
I
up to
think
the
so.
floor.
I want to go on the record
One
saying.
gentleman wants to speak.
You already made the motion and you spoke about it.
Open up public
I can
comment.
speak about it. I find EAC's
We're at public
disclosure
comment.
of this property unconscionable.
Yeah, no, when I talk over here, I just try to remind them.
It's unconscionable.
Well, the bottom line is I knew who they were, and I know from somebody that attended the EAC meeting, okay? That's how it got around. And that's how whoever that person was that did the mailboxes knew all about it. So Virginia, you're wrong. You're absolutely wrong. It was the EAC members talking about it in public. That's how it came to be known. So don't sit there and blame it on everybody else. And you, Laura Ray, protecting the EAC, why don't you go back and look at the meeting video of the darn thing? And if that's not good enough, I'll see if I can get somebody to swear, testimonial, whatever, that indeed it was the EAC that let them know at that meeting which property and where it was and who owned it. Yeah, I know who it is, and yes, I have it in my notes, and I can go back and I can show you my notes from before the council meeting when I had it. So, Virginia, there you go again, just, okay, there you go. There's Miss I'm so perfect, and she's sitting there, just won't listen. You know, you're just incorrigible. You really are. You just talk a good game, but you're just...
It's not a good game, don't give it any credit.
Just disgusting. Yeah, that's it, just bumple. That's it, yeah, that'd be you. And then you get Laura Ray, when you're gonna get her laughing and she's gonna have a little error or something, you know. People are just, you talk about all these things that everybody should do except you. That's like dictatorships. All right. So I just wanted to set that record straight, and I really apologize for Virginia and Laura Ray trying to twist the facts, because I certainly as heck knew way before the council meeting from somebody that attended earlier, I think it was in the week, the EAC meeting, where it's public knowledge. So if you don't want to vote for it, Laura, you don't want to send a note to your colleagues saying, hey, you might want to be careful and not talk about these things, good. You vote it down and tell the solicitor not to do that, so if they do it again, we can blame it on the policeman over here or over there. But it's just not right. It's not transparent. It's not honesty. And you really need to get some of that. I notice you've been walking in the other direction all the time. You tend to point the finger at everybody else, and when you make an error, you don't admit it. And that's unfortunate.
Now she's got a compass to find.
I only have 2 seconds. I'm sorry, I didn't get the red flag.
Orange flags.
Well, I make a motion that we offer to buy the property.
Wait a minute, we had a motion on the floor already. When are you gonna get this process?
What?
It's not that hard.
So, is there a
So
second?
we have a motion on the floor, we just had public comment. And I guess, roll call.
Ms. Saucon Cordero,
No.
Mr. Ferrucci,
Yes.
Ms. Ray,
No.
Ms. DeLeon,
No.
Mr. Benonis.
Yes.
Motion passed 2-3.
I'll make a motion to make an offer, to direct the solicitor to engage in negotiations and to make an initial offer in the amount of the appraisal that the township received for property 07-2024.
I'll second.
Weren't there two numbers?
Also,
To acquire the property, not for an easement, to acquire the property.
also,
When I mean acquire, I mean acquiring title, legal title that would be recorded in the courthouse, where the township would be the owner of the property. That's what I'm referring to.
I know what that means.
Okay, I'm just explaining to you, because you're talking about two different numbers. I want it to be perfectly clear. It's an offer to acquire legal title to the property.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second on the floor, made by, who made the motion? Tom?
Jason
Jonas made the motion,
Jason
Tom seconded.
and Tom seconded. Okay, so discussion, did you have any more discussion, Jason?
I think it's appropriate. I mean, the residents have come here and communicated their concerns. There's an opportunity here to potentially buy the property. The property owner has expressed an interest in selling the property. So I think that negotiations should be undertaken as soon as possible. I yield.
yeah, my concern is, I'm not anti-development, it's the traffic of 39 apartments and
79.
and 80 parking spaces or whatever it is, 39. I thought it was 39
I'm sorry,
apartments.
39 parking spaces, you're right.
Yeah, the last thing I saw was 39.
Yeah, you're right.
Apartments and 80 parking spaces. And Lost Ray wants to put a parking garage over there too, apparently.
Underground.
Underground. And so, I mean, I just don't think the two intersections, you know, I might feel differently if the state would let them put a light to get out there on the 378, make that a four-way thing, you know, but they don't own that property. That's owned by the guy that owns the paint store, I guess, and that property. That's, to me, 39 is just too many, and that's too many parking spaces and too much traffic at both of those intersections that gets you out to 378. There's been some accidents on 78 this week, and you just see how 378 backs up, and all those intersections really back up around rush hour. But some members of this council may not know that. They live on the other side of the township. I think Priscilla lost to live on the other side of the township, but it's bad in the mornings.
Start calling me by my right name too, okay?
It's bad in the mornings and it's bad. It's bad in the mornings. It's bad in the mornings. It's bad in the afternoons at rush hour. And like I said, if they're going to put one house in there, two houses in there, fine. You know, maybe a townhouse or two, fine. But that's just too many. Too many parking, too many cars, too much traffic. And we have to give these people, I mean, even 50 years ago, when they built 78, they closed Old Philadelphia Pike and built 78 right through it, and they can't even go that way now. They have to go out to 378. So I think these people have had enough. And we should just acquire the property and, you know, be done with it.
Victoria?
Yeah, when we last visited this, I think it was an executive committee, or when we had the meeting about it, we asked that we have EAC go out and score the property and report back to us, and we also, I think, asked the historical committee, to go out and look at the property, because there were people that came forward and identified that the house that sits there may have some historical value and has some history, and that there was concern about that. So I am still committed to that process, and I am waiting to see what, I think I might have, I don't know if I even saw something from EAC. I watched some of their meeting. I think they did go out and score it. So I'm waiting for that, to hear back from them, and I'm also waiting to hear back from the historical committee. My understanding is that members of the historical committee had gone out on different days to view it, but I'm not sure where that sits right now. So I'm not comfortable with making any proposal, especially in light of the disparity of figures that I'm aware of. But more importantly, I don't even have the information that we asked for from the committees, so that's where I stand.
Okay, I just think it's premature based on.
Slow walk
we
it,
didn't hear from the
EAC.
EAC, we didn't.
EAC slow
The
walk.
historical committee's looking at it, and,
Slow walking
I
it.
think this is a little premature.
They're slow walking it, so they're slow walking it.
So,
Not
I don't
talking.
know that we don't have all the information. One, I don't know that this agenda item even is correct for negotiating to buy a property, because it's about discussing an appraisal, which is different than buying a property. We have no actual plan for this property, we haven't discussed it, what are we gonna do with the property? What do we need with the property?
We don't have to decide now.
That, well, you
We
don't
buy open
just
space all the
go
time.
do things without knowing a plan or having a plan. So you're taking
It's
the
your
property
mental
off our
health.
tax rolls and adding it to our items of things that we have to maintain, so.
$11 million in open space fund.
Okay, so anybody in the audience like to comment?
I have no idea where the property is, but I would say this, trying to get onto Old Philly Pike on and off, traffic from Old Philly Pike down Black River, a whole block, it can be blocked up, it can take you 3 or 4 or 5 lights. Putting in 39 apartments is goofy, and if you can grab this thing while you can, it is certainly not in keeping in character as they paint it with the neighborhood. It's an absolute disaster compared to the neighborhood in every way, shape, and form. And yes, believe you me, I'll do everything in my power to make sure if they try to put in 39 apartments, I'll be all over DEP. We'll get the NPDES people in here to look at floodplains and everything else. So you can slow walk this all you want. And I think somebody said the other day, yeah, we need to have the EAC there. And of course, you know, Mr. Gaduzian, who talked to our attorney, we understand, didn't mention anything about, hey, our guys from the EAC need to go there. And, well, Laura Ray said, well, you know, we just can't walk on that property. Okay, so here we are. We're down another couple weeks or maybe a month, and EAC still asleep, and you're using that because you do not want to make any kind of judgment on his property because they haven't reported back to you. Gee, how about a process? How about a timeline? How about picking EAC members who, you know, within a month, maybe can take a Saturday off in the morning, like Dave takes off virtually every other Tuesday night or Wednesday night to be here, okay? I get so tired of hearing all the endless excuses from this council, certain people on this council about, oh, it's so busy and I'm this, that, and the other thing. No. If you're going to take this job on, that ought to be a contract with this community. If you're going to join these organizations, you are going to do this, 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 and this. And if you don't, it sounds familiar. Some people don't even attend and they get kicked off. What's worse? People that sit there and have tea parties and don't do their job by reviewing this stuff in a timely manner so this property can either be purchased or not. I don't see anybody getting kicked off for that. So that's, yeah, process. Laura Ray.
Okay, anybody else have any comments? Okay, roll call, Kathy.
Mr. Kirchi.
He's too busy playing with his phone for direction.
My vote is yes.
Ms. Ray.
You offer.
I would say no, not at this time.
I didn't hear you.
No, not at this time.
Ms. DeLeon.
I agree, no, at this time, it's premature.
Mr. Benonis.
Yes.
Ms. Alphat Rivera.
I'd like to see the process that we asked for to be completed, and I think it's moving swiftly. So again, I vote no, not at this time.
Slow rolling.
Motion fails 2 to 3.
Philadelphia needs.
Okay, so
it's slow
next
rolling.
is E, Resolution 73, 2024, final adoption of the 2024 proposed budget. The budget has been prepared, advertised as required, and has been available to the public for the 20-day review on the website and at the Township building. Memorandum and budget review has been provided for changes related to expenses that were provided during the 20-day period. Resolution number 73-2024 has been prepared to adopt the final document. I'll make a motion to approve the budget, but Kathy, I'd like you to go over the memo and stuff.
I'll second that.
The 2025 proposed budget is same millage that was approved last January, or this past January. That's at 5.14 mils, 0.9 being to the fire assessment. The overall budget is, with the changes that I provided, which included the workers' comp insurance for the fire department for $4,900 or $4,090, $1,000 increase to workers' comp or vehicle insurance, and the modification of the agreement for the library is also reflected in this. So the overall budget is $17,167,919.40. $10,949,619.40 is the general fund. $2,372,600 is for special taxes, and $3,845,000 or $845,700 is for the capital fund.
Okay, I'd like to redo my motion to state, to include the numbers you just went over.
I'll second the revision.
Okay. All right, so we have a motion on the floor, and I guess discussion, Jason?
Yeah, I've said many times throughout the budget process that this budget is ridiculous. The township is sitting on $11 million of township taxpayer money. There's no reason to show revenue at the levels that are here. I've said before that it's illegal to have a budget that's reserves more than 25%. The budget itself, I've already pointed out, is knowingly inaccurate, which is also a violation of Pennsylvania law. It does not reflect potential settlement with regard to the litigation from the landfill for violation of the Sunshine Act, where they're seeking more than $1.2 million. There's $0 allocated for that. So I remain convinced that this budget is improper, and I will rely upon my earlier comments at prior meetings.
Okay, Tom?
Yeah, I agree. We should at least have the landfill lawsuit budgeted for. Seems like an illegal budget to me, and not surprising coming from this this majority of Democrats doing something illegal, corrupt.
Okay, my turn. I guess there's no tax increase, right, Kathy?
No.
You already increased in January.
Already increased in January.
Increased in February. That's what you did.
And
So it is a tax increase. It's just continuing the same tax increase.
we're paying more insurance.
You had your turn to comment. Now you just. Okay, so
Getting cranky. It's getting cranky. Somebody's getting cranky.
What's that? Thank you. You don't even want to see cranky out of my mouth.
I don't want to see anything out of your mouth.
Yeah.
I don't want to look at it or hear it.
I don't want to get that close. Victoria?
Thank you. I am happy that we're able to present this budget. I'm happy that we're able to provide the necessary police and public works things. One of the major items that I saw specifically was a basic failure to provide for our public works department at a time that we were again dumping $3.6 million into a pet project at the expense of our public works employees and everybody else who had to sacrifice. So I'm happy that we're able to move forward the things that should have been done for a third of the cost of that ball field, namely the public works expansion that would provide for them. I think that's also one of the major items of this budget, along with funding our library So I'm really proud that we're able to move forward on this. I think as we move forward, we have to be cognizant of our expenses. So I'm hopeful that moving forward, our staff can look at that very carefully whenever there's another request to do anything major, to just be mindful about where we sit right now. I would like to see us at a place where we are using the revenue without landfill money to pay for our expenses or get as close as possible, which leads me to the idea about the audit,
Good
which
luck reading that
directed
motion.
the auditing firm to review our budget. My understanding in many, many years, our audit would disclose that idea about what was happening with landfill funding and how we were able to keep our budget balanced without it. So I'd like to see that returned, and I look forward to that. I want to thank the staff, I want to thank Kathy for putting this together. I am proud, despite all the allegations and all of the attempts to try to I'm going to finish because I know you had your turn, so this is mine. There were plenty of attempts throughout this past year to handcuff our township, especially in December of last year when they knew they had major expenses coming up, that they were going to try to reduce our taxes to nothing, at a disservice to our residents. So I'm proud that we're able to do this without a tax increase, and I look forward to accomplishing the items that we have budgeted for next year.
Okay, and I'm gonna ask you, after we're finished with this motion, the recommendation that you made before for the budget for the following year, I want you to make that as a motion, I'll support it.
Okay, I think we did. Kathy, do we need it? I'm happy to do it.
Yeah, let's do it, okay. All right, so this is the approval of this budget. So Laura?
I don't really have any additional comments to make about the budget. I'm glad to be
Next year's budget's not like
having it come to a conclusion here. Next year, I hope we can do the process a little smoother.
Right.
I have some different ideas.
Okay. Anyone in the audience like to speak on the budget? No, yeah. Mark? Is that a yes? I never know when he stands up, if he's going to the podium or not.
Mark Ozmek, Lower's Hall. So this budget is for this year, correct?
2025.
2025. And that includes the pay raise for Chief Thomas Barton?
It's not question and answer, you can tell us whatever you like. Not for public comment.
For one thing, you should save some money. You shouldn't give Barton a raise. Thomas Barton didn't deserve a raise. Pretty much everybody's aware of what he did to me, along with Mr. Trump supporter up there. Too bad the federal government and the local government are like two different entities, completely. But anyway, that's my complaint. Barton didn't need a raise. Sometimes I still think he should be fired. And with others, they should be brought up on perjury charges.
Okay, let's not go there.
We're gonna go there.
Okay, anybody else like to speak? I guess not. Roll call, please.
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Ms. Delian?
Yes.
Mr. Benonis?
I'm going to abstain because I've already put the township on notice of a claim with regard to the illegality of the budget and the taxes.
Is that a reason to abstain?
Yeah, it is, because I've already put it on. I'm not going to cast a vote on something that I may have a financial interest in, which is the current budget, so I'm going to abstain. So you're not my ethics counselor here. I'm abstaining, so
The
accept
record
it.
has to
You're a
reflect
war.
that.
Yeah, I'm abstaining.
And
I'm
the reason
abstaining,
why.
and I already said why.
Okay. I don't.
And I don't care if you agree, because you're clearly not an ethical person. You would unrecuse yourself to bail out a Priscilla Pine Tower. So, you know, and I've said this in every other time that we've talked about the proposed budget. I've recused myself. So now you want to know my reason why? Yeah, it is. I know it's hard to remember, Priscilla, because there's a lot of empty space in your head. You don't remember a lot of stuff.
You're just rude and arrogant, and one day it's gonna catch up with you, Jason.
No, you're just an ass.
Whatever.
Can I speak now?
No, we're not talking.
Cordero?
Yes.
Mr. Carucci?
No.
Motion passes 3-1, one abstention.
Okay, did you have that other motion, Victoria?
I can make the other motion as long as the solicitor feels it's appropriate under the agenda
Well, this
item.
is
It's not the agenda.
with the budget.
Well, not the
it's related-
2026 budget.
It's related, no, it's related to the 2025 budget. There was specific funding to increase the cost of our audits.
It's not on the
audit
agenda.
company could review, the audit company could review our expenses as they relate to how we could get back to a place where we would use our tax revenue that comes in from other sources other than the landfill to
Not on the
sustain our
agenda.
operations. So
This
it
is
was
not
part
on the
of,
agenda.
it was.
This is a violation of the Sunshine Act.
It was
You're talking
part
about an item
of
that's
the
not on the
budget.
agenda.
I am happy. I am
You do it in
more than
January.
happy.
You do it
I
in
am more than happy to make it an agenda item if the solicitor thinks it's appropriate for the.
Do it in
next-
January.
It would make more sense to put it
Do
on
it in
different.
January.
That's great.
There
So
we
we will
go.
add it to the
There we
next
go. Oh,
agenda.
Priscilla didn't know what she was talking
And we will
about.
discuss it at that time.
Good. Priscilla didn't know what she was talking about.
But I'm happy to do it. We
Imagine that.
budgeted for it. My point was is that we have the budgeting in there to do that, to bring us back to fiscal responsibility.
Okay,
It says
Thank you.
2024.
okay, so next we have the F under resolution number 74-2024, fixing the general purpose tax levy for 2025. Has been prepared. The mills are 4.24 mils and the fire tax is 0.90 mils, not 0 mils. Kathy, did you want to say anything about that?
No, this is what the same amount that was billed for the 2024 year, so.
Right. Okay, so I'll move for approval. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, discussion, Jason?
Yeah, I've said before that, you know, the tax should be reduced because you're holding too much money, too much Lower Saucon Township taxpayer money in reserves. You've got like $11 million. You know, I'm not going to belabor the point. It's very clear that it's improper. To continue to tax people at this rate when you're sitting on so much money is ridiculous. So it's illegal.
Okay, Tom?
Yeah, you're confiscating residents' hard-earned money for, when we have plenty of it here. We have plenty of it coming in from the landfill, which you seem to trying to stop, but, no. Nope.
Okay, I don't have any problem with this. Victoria?
I second it. I don't have any additional comments. I don't have anything else additional to
Laura?
say.
Can't hear, she's old.
Yeah, this is the same total millage that we've had for several years, so. We're not adding to our reserves, we've reduced the reserves. So I have no additional comment.
Okay, anyone in the audience like to speak on this issue?
So how far does it go? 11, 12, 13, 14 million? You just keep collecting? Is that the point here? Oh, that's right. You guys only talk to each other. You don't talk to the public, but you're transparent. But I agree with, where you go? He left. Yeah, there's no end to it. Yeah, this is just not right. You may be making a lot of money. I certainly am not. Okay, so you talk about all these raises and things and taxes going up, and it's just delightful. By the way, I did see that Hellertown is making to hire another policeman, and their taxes are going to go up 34%. Yeah, that was in the morning call. Could very easily happen in Emmaus too. And so, yeah, maybe you should increase by a couple more million. But again, if the law says you there's a limit to how much you can have in escrow or whatever excess. You might want to pay attention to that. And I hope Mr. Gaduzian has made some comments to the council about that. But it looks like he's absorbed in some other piece of business.
She is.
Okay, anybody else like to speak? Mary Ann back there. You're good?
I'm
Okay. Kathy, roll call.
Ms. DeLeon,
Yes.
Mr. Benonis,
Abstain.
And again, could you repeat the reason why? Because this is
No, I can't.
another,
Okay. I don't want to give an explanation, I abstain.
No, you're not owing me the explanation, it's for the record. But
I already
that's
made my
fine.
comments on the record.
That was for a different agenda.
Keep wasting time, Priscilla.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
You're wasting time.
Trust me, I'm not. Tom?
I want to abstain just because it just pisses you off so much, but I'll vote no. I'll vote no.
Ms. Alta Cordero,
Yes.
Mr. Caroci,
No.
Ms. Ray.
Yes.
Motion passes 3-1, 1 abstention.
Okay, so anything else on that agenda item, Kathy?
No.
We're good, right? Okay, next we have resolution 75-2024, fixing the EIT, real estate, transfer tax, and local services tax for general purposes. Resolution 75-2024 has been prepared, and I guess I'll make a motion to adopt this. Resolution 75-2024, is there a second?
I'll say that just with the one amendment, at least my agenda on board docs is labeling it 74-2024. Or we have the last one, the fixed EIT, sorry,
Right, we'll do that.
75, okay.
We just did that.
Never mind,
Okay,
I'll second.
all right, we're talking about G.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Steal the title from
Council
Lost.
discussion, Jason?
I incorporate my earlier comments.
Lost too.
What did you say?
I said I incorporate my earlier comments.
Tom?
No, it's confiscation, more confiscation, tax dollars.
What's the news?
So, more
We're
confiscation.
scrolling, looking at the news.
More confiscation of tax dollars, it's unnecessary.
Can you
Does
keep
he
it
have any
moving,
more
Priscilla?
comments?
Keep going with
Excuse me, what?
Can you keep it moving? I think did you yield, Tom?
I'm waiting, being respectful to him, so don't be
There's
disrespectful
the
to
first,
me.
wow, must
That's
be
not
Christmas
comment.
spirit. Ghost of Christmas past walked in.
Yeah, that was my comment.
Okay, all right. I have no further comments. Victoria?
I don't have any comments.
Okay, Laura?
No comments on this.
Okay, anybody in the audience like to speak on this? Okay.
Unfortunately, I didn't, Dave Luann, by the way, didn't bring that piece of paper with me. But I'm sure you've all read it, correct?
A piece of paper, I don't know, oops, I'm not supposed to.
On this item, the EIT, Resolution 75-2024. Okay, does somebody have it there?
It's in your packet.
I just wanted to, I know I printed it out, but I think my printer ran out of ink. Somebody had asked me, one of my neighbors, I should say, asked me, does that address working at home, a tax on having a home office?
If you have a,
No, nobody read it? Okay. No, I was really asking the council, because I know they don't read it, and that really, that takes the breath out of me. Yes, maybe you could answer it. Thanks, Kathy.
If you do have a home occupation businesses and it's registered with our tax collecting agency, then that would be a 1% of your income, so.
Okay, but this addresses that also?
This is for your wage taxes.
Oh, wage taxes, okay. I'm sorry, then maybe I've got the wrong one. I thought one of them addressed it, and yes, you will be taxed if you work at home for a business or job or whatever. Your tax will be such and such. Okay, no?
If you're making income at home and it's reportable income, then this would be applicable.
Okay, and then there you go. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else like to speak? Okay, roll call, please.
Mr. Benonis,
Abstain.
Ms. Altough Cordero?
Yes.
Mr. Carucci?
No.
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon?
Yes.
Motion passes 3-1, one abstention.
Okay.
Democrats want to do.
We have discussion and possible action on authorizing purchasing of 2025 equipment and vehicles. Staff is requesting council's consideration. Kathy, would you like to talk about this?
Yes, our police department and our public works, our police chief and public works director is requesting council authorization to enter into the agreement to purchase these vehicles, to enter into the agreement now, knowing that we'll be getting the equipment and paying for it in next year. And since you've approved the budget, I'm asking you to authorize this so that we can maintain the prices that were quoted.
Okay, so I'll make a motion to authorize the executing agreements for the capital expenses budgeted in 2025 to maintain the 2026 prices.
I'll second.
Okay, council discussion, Jason,
No discussion.
Tom,
No discussion.
I have no discussion, Victoria?
I support this. I would just, I don't know if it's a direction to the manager for next year moving forward, to just look at the types of vehicles that we're purchasing to see if there's other more, I guess, environmentally friendly vehicles that are available. I've seen that they are now making police vehicles, which kind of makes sense to me because of the battery power in an EV vehicle. It can make the police vehicle much more responsive to chasing, cars that are trying to get away. Anyway, I think it would be beneficial. There's a lot of tax credits and things like that available. I don't know what exactly are the public works vehicles, so obviously that changes, but just for the future, to have the staff make sure they're looking at all their options. But yeah, otherwise, yeah.
Okay, Laura?
Yeah, well, I agree with those comments as well. I know there are other townships down in Montgomery County that are doing that. The Ford Enforcers, I think, is what they use for the police, and they have electric versions of those now, and there were a lot of good tax credits. I don't know what will happen with them, but, we should look into that in the future as well.
Okay, thank you. Public comment, anyone in the audience wish to speak? Okay, Kathy, roll call?
We have,
Oh, I'm sorry.
Mark Ozemek, don't buy electric vehicles for a township.
What's that? Trump's in the White House, still.
Did a combined gas electric rechargeable on its own while you're driving it thing is one thing. Don't buy a plug-in electric vehicle for the township.
Okay, is there anyone else? Okay, can we have a roll call, please?
Ms. Altough Cordero?
yes.
Mr. Carucci?
Yes.
Pumpkin?
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Horses?
Yes.
Mr. Benonis?
Yes.
Passes 5-0.
Next we have
What was the vote?
Parks and Rec Board, Recreation. Parks and Recreation Board, Resident Park Survey. You'll find your paper in the red folder. We have Ms. Ray, put this on the agenda, requested by Ms. Ray, so Laura, do you want to explain it?
Sure, the Parks and Rec Board talked about this for a few months and kicked around some ideas of doing a survey, what we want to be asking residents. We came up with this list of 9 questions. Hopefully it can be formatted so that there is place at the bottom where they can put in like free-form text opinions and comments and ideas. just to get a feel for how the parks are being used. If they're happy with our parks, if they think we need things added, you know, just general information. We'd like to hopefully be able to get this then out in the next newsletter possibly, with a QR code that could bring people to the Survey Monkey to complete it. Carol had also talked about, they posted on their Facebook, send it out with the constant contact, and get this out there so we can get some feedback from the residents to see how we stand with our parks.
I'd just like to interrupt the record that Mr. Bononis and Mr. Croce left, and the time is 12:17.
I'm still here.
All right, Mr. Croce left at 12:17.
I was walking out, we can say it now.
I'm sorry, Laura. I'm sorry.
Just wait, they're leaving, then you can officially say
I
that they're
don't mean to
leaving.
interrupt you, to give you the time.
Oh, well, I'm done speaking anyway on the topic. That's.
So, discussion, there's only 3 of us here now. I think the Parks and Rec Board did a great job. I don't see anything missing. Of course, you could look at it again and say, oh, I forgot this, forgot that, but, I don't know, Victoria?
I think it's a great idea that we're being very transparent with our residents about what we're doing in our different boards. I wish that, you know, the past Parks and Rec boards would have put out a public survey also to ask the public what they thought about a $3.6 million ball field for 0.8 something to service 0.8% of our township, you know, population. I think that was the number. I might be wrong on that number, but I know it was less than 1%. Either way, this is a great step forward, and I think that I think it'll be a wonderful idea, and I look forward to seeing what they say.
Okay, so would there be a motion? I'll make that motion to approve the draft survey. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Laura? Okay, council discussion. Again, I would like to restate that Mr. Bononis and Mr. Hirochi left the meeting, and it's 12:19. I have no issues with it. Victoria?
None.
Laura?
No, I mean, we kept it short and sweet. We want feedback from the residents.
Right. Anyone in the audience wish to speak on this?
So, you said you had a draft of this? Is that correct? Is that what I heard?
Yes.
You do?
At mine.
Why is it in the packets? You just told us about transparency, Virginia. Why is it in the packets? See how she just ignores people? Amazing. Yes, I'd like yours, Priscilla, if I may approach. Scary, isn't it? So, okay, this is a good reason why I say, when people talk about things and say, we're so transparent, and just 3 minutes ago, and now she won't even look me in the eye and say, oh yeah, we forgot it, or we didn't do it, or whatever or not. She just sits there and looks at her computer. You know, you wonder why people get angry with you, because it's the double talk that you spew. And here's a perfect example. And then you just completely ignore it. So there it is. There's honesty. There's transparency from my side. And if I do something and you want to ask me a question, I'll answer it. But it's not like Virginia, who says one thing and does something else. Thank you.
Okay, next. No, okay. I guess roll call, please.
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon?
Yes.
Ms. Upton Cordero?
Yes.
Motion passes 3-0.
Okay, thank you, members absent.
No, I think just call the next one, just consider it.
So the next one is this one, Jay, right?
Right. So, you want me to?
Yeah.
So the next item is J, discussion and possible action on Northampton County elections commission's votes. It was brought or asked to be placed on this agenda by Mr. Bononis. Mr. Bononis isn't here. If there's no discussion or no motion, then we would move on to the next agenda item.
Okay, so no action. No action is taken for this item, right?
Correct.
And the next one,
Okay, same thing, discussion and possible action on Lower Saucon Township ballot referendum. Again, was requested by Mr. Bononis. If there's any discussion or there's no motion, then there's nothing to do, and we will then move on to the next agenda item.
okay, so I would say no action. Somebody disagrees with me, let me know. And then next is L, which is discussion and possible action on reports of U.S. Congressperson Susan Weil violating sworn oath of House Ethics Committee. Again, Mr. Bononis had asked for this to be on the agenda, but he left the meeting early. So I would say no action on this, unless somebody disagrees. And then moving on, we have M, Resolution 76, 2024.
No, that's, M is the.
Did I skip one? What did I skip?
The M discussion
Yes,
on Lower Saucon Township Agreement Mutual General Release with Berlin.
I don't know, okay. We have M, discussion and possible action on Lower Saucon Township Agreement, mutual general release with the Borough of Hellertown. Okay, so,
And to,
what do I have?
and so, just so we're clear, this is the release that was already approved by Township Council, it's already been signed, again, brought by Mr. Bononis. If there's no discussion or no motion, then we would take no action and move on to the next agenda item.
Okay, so no action.
They're missing for both. They were missing, he was missing for when we actually adopted the agreement, and he's missing again after he put it on a second time.
Right, so we need to do nothing. So, is the mitigation plan next then?
So,
Okay, so resolution 76-2024 Lehigh Valley 2024 Hazard Mitigation Plan update has been updated. The Northampton County Hazardous Mitigation Disaster Recovery Manager is requesting municipalities in Northampton County to approve the attached resolution approving their updated plan, which is done every 5 years. The township has approved resolutions with past updates. So I'll make a motion to approve resolution 76-2024. Is there a second?
A second.
Laura? Kathy, did you have any discussion on this?
I just wanted to relay that our emergency management coordinator did review it.
Oh, we did? Oh, great. Okay, good job. Okay, council discussion?
Volunteer for the fire company, isn't he?
Yes.
Victoria, any comments?
No, just thank you to the volunteers for reviewing it.
Okay, Laura?
Yeah, I don't really have any input on this. I read through the plan quite a while ago, and it was interesting to see what they planned for.
It is. Yeah. Okay, and I have no comment, other than I read a lot of them. Okay, anybody in the audience like to speak on this? Okay, roll call please, Kathy.
Ms. DeLeon?
Yes.
Ms. Upton Cordero?
Yes.
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Motion passes 3-0. Mr. Carucci and Mr. Bononis out.
Right, for that. Okay, discussion and possible action on, see now I have this one below that.
A good thing to say, Kathy,
That's
just
it.
because we have 5, and then sometimes they leave and there's abstentions and different things, so I think it's really important when you're doing a roll call and we don't have everybody here to identify who's absent. That would just help clarify.
the record.
These are out of order.
I know, I'm sorry.
Okay, so we have, O, which is resolution 77-2024, which is the American Rescue Plan Fund, which is budget adjustment. Kathy?
This is a resolution that we do to modify the current budget to reflect the purchase or the expenses that council approved at the last meeting.
Okay, so I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second that, or make,
Yeah, I'm doing too many things at once here. ARPA, so that's the ARPA funds. Okay, so it was moved by me, seconded by Victoria. Any other discussion? Laura, did you have any discussion?
I'm just happy that we got to do it. I know the groups are really thrilled to have this boost in their budgets. So looking forward to hearing some good news come back from the nonprofits as they use the funds for their different projects.
Okay, Victoria?
I'll thank Laura again and Priscilla for putting forward this proposal. I think it's wonderful, and thank you.
Okay, anybody in the audience like to speak on this? Can we have a roll call, please?
Ms. Alpert Cordero?
Yes.
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon?
Yes.
Motion passes 3-0. Mr. Benonis and Mr. Carucci absent.
Okay, so now we're into 5 miscellaneous. We have the November 2024 financial reports. They're ready for council's review. Does anybody have any questions? If not, is there a motion for approval?
Make the motion to approve the budget for the finance report.
And second. And council discussion. And nothing. Victoria?
Nothing.
Laura? Anybody in the audience wish to speak on the financial report? Okay, roll call, please.
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon?
Yes.
Ms. Alpert Cordero?
Yes.
Motion passes 3-0. Mr. Carucci and Mr. Benonis absent.
How smooth this is going forward. I had to say that. Okay, council and staff reports. Kathy?
I do not have anything. I just want to wish everybody a Merry Christmas.
Oh, thank you. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. But I just want to say also that, I don't know if I wrote it on my list, because I have a kind of a lengthy thing here, but the liquid tax audit, liquid fuels, we came out okay on that?
There were a couple of account adjustments, but we're to the penny.
Right, so good, okay. I wanted to tell you that it was good. Okay, council, Laura?
Okay. I just had a couple of things that I've done in the past couple of weeks, I guess. I attended a PSATS.
Can you move your mic over a little bit?
Yeah, sorry. I attended a PSATS webinar a couple weeks ago on using AI to do road assessments. So it was pretty interesting. I don't know that it would really be applicable to use here, but it looked interesting that you use like your cell phone camera and drive around, and it takes videos, and then it gets sent into this company, and it can assess your roads and evaluate, priorities of how bad they are and which ones you should work on, etc. So it was interesting to see, but like I said, I don't know if it would really be worthwhile for our size or the amount of roads that we have. I also attended the Saucon Valley Conservancy open house last week, and we presented them with a funding check for $25,000, and they were thrilled. They also have the artist exhibit right now, so I guess the January 14th. January 14th, they're going to have the artist reception for that. And then I also attended the open house for Lehigh Valley Planning Commission at their new facilities on the waterfront in Allentown. last week, I believe. So they gave a nice overview of statistics of, how things are developing in the Lehigh Valley. So they have a lot of good information out on their websites, and they said they were going to get this presentation that they gave during the open house.
Thank you. Victoria?
For the rail trail, I just wanted to highlight, if anybody didn't know, on the rail trail as you go into Upper Saucon Township and you're in the DeSales University campus, there is a spot where you kind of have to go around an area, and the rail trail had worked with Upper Saucon Township to get a bridge done so that it connects the rail trail more efficiently. And so the bridge was commissioned. I think Upper Saucon paid for it along with DeSales, and that bridge, they're going to be having a ribbon cutting in January to commemorate this bridge as part of the rail trail. So I wanted to highlight that and encourage people who frequent the rail trail and support the rail trail to go to that event. I also, there was something I wanted to ask Kathy, and it's just slipping my mind for the moment, but that was the big major thing I wanted to report, along with saying just happy holidays to everybody, and thank you for your time. But I'll think of, just give me a moment while you do your report, and I'm gonna think of the thing I was gonna direct Kathy to do.
Okay, so my report is that, let's see, I just wrote these numbers. Are you gonna do the monthly dollar?
I'm sorry, I remember now what it was.
Go ahead.
It made me think because we were talking about roads, or Laura was talking about roads. There is an option for the township to negotiate and contract with PennDOT to have the township Public Works Department plow state roads within the township, and PennDOT actually pays you for, they pay the township a fixed fee in order to do that plowing. So when we have a snow or ice event and our guys have to traverse, state highways or state roads to get to Public Works, and then leave Public Works to get to our township roads, they are always going over the state roads that PennDOT does, and a lot of residents always talk about, like, gee, this road is a PennDOT road, it wasn't done as quickly or whatever. So, and I've heard from other municipalities that it actually saves the township money because at least in the last few years, you can never predict how much snow you're gonna get year over year, but typically the amount that's paid upfront for the agreement to plow the roads is higher than what actually gets expended at the end of the season. So I would like the manager with Public Works to look into what that agreement entails and inspect other municipalities that do it to ensure, just to verify the information that I have about the cost savings benefit. But for me, if the plow truck has to put its plow down, it might as well do the roads that it has to traverse over to get to the other township roads. So I think that would be a good thing to do for next year.
We already do that?
We do have a couple of roads that we did take over.
But just a couple, so this would be, do we do like 378?
We did, no, I believe part of it might be Bingen. I think Bingen Road was one of them. We took them over
a long time ago.
Okay.
So we get a little over $52,000 a year.
For what we've taken over so far.
But we're not repairing them, we're just plowing.
This is just about.
We took them over.
Oh, okay.
The turnback, I'm not sure if they changed.
No, this is a different
The turnback
thing.
program is yours.
No, this wasn't like we're taking full responsibility. This is a specific for plowing because PennDOT has a problem with getting to all of the places and plowing in an expeditious time for people to get where they need to go during storm events. At least that's my understanding. It's not, I would not be in favor of us taking over repair, obviously of 378 or things like that. But I think that it's a specific just for snow removal in the winter time.
I think our guys, they would never put down a plow or lift up a plow. You know what I'm saying? Like if they have to go somewhere, they.
Well, legally, we have to.
Right.
We would have, if a road is if a municipal road is intersecting with a state road, legally, we have to pick up a plow.
They have it's a policy for procedure.
Right, but there's
It's
this
not
agreement
liability.
that you can do in exchange, like that would resolve that issue of picking up the plow. You know, you take on the responsibility of plowing it, but you also get paid. And from what I understand, the payout for taking on that responsibility ends up being a benefit to the municipalities that have done it. And they end up at the end of the year looking at their net of how much more it costs them to do that versus how much they got from the state, and it helps offset their public works costs.
I can check into that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I'd just like to say the pension committee met on December 11th. No updates from PSAB, no legislative action. The MRT performance as of September 30th was 12.38%. As of the meeting date, it was approximately 15%. The assumption rate is 6.5%. The S&P was up 29%, bond market 3.96%, Russell 1000 growth 37%, Russell 1000 value 20.48%, the Russell 2500 growth 23.66%, the Russell 2500 value 17.93%. No signs of any recession. Labor markets are slowly of hiring. Inflation 2.6% in November overall. Council's approved the MOU extending the drop program was reported on. And thank you for that.
That's great. I think, because I thought that, like, I think what you said was that we planned for like a 6% growth on our pension.
Municipal pension plans have to be reviewed by law every 2 years by an actuary, and there's 3 set of assumptions that are used in the calculation for that. One of them is your projected interest income that you're going, your investment income. The other one is the mortality table, and the other one, just escaped me. There's another one, just escaped me, but anyway, the investment income is always the more fluctuating one from year to year. So last year and this year, we've reached our actuarial assumptions. So when our actuary does the Act 205 required reporting, we'll see where that comes in with the wages and the calculations of what anticipated retirement dates and such.
Okay, but I think you said the assumption for growth was 6% or something like that?
It's 6.5% is the assumption rate for investment returns.
And then it sounded like this year we made between 12 and 15.
At the time of the meeting, you said that we were at 15.
So, I mean, that's amazing. So, good job for that, and yeah.
Okay, then I have that legal fees, I guess these are up to date. The library, as I said before, was $233,012.06 for legal fees for the library. The ball field, actual cost to date, $3,689,079.23. The Hellertown litigation was $15,706. I am happy to say that we were able to settle 5 cases during this year. Thank you, Steve. I pledged to work to, this is one of them from the campaign, I pledged to work to improve communication with our neighbors and revive the community relationship developed over decades with Hellertown Borough. The Saucon Valley Partnership, which I helped create, was established with the goal of improving the quality of life for residents of the Saucon Valley area in the face of increasing pressures from economic and population growth in order to save tax dollars. The partnership has not met since 2021, so I can't wait to get that all rolling again. I supported rejoining the Hellertown Area Library and appropriately funded it as our home library. So I'm very, very thrilled that that happened tonight. So thank you everybody who had a part in that. Like I said, I'm thrilled to settle the library suit, but also to regain access for our residents to the compost center. So that's another accomplishment I'd like to highlight this year. We were involved in many lawsuits, and I pledged that we would sit down and talk about settlements face to face. I am outraged at the amount of taxpayer dollars spent. That needs to end. The township was debt-free for years. Now it is paying attorney fees. This is wrong. And then I have this from last year. On April 19, 2023, council voted 4-1, DeLeon no, for a budget adjustment to transfer $435,500 for legal and special legal fees, a $240,880, sorry, I'm losing my voice, increase. In a memo to council, in part reads, due to the nature of the legal issues of the township is now involved in, the amount required is unknown. So at that point, so we settled a lot. So I am pleased that we were able to accomplish this. It is a great start to mending our relationship with Hellertown. Look forward to working jointly with the school district also to start restarting the COG. I guess some of the suits that we settled 5 suits. One was with the township and the Department of Education. One was with the Hellertown Library. The Hellertown Library again, the Borough of Hellertown, and Verizon Wireless. And we still have some open cases, but that has to do with the library, the L word, the landfill, sorry. I'm getting tongue-tied here, it's late.
It is late, and I know you're making a political statement, but.
You're out of order. You're out of order. This is the end of the year, okay?
No, listen,
You're
I have
out
some
of order.
comments, and it's almost 1 o'clock. I know you treat the public like garbage, but you know, I really do get tired of it.
I also would like to thank, I don't want to forget this, Kathy Gorman, the administration, that girl sitting over there, and the police department, Public Works, all of our consultants, solicitors included in that, other staff that I might be forgetting, first responders, the fire company, and the committee of volunteers for their hard work and dedication to serving Lower Saucon. I really appreciate everything they do. And thank our residents for their support and attending these meetings and sitting through them. And with that, I'd like to say happy holidays, Merry Christmas, and Happy New Year. So everybody be safe. And see you all next year. Okay, so with that, we still have solicitors report.
I have no report.
Engineers not here. Public comment, non-agenda items. Is there anyone here that would like to speak on a non-agenda item?
Same thing, just absolute disrespect for the public, none whatsoever. As soon as I walk in here, what do I see? Fully fund on her, you, and you. Now, if that's not biased, I don't know what it is. And you're supposed to be unbiased toward this and make decisions that are correct? It's absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. And then you have the gall to sit there when somebody puts up some other kind of sign and say, oh, you can't do that. You people are just off the wall. And you think you're as great as can be. You're not honest at all. And I don't mean, the only one that's honest that's sitting up at that dais is this woman here right in front of me. And you won't even give her a contract. I gotta laugh, we got a 10-year contract that if we default on it, we gotta pay the rest of the 10 years. Boy, there's a really good negotiation. And oh, by the way, 3%, oh, there's another one. Gee, thanks, Steve, did a good job on that. Boy, a few more negotiators like you would be broke. So no, I'm not running for office here, trying to keep you honest, but it's really tough when you have people like Virginia who just go on and on, or in your face and all of that. That doesn't make people, you may think you're doing a great job, and yeah, you had your minions out here. We'll see what happens, right? We also saw what happened during the presidential election, when we were told, no way that guy's getting in again. We'll see. Let's see how it goes. But in the meantime, maybe you could be respectful and you don't have to put up your political signs. Because if you do, maybe I'll plaster them all.
Okay, anybody else?
Are you going to speak?
I wasn't planning on.
Oh, you're with the fire company. Maybe you have.
Marco is making non-agenda items, Lower Saucon. I believe my date on here is Wednesday, August 7th, and I don't have copies for you, but 5 copies were sent out to every council member through email, and I'm sure they received it. And if you want, I can let you read this instead of reading it out loud for the public to hear, but I still want answers to this. Because as far as I'm concerned, my rights were violated through a phone call. And then that phone call led to multiple people through the township, I'm guessing, call my parole officer because of Jason Bananas and try to have me put back in jail and tell me I had no rights to talk to any of my council members on council. Chief Park didn't follow through with his investigation in this, and he never gave me an answer. One of the other reasons he needs to be fired. I sit at home every day and I curse several people. And Gazuzian's getting added to the list. Partially. Because the actions taken by him or the actions not taken by him show me that he does not disapprove of the things Bananas did to me. And that includes John Blair and Thomas Barn, your chief of police, who is your employee. I left everything sit. I walked away from it. I didn't write to the state. I didn't write to the feds. The lawyer I had bailed out of me and went on vacation after the hearing, so he was useless. As far as trying to find somebody to appeal it, that was another useless item. So I'm expecting the township to take care of it. I want answers from the township. What are your rules on people who call in on the phone with conversations? Are they recorded? Are they not recorded? Because nobody could give me an answer. Are they allowed to be turned over to other personnel when I was talking to one person individually? Crickets. Sorry, I stole Dave Boulan's thing there. How do you like it? The others bailed out. There's my answer. I guess I'll have to ask the court to answer it.
Okay, I'd like to read something into the record. And again, this is for comment only, not any questions. I got an email here to the manager from Diane Hollowell, dated December 17, 2024, 5:12 p.m. Please read at meeting. Hello. Not sure how long the meeting will be, so if I'm not there to the end, could you please read my email into the record? Diane Hollowell, Highland Drive, Bethlehem. First of all, thank you, Victoria, for apologizing to the community for the behavior of some members of council. It probably is a reason why taxpayers don't want to attend the meeting to witness the childish behavior of the men on council, like how they call the other council members dumbasses, and stupid clowns. I am wondering if it is projection on their part. And I also appreciate all the social media advertisements you post to keep the community informed, much appreciated. I had never seen this done in the past. Just some comments about the Hallertown Compost Center. That mammoth earth mover that they have is used to move the debris around to create mulch. Unfortunately, the Lower Saucon Compost Center does not have one because we use taxpayer money to haul away the debris to another location. I have to tell the ladies, thank you for all you are doing for our community. When I go out to eat, I have so many people come up to me to say thank you for my attendance at the meeting or submitting my letters to be read, especially my friends in the Saucon Terrace and Alice Drive area. My last comment is, who is Virginia? One taxpayer keeps mentioning Virginia. Do they mean Victoria? Thank you. Okay, so I guess we're coming to the end of the meeting. And if there's no other business, is there a motion to adjourn?
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Okay, Laura, I'll second. I guess all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. Thank you, everybody.
Happy New